Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Now, 8 minutes past the hour, we start a brand new one together. Thank you so much for tuning in. It's the Kickoff hour with the Good Time Gang, and we are live, and thank you for being with us. Don't forget, Willamette could spin today. Bible study live today, noon Central. Also, Fix Mama's Mouth. It is in contest at rickandbubba.com. Top 3 finalists are there. You can vote till Friday, and then Doughnut will be with us on Monday to announce the winner. So that's there for you. Look for that at rickandbubba.com under contest. And also, don't forget the USFL Team of the Week. That's there for registration. Go register your team today for some special VIP treatment at this weekend's USFL matchup. And there's a lot of them. Also, there's a couple of other things that we need to break down today. But first, let's bring in the guys, and let's do this officially. To my left, it's Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Yeah, good.
What's wrong?
It's echo.
Huh?
My headphones.
You okay?
Something doesn't sound right.
Really?
No, not at all.
Uh-oh.
Maybe it must be my headphones. It's like an echo. Y'all don't hear that?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Are you sure?
What's up,
I hear
Greg?
it too now, by the way.
Something's not
You do?
right.
Yeah.
Is the echo back? Like when we
It's
started
not-
the show?
It's kind of an echo, but it's like
yes.
I don't know.
It-
Something don't sound right.
Serious business. It is. Something is going on.
It's good. Here.
I think it's just in our headphones, though. Probably people are not hearing it.
I don't know, but there's something weird.
Really?
That's
Hey,
what I noticed when
put
you
on
were
these
talking.
and see if
It is,
if
by
it's
the way.
different.
I'm getting it too. It's not as bad.
Yeah. Is it different in those, or is it
It's
the
a little
same?
less, but it's still, you can still kind of hear it.
Okay. Well, then I'm
It's a little
concerned about
loud.
me because I don't hear it.
It's not huge, but mine.
While we're trying to figure out things, whose mouse is it?
I moved that over. I think that must have been Scruggs working in here yesterday.
That's a fancy mouse.
It's
A
something
mouse.
right.
Yeah, it's a mouse. But Speedy, you okay?
Yeah, I just dropped a bunch of stuff. Good night, alive.
What happened there, pal?
Oh, my gosh. Well, what a great start.
Maybe echo is the wrong word. It just sounds like you're in a bucket.
No,
You don't hear
I
that?
heard it too.
I mean, I hear it.
yeah.
When I talk,
I've told
it's
you,
real bad.
You don't have to ask me again. I have told you. Hey, Braden, I can hear it too.
I got to tell you, it sounded
So you don't
sounded
hear
so
that?
bad for so long. I can't. I'm just
No,
accustomed to.
you would know this. This is bad.
Really?
As
Yeah,
far
it's
as in
not
our
normal. It doesn't.
I do
sound-
know that the popping is crazy, but I mean, I know it's driving our engineers absolutely insane. So I hate to just keep bringing it up because I know they cringe and they hear it, so they're working on it. I don't know what's
I
happening.
know. I'm with
I
you.
don't know. But anyway,
you know when we'll stop bringing it up when it's fixed.
yeah, I know.
Well,
I know.
That'd
And
be
it's
a-
I know.
That'd be a
everybody's
good point.
frustrated. I get it. I do.
By the way, I find highlighters everywhere.
Yeah, we just kind of throw them out.
I mean, dude. I mean, every place. It seems
Yeah,
like
we need
it
a lot
seems
of
like
highlighters.
people are leaving me highlighters.
now that one is over there for me.
Okay.
Yeah,
I won't
yeah.
take it.
How about,
just
how about
move
I'll
them around.
highlight something in a second if you don't
I'll
watch
highlight. I'll use a highlighter.
I just move stuff around.
me. Hey, look, we can't go any further without me doing something real quick. I just have to tell. Yeah.
It's
Break
killing
out the
me.
lightsabers and may the 4th be with you.
It's National Star Wars Day
Geek
today.
Day.
May the 4th be with you, a phrase that's led to May the 4th becoming known as Star Wars Day.
Oh, the geeks
happy,
are fired up today.
Happy 4th. May the 4th be with you. May 4th is
Get your sabers out.
is known as May the 4th be with you. And I just wanted to go ahead and get that out because I know that Greg loves that in a
Get
the
'em out.
celebration. Star
I want
Wars
sabers. I want Chewbacca's.
Star Wars Day is today, May 4th. And, boy, I tell you, there's a lot of specials going on right now. How to celebrate Star Wars Day, what is Star Wars Day, how to watch Star Wars movies, how to watch Star Wars shows. It's all there.
There's a lot of them.
We can break it down today.
That's okay.
The best Star Wars Day 2022 deals. We got from
got
Best
some
Buy
deals?
to Disney Plus to GameStop,
We
Target,
got deals on
Walmart.
lightsabers.
Oh, we got Star Wars Day deals all over the place.
Yeah.
But anyway, I just want to tell you, both of you, may the
Thank you
4th
for
be
that.
with you. I know you ran about that every year.
Yeah, I'm excited about it. I love it. I hope they all dress in character.
You do.
When I talk, it's really bad.
Really? Let me see those headphones.
It is bad, by the way.
Can
When
I see
I
your
talk-
headphones?
but y'all's voice
here's
doesn't
the deal.
sound
I've
as
noticed
bad.
this. I've
Here's the
tried to
deal.
move on. Y'all can't move
No
on.
one else is hearing this but
Okay,
us.
well, then forget
That's
it.
the thing.
But I'm just saying.
That's a bip.
Y'all's voice sounds something weird, but when I talk, it's
Can you give me my?
Here.
I don't know if it would be
Here.
you.
Just
Hold on. We're pulling headphones.
I just
now.
forget.
Hold
It doesn't
on.
matter.
Well, no, apparently it does because we can't.
Well,
move
it's
on.
very irritating.
Yeah. All right,
I
go
guarantee
ahead.
you, if it's in yours, we wouldn't hear the end of it.
Yeah, that is true.
I
You
do.
can
I
bet
do
on
hear.
that.
Yeah,
All right, from these Okay, I hear what you're talking about now.
Well, yeah, you
I-
can't help
when
but
my-
hear it.
Let me tell you what
when
this
I
is.
talk and my voice in it
Uh-huh.
it's
From this
crazy.
mic, I think it has to do something with the mic processors because from my mic when I'm talking into this mic 1 here, I don't hear it like
it doesn't
anywhere
sound
like
as bad.
this.
When it sounded a little off when you were first doing the intro, but I'm
Right.
talking right now, and what I hear, mine sounds like I am in a bubble.
But I'm gonna tell you what this is. This goes back. Do you remember when we first started this show and we're like, "Hey man, what's up with that echo?"
Yeah.
This is exactly what it is.
Well,
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah, and so it's really a little bit of an echo, almost like a reverb
Yeah.
in your
yeah,
headphones.
it's more of that.
Yeah. So
You know what
Okay.
can
Like a
solve it?
reverb.
We don't have to wear headphones. We don't take phone calls, so what's it?
Yeah,
I mean, we
you
don't.
shall just
I
take
can
'em
sit
off.
here and just.
All right, so
I
see,
like hearing it.
see, totally different on mine.
Yeah, that's
Totally
weird.
different.
That's why
I
I
just
said
put these
nobody's
back
hearing
on.
it but us.
So put Bubba's headphones on if you don't mind, and,
No, I'm
and
not
see
doing
because
that.
This is what we do. We kick things off. We test
Do
things,
you know
and so we got to get it ready
Yes.
for when the guys get in here.
Do you realize how many things we've worked out?
I know. If it wasn't for the kickoff hour, there'd be a lot of frustration between 6 and 7 a.m.
There really would be. And so this is what Bubba's going to hear, which is going to drive him insane. We just need to figure out if this is a wake-up Scruggs call.
Hang it.
All right.
Testing 1 2 testing.
You got Bubba's headphones on. I don't know why it would change.
Only one side's working. Hello.
What?
Okay, now only one side of Bubba's headphones are working. What the heck happened in here today?
I got that.
Okay. Is it bad?
Yeah. He's not gonna like what it
Okay.
sounds.
All right. Well, this is a wake-up
Especially
Scruggs,
when the person here talks.
then. Okay.
Whoever's sitting here.
All right.
This doesn't seem as bad. Yeah, he's gonna hate it.
Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. Well,
What's Big Boy think? Hey, Big Boy. How's your headphones?
well, look, this is a great moment, and Helmsy, I think you bring it up. Look, if you're ever in a bad mood or something, just go stare at Big Boy.
That's it.
I mean, look over at him. He's still smiling.
Those eyes and smile.
Yeah. Well, a part of the kickoff hours to work out problems, apparently.
Sure.
That's kind of our gig, and so we got 45 minutes to fix this echo. We'll be right back.
We got it in us.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
God's been too good to me, and because of that, I've got to make a choice at this Gridiron Man Conference.
The 2022 Gridiron Men's Conference, June 17 and 18, Probst Arena in Huntsville, Alabama, featuring Fred Luter, Kurt Cameron, and Tim Tebow.
How many people can we help in the name of Jesus? That's the goal. Nothing else matters.
The Gridiron Men's Conference, Huntsville, Alabama, June 17 and 18. Register today at gridironmen.org. Presented by Bill Waldrop Ministries.
Inflation is rising, and some say a recession may be coming. Remember what the last recession did to your retirement in 2008? Our friends at Lear Capital know that investing in physical gold and precious metals can be a brilliant strategy against what's coming. Smart investors are doing this, so talk with the team at Lear Capital about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. Right now, you'll receive up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of gold coins you purchase. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Are you ready to win an out-of-this-world family road trip? Family Camp at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, Alabama is the perfect weekend for the adventurous family. All lodging and meals are included in this out-of-this-world experience. You also get $1,500 spending money towards your out-of-this-world family road trip package. All you need to do is sign up for the North Alabama newsletter. Someone's going to win. Maybe it'll be you. Sign up and get entered to win at alabamaroadtrips.com. That's alabamaroadtrips.com. With spring in the air, it's time of renewal and growth personally and professionally. As your small business grows, LinkedIn Jobs is here to make it easier to find people you want to talk to faster and for free. Create a free job post in minutes on linkedin.com/Bubba to reach your network and beyond. Every week, nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba. Or head to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey! What's going on in here? Termites? This is my house. I'm in charge here. going to regret that. All right, that's it. I'm calling Cooks. Yeah, you better run.
You don't have to live with termites. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Terry was at her daughter's wedding for the weekend when she got a call from Simply Safe. Simply Safe had detected water in her basement just moments after the leak started. Protecting against floods is one of the reasons more than 4 million people trust their home protection to Simply Safe. With Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring, you always have someone looking out for you. Go to simplysafebubba.com and claim a free indoor security camera, plus get $20 off with interactive monitoring. simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com.
Prices have gone up on almost everything. That's why it's great to use GoodRx right now. With GoodRx, you can instantly compare prescription prices at local pharmacies and find discounts that can save you up to 80%. GoodRx is free, easy to use, and it works whether you do or do not have insurance. Find out more at goodrx.com/Bubba. That's goodrx.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. GoodRx is not insurance but can be used in place of insurance, Medicare, and Medicaid. In 2021, GoodRx users saved up to 81% on retail prescription prices. If you're a regular show listener, you've probably heard me talk about my Allform sofa, which we love. So here's some exciting news. The same team behind my Allform sofa has brought us unbelievable customized mattresses made in the USA. Helix mattresses. If you need a new mattress, then go to helixsleep.com/Bubba, take the quiz, order the mattress you're matched to, and it'll come right to your door in a box, shipped for free, and you can try it for 100 nights. Right now, Helix is offering up to $200 off all mattress orders for our listeners at helixsleep.com/Bubba.
Rob tried to manage his constipation with belly pain, discomfort, and bloating day after day. After realizing it was irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C, he found another way and finally said yes to adding Linzess.
Linzess, or linaclotide, is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. Linzess works differently than laxatives. It lets you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2 years old. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. There could be more to your story with IBS-C. Talk to a doctor today. Say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS. Sponsored by AbbVie and Ironwood Pharmaceuticals.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another day without him, brother.
Okay, we have got 21 minutes past the hour, and we thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. We've already wished Greg happy Star Wars Day.
I wished I'd have worn my Star Wars gear and had my lightsaber out, and I'd have got out in the parking lot and did some moves.
Oh, yeah, that'd have been good.
I bet Adler would have done it with me.
Greg would like, if
like
you
a
call
Jedi.
the show or email him, just start it with May the 4th be with you.
Yes, 'cause
that's
I'm
kind of how he
excited
wants
about
to
it.
roll today. We just one thing we do on this show, and it's probably painful to some of you, but some of you that might be why you like the show, is that we just pull back the curtain and just talk about our lives. And so we're experiencing a bad echo in our phones, and so we're trying to work through that. We don't know how the echo started developing today, but it's back. I don't know if engineers were playing with this board. I can tell engineers it's popping like it ain't ever popped before, just so you know. And then now we have an echo. So we've tried to contact them to see. There's another pop. If they can handle things.
Speaking of pulling back the curtain, we arrived at the same time today.
We did,
and
y'all came in just giddy.
He got to witness something out in the parking lot that I do. And,
were y'all talking about them dogs y'all got?
No, Greg.
No, but we can. Would you like it for us?
We talk about the mini.
We got a little Australian Shepherd talk going.
Hey, we'll talk. We'll take Mr. Buddy and Marty. Okay?
Yeah, that'd be good. They ran me down the driveway this morning.
All right.
So one of my things that I do now, Greg, and you'll make fun of this, of course, and probably should, okay? I don't put my shoes on until I get here.
I ride here to work with my shoes next
So
to me,
you
and then
just
I
walk
put them on
out.
right before.
You know you're getting debris in your socks on the way to the car.
I got a garage, buddy. I walk
That's
right in
still-
the garage.
Garages aren't.
My
I mean,
garage
they
is
get
clean.
dusty.
I keep my garage very clean.
I guarantee
But
you,
I
he's
won't-
got Walmart feet.
Hey,
if
he's
you look on the bottom of it.
Hey, he slung
I
that
have
door
socks
open.
on.
He slung that door open,
Why?
and his
What's
shoes
the-
are
what's
sitting
the
there.
I don't know. I just feel like riding without my shoes on for some reason.
Now I will say this: if I have slip-on shoes,
Yeah.
slip-ons, I'll kick them off while I'm driving, and then put them.
Well,
back
that's
in.
I kind of
I
like
don't
driving
leave the
without 'em.
house toting my shoes.
I don't think
now.
you're. Yeah.
So I'll actually take them off when I get home and just go in the house.
Is it against the law to drive no shoes on?
I've always heard
No,
that,
we.
but I think that's one of them.
Okay.
My
If we
dad
broke
used to
that
tell me
down-
that. Yeah, we
okay.
broke
We
it
were
down
all
with
told
that.
that,
Yeah.
but I don't think that's true.
Okay. But, no, but when he opened
But
that
what's
door, he
the-
goes, "Hey
I'm-
man, how you doing?" And his shoes were sitting there.
I'm missing the advantage. I mean, you just like your
Huh?
feet to air
Well,
out.
you just like that's
See,
it. I
if
just
got
kind
my
of like them
slip-on,
hanging out.
especially if I got obviously slip-ons with no socks.
Yeah.
I'll let them old feet air out because they get hot.
These shoes
kick
that I
them off and
have
drive.
that I normally wear
I'll
are
grab the pedal with my toe.
I could just slip them on and off, and so yeah.
That's good.
They just kind of sit there, and I just grab them, slip them on,
Yeah.
walk in.
I saw a commercial, speaking of slipping on and off shoes. They've come out with this tennis shoe. You know how a lot of times if you don't want to untie it and you try to stick your foot in it and it flat tires, they've made the back, as you stick your foot in, it'll drop down, and then when it clears it pops back up.
Well, good.
It was on the computer. It came up the other day. And
Get some of those, please.
I thought about it.
Please.
They look normal. It's like a spring.
Who
in it.
makes them?
I don't know.
Careful
when you-
on this one. He'll
But
have
when your
some.
heel went down, like your normal
No.
flat tires, it'll give, and then
Yeah.
when you push your foot forward, it pops up behind it.
Huh.
See, people always come up with stuff.
Yeah.
That's what I
You
did,
just
Greg.
taking your headphones
Yeah.
off. Is it that bad?
I'm
got to warn.
I'm not saying another word.
I've got to warn
don't
Rick and
care.
Bubba. Y'all are not going to be pleased. Now, Rick, I don't think is going to really be able to tell because for some reason on this processor here, whatever pushes this one, it's not there.
Well, when you talk, it's in my headphones.
Yeah. So it's in those.
It's not as bad as when I talk.
Okay, so that
Unless
is.
I'm
that-
done talking about it. I'm through talking about
Hold
it.
on,
We got
that
it.
is strange. So I'm echoey to you, or is it just when you talk?
Reverby.
Slightly,
You're reverby.
yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
not as bad.
But
I'm
you
not,
were. I'm
but
not.
I'm
I
not
don't
hearing
have
it. I'm not hearing it here. That's weird.
You're the only one that's not here. Those headphones are the only ones that doesn't hear it.
Okay. Well, there you go. So I woke up today and did my normal routine, and that is kind of look at the phone, get notifications. What did I miss? Big news of the day. The news outlets that I have, to send me and push notifications sometimes are my go-tos on any breaking news overnight. And I see Dave Chappelle attacked on show during performance. And I'm
Yes.
like, what the heck? What is this going on? And apparently he was attacked on stage in L.A.
The Hollywood Bowl, the legendary Hollywood Bowl.
Yeah. And believe it or not, Jamie Foxx was involved with helping detain the attacker who was reportedly taken backstage and punched and kicked
Oh,
to the
they
point
hauled
where,
him off in an ambulance.
where they had to get an ambulance to come get him. But let me just tell you, if he wanted to harm Chappelle, besides
He had him.
besides tackling him, he could have done so.
If he had a weapon or something,
Yeah,
he would've got
security.
him.
I don't know how they weren't. I mean, he came right up the front of the stage.
Yeah.
You know how you normally, especially in today's with the way people are.
Right.
There was a time when comedians could make fun of people and be
Right.
offensive.
Yeah.
And people just said, well, they're comedians. You
Yeah,
know?
right.
But nowadays we're all crazy, and he's got some groups that don't like him.
Yeah.
Those things he said in his act, and the guy. I mean, he makes contact with.
He does. He does. Well, he does the shoulder.
Now-
Terry Tate, offense linebacker.
Now, once
tackle.
security did get him, they made him pay for
they
it.
got him.
Yeah.
The venue said
And
on its
should.
website that the show, which last night was titled Dave Chappelle and Friends, would be a phone-free experience, and that the audience would have to secure their phones inside the pouches and all this kind of stuff. However, there was someone that got footage of the attack,
kinda far away.
and listen to the audience here.
Make some noise for hip hop history.
That's the mic falling, and then now they're chasing them everywhere. And believe it or not,
Hip hop history.
you can hear. Listen to the mic hit the stage here. Hold on. And then now you got security, and I'm going to pause it here. I'm trying not to exaggerate. I think I see about maybe 10 to 12 security guards.
but I'm
and
with you on
apparently
this.
Jamie Foxx is with them because he
And
was
he's-
watching the show from the wings of the Hollywood Bowl wearing a sheriff's hat. And he
Yes.
rushed to help detain the attacker, who
Well, like
was
I
then
say-
reportedly subject to the punches and kicks where an ambulance had to come get him, take him to the hospital. Apparently, he hurt his arm real bad.
But like I said, he had a lot of security there, and somebody just was not paying attention. Because, like we said, if the guy had a weweapon, he's got him.
Right.
Yeah.
Chris Rock, who
well, the
also
good one,
performed
Chris Rock
later
was a
at the
good one.
event last night, was heard saying when he came on stage, he joked, "Was that Will Smith?"
Yeah.
That's funny.
Chappelle then replied, "I thought it was you for a second."
Chappelle also said he thought it was a trans man because the trans
Right,
can't stand him because he's made even though if you watch his special and he explained
Sure.
it, he really isn't being offensive at all.
Right.
No.
Footage later appears to show the suspect that attacked Chappelle being treated by paramedics for a badly injured arm before taken to the hospital in the ambulance. Let me tell you, it's disturbing just because, you can't have nothing, man. I mean, so you're on stage, you're a comedian. Being attacked on stage, I don't think used to be a really big problem for them. I mean, yeah, they would make people mad, and they had security.
And I bet there were people that threatened to beat him up after the show.
Yeah,
you know.
But thanks to Will Smith, now everybody feels like, well, I'm going to do that too.
Well, again, it goes back to, like we said earlier, we got so many crazy idiots out there. Now, we don't know what this guy's motive. He may not. He may just be crazy and want to get up on stage, but he also may be somebody who didn't like something he said, about a certain group.
Yep.
We don't know.
Right.
But you used to not have to worry about that.
No.
You really
And-
didn't.
and
People
to-
just would either get offended, but they wouldn't physically attack you.
Right,
You would go,
right.
hey, he's a comedian,
But to reiterate the point, if this man wanted to harm Chappelle besides just tackling him, if he wanted to do that,
Oh,
he
he
could
had
have.
him.
He could
He had him.
because he had Chappelle
He
tackle
made
him.
contact with him.
Yeah, to get him to the ground.
Yeah.
And so that's concerning to say the least. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. It is 29 minutes past the hour. Is it over there too, Bubs? Yeah, he's not happy. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. 866-WE-BE-BIG, the number. You're listening to the Kickoff Hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick and Bubba join us in about 30 minutes.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, it's Rick here, and it's a friendly reminder from our friends at 1-800-Flowers.com. Hey, Mother's Day is this Sunday. Get ahead of the rush with a deal as sweet as Mom. Right now, 1-800-Flowers is giving you $25 off 2 dozen assorted roses. That's $25 off 2 dozen assorted roses. Now, this gorgeous bouquet of 2 dozen roses and an assortment of bright colors is guaranteed to show all of the moms in your life just how much they are loved. All roses from 1-800-Flowers are picked at their peak, cared for every step of the way, and shipped fresh to ensure lasting beauty. $25 off 2 dozen assorted roses is an amazing offer, but they're only available while supplies last. Don't put this off any longer. Mother's Day is Sunday. Get $25 off 2 dozen assorted roses by going to 1-800-Flowers.com. 1-800-Flowers.com. Click the radio icon, enter the code BUBBA. That's 1-800-Flowers.com. Click the radio icon, use the code BUBBA. Or go to rickandbubba.com, and you'll find it right under the sponsors. Inflation is rising, COVID hurt the economy, and some say a recession may be coming. Remember what the last recession did in 2008 to your retirement? Yikes. I think we all do. A Federal Reserve survey broke some bad news dating back to the 50s. Whenever inflation and unemployment have hit today's levels, history suggests a recession may be near. Well, our friends at Lear Capital know that investing in physical gold and precious metals can be a brilliant strategy against what's possibly coming. Smart investors all over are investing in gold and precious metals, and they're doing it for 2 reasons. One is that gold can be a great hedge during a recession. The second reason is that the closer a recession gets, the more your gold could be worth. So talk with the team at Lear Capital about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. And right now you'll receive up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of the gold coins you purchase. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com or rickandbubba.com.
God's been too good to me, and because of that, I've got to make a choice at this Gridiron Man Conference.
Phil Waldrop Ministries presents the 2022 Gridiron Men's Conference. 2 dynamic days, June 17 and 18, Probst Arena in Huntsville, Alabama, featuring Fred Luter and Tim Tebow.
How many people can we love in the name of Jesus? How many people can we help in the name of Jesus? That's the goal. Nothing else is the goal. Nothing else matters.
The 2022 Gridiron Men's Conference. Hear dynamic speakers like Phil Waldrop, and Kirk Cameron.
If I can try to get my part right, maybe I will be used as sort of a vessel to bring about change in my spouse over time. Maybe I can lead by example, and that'll bring some sort of transformation to my relationship if I'm patient.
Don't miss the Gridiron Men's Conference, Huntsville, Alabama, June 17 and 18. Register today at gridironmen.org. That's gridironmen.org. Presented by Phil Waldrop Ministries.
With spring in the air, it's a time of renewal and growth personally and professionally. As your small business grows, LinkedIn Jobs is here to make it easier to find the people you want to talk to faster and for free. Create a free job post in minutes on linkedin.com/Bubba to reach your network and beyond to the world's largest professional network of over 810 million people. Then add your job and the purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring so your network can help you find the right people to hire. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to actually interview and hire. LinkedIn Jobs helps you find the candidates worth interviewing faster. Did you know every week nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn? Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba, or head to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Terms and conditions apply. In life, you can count on three things: death, taxes, and your car breaking down. We can't do anything about the first two. Now, as for your car breaking down, well, that's why there's CarShield. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 or 150,000 miles, when you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or the headaches. All you got to do is choose the mechanic to do the work, and CarShield administrators handle the rest. You can also count on CarShield to help take care of you when your car breaks down and you're stuck maybe on the side of the road. Every protection plan includes coast-to-coast roadside assistance, rental car options, and trip reimbursement at no extra cost. Get coverage today. Lock in your price, and it'll never go up at carshield.com/Bubba or call 1-800-391-8888. You'll save 10% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
We got 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is sponsored by helixsleep.com/Bubba. And their spring into bed sale is underway now. And Greg, I know you and Lisa can testify to the fact that, hey, you get your good night's sleep with this Helix mattress,
Helix
don't you?
mattress. That's a good thing. Like I say, custom made for the way you like to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
And, it's hard enough to get up every morning at the time I get up. But, boy, when I'm in that old Helix and it's got its arms wrapped around me, the old Helix, like sleeping in the cloud.
Yep, all-American made mattress to best fit your particular style or sleep. And what Greg's talking about, they have the soft, medium, or firm mattresses that will keep you cool during the summer, even if you sleep hot. And they also have the Helix Plus mattresses if you need something a little bit bigger to sleep well. They have about a 2-minute online quiz to match your body type and sleep preferences to the perfect mattress just for you. That way, when it comes straight to your door, which it will, you know it's designed for you according to your 2-minute online quiz. And a little answer deal there that's going to match your body type. When you visit helixsleep.com/Bubba, you're also going to save $200. Plus, you're going to get a 10-year warranty and a 100-day free trial. And like I said, it comes straight to your door. Pretty good stuff. Your new Helix will ship before you know it. You might have the notification that you've got a package, and it's going to be that Helix mattress.
Yeah. Pop that
so
box open.
Go save $200. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Get a truly amazing night's sleep. You can also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so we've hit the fact that it's May 4th. I got a funny email during the break. They say, today is a big day for me. And I thought, okay, you're a Star Wars fan. They're like, no, it's actually my birthday. But I always have to celebrate it with the Star Wars people.
Yeah. They show up and run the party.
Yeah, but we got that. We've talked about Dave Chappelle. He was tackled on stage during during his performance last night at the Hollywood Bowl in Los Angeles. And it was a situation where, luckily it kind of de-escalated and security was able to get the person that attacked him on stage, and it didn't hurt Dave Chappelle, luckily. But if the guy wanted to, he could have had that opportunity. Yeah, which is extremely concerning for all comedians or live acts. If they've got some crazy in the audience or somebody that just doesn't agree with them, then watch out.
During that time to Golden Tickets, that guy tackled you.
Yeah.
Wasn't it?
I had to get on him.
We had Golden Tickets, and that guy jumped up and tackled you.
I don't know if they would have.
Of course, Chappelle had a nice little line for
He did.
the guy.
He did.
Of course, he had fun.
But I know what. So you got the security, right? And they said in the story he had just bragged about how much security they had there after the Will Smith incident.
Yeah.
That they just had security all over the place. I thought they might have them on the front of the stage. I don't know where they were, if they were just enjoying Dave's show and forgot they were working.
Yeah.
But the guy got past them.
But this, as far as Will Smith, it's a little different because the security wouldn't stop Will Smith.
No.
Nobody imagined that the guy who was actually up for an Oscar would get up and slap somebody.
Correct. You're right.
We've always kind of looked out for these crazy people, but I think even security let Will walk through.
Yeah.
They thought, well, there's no way he's going to slap anybody. It's Will Smith.
I tell you who he needs is that person, that security for the NBA game we saw a couple days ago.
The animal protester.
Yes.
He had her dumped on the ground. She wouldn't have one step on the court.
He was about 3 or 4.
He knew she was going.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a
paying attention.
He done pegged her.
Yeah. On social media, there's a camera that's focused on, for some reason, on them. So I guess even the camera crew knew something was going on. He was only about 3 rows down, or 3 seats down from the lady that jumped up and charged the court, and he was literally sitting sideways looking at her like, go ahead, whenever you're ready, I'm ready. They needed that. But it's kind of, it should be a little concerning now because this is not what Dave was doing, but I know a lot of comedians, they have fun with those in the audience. Yeah. They might pick on you and what you got? Raise your hand.
That's part of that.
Yeah, and what if somebody makes you mad, you just going to charge them now?
In today's world, absolutely.
Gosh almighty. Yeah, somebody was having fun with you, Greg. I won't about you being attacked, but that was Kyle Maynard. That was in studio.
He did actually attack me.
Yeah.
But it was set up for him to attack me.
Right. But somebody that's been up on stage, like during the Kiss concert.
Yeah, now.
I can tell you right now, security, if they miss you and you do get on stage,
I was
they're
there.
extremely angry.
I witnessed that, and you could have picked Ace Frehley up and body slammed him. That's how long you were standing beside him before security got to you.
Right.
Well, in their defense, I think one of the guys kind of know you.
A number
of them
He thought he
could trust you.
Yeah. Well,
so they dropped their guard because they didn't realize their friend was going to run out on the stage.
No, I jumped.
But
up.
it was worth it.
Yeah,
because it was one of my favorite moments ever.
Right.
Ever.
And to get to where I was, I luckily didn't see anybody. But
half
half the act is just acting like you're supposed to be there. But
when I looked,
stage was a little higher than I thought. But
when you were on the
back,
microphone,
you
got Rick and Bubba, and you were fixing to say something, and they dumped you.
Yeah.
Then you broke free.
I did.
And ran back and tried to do it again. They grabbed you again.
Ripped my shirt from the neck to the shoulder.
Yes.
And got me down on the side, and were so angry, which I can understand.
Yeah,
like what are you thinking, man? Because it makes them look bad. That's their responsibility.
Because like we were talking about in this situation, if you would have been a crazy person, you had him.
I just wanted to give Rick and Bubba a shout
completely out
on Ace's mic. He was my favorite.
Yeah, I mean he was standing right beside you.
Yeah, I just wanted to just say Rick and Bubba in the hand.
Did he look
did
old
not.
up close, even with the makeup on?
Yeah, I didn't focus on him, but I made eye contact with you.
Yeah, you were
I
right
couldn't
there.
believe I saw. I mean, we made eye contact, Greg.
Yes, and then they threw you out, and I said, well, I don't know if he's in jail or just thrown out.
I was banned for life.
And then all of a sudden, I look in your back end behind me with your shirt torn off and scratch marks on you.
What a night. But anyway, we digress.
So you were that guy.
I know what it's. Security, I understandably beat this guy up pretty bad because there's this rumor out, and I don't know if because reporting is so bad now. They threw this in there. Conflicting reports indicate the suspect may have been armed with a gun and a knife, but this has not been confirmed yet.
Well, he wasn't going to use them because if he'd wanted to use them, he had him.
Yeah, and I hope that's not the case.
Now you had got it. And so that time you went on stage with kids.
No, but I understand security until I know. we're beating you down.
Well, they did.
You know,
he paid
and they
for
did, and he's now had to go to the hospital. But you know, if you don't storm the stage, you might not go to the hospital.
Probably not.
But that's some drama.
It is.
You know, think about it. So I've got my own show. I'm at the Hollywood, in L.A.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And I got all these acts, and somebody rushes the stage.
Right. And you come find out it was Will Smith.
And then Chris Rock's there, and then throws back. Was that Will Smith?
Yeah, that was
God, that's good stuff. And then you got Jamie Foxx in a sheriff's deputy hat.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Is he a sheriff's deputy?
Is he with Shaq or something and a deputy?
That's right. I forgot about that. Shaq is a deputy.
Oh, well. Anyway, that's some of the big news of the day, that and the Echo, and May the 4th be with you. All of that going on
It's
today.
a big week. We got, what, Cinco de Mayo tomorrow?
We
Is
do
that
have
right?
Cinco
You ready
de-
to do that dance?
Yeah.
I may do it.
Hal's
in
got
good
that
shape.
kick and dance he does.
Yeah,
probably
you
do.
Look.
I'm not doing it right. Today's not. the
No,
day I
but
do
you
it,
got
but
some area on that rug.
Sure.
What, you don't think we're going to hit this?
It's been a year since I've done it.
There's a little echo.
Wow, big week.
Big week.
Big
So
week.
there's that for you. All right, we'll take a break.
He's
We'll
gonna
come
be
back.
high stepping.
By the way, and I don't know if this was staged, no pun intended. Did y'all see J.J. Watts tackling somebody that jumped up on stage at the Zac Brown concert?
No.
I'm talking about literally decleated the guy. But it looked like the guy turned and was ready for it.
Yeah,
I don't know.
set up.
But, yeah, you need to check that out on social media.
This
I
happened when
saw
that
that. It's been a minute, like maybe a couple of weeks ago, maybe.
Rick and Bubba.
We're planning a trip to Spain later this year.
But our Spanish
It's pretty bad.
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind. Babbel's conversation-based method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive, bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
No matter your learning style or experience level, Babbel has lessons designed for you that will get you speaking quickly and confidently.
I tried learning Spanish before, but I couldn't stick with it until I found Babbel.
There's no easier way to learn another language.
Ahora hablamos español.
He just said now we speak Spanish.
I can't wait to use our new language skills on our upcoming adventures.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Today on Hey Culligan, sustainability and better water. Here's Sam.
Hey Culligan, I'm really into sustainability. My clothes, my utensils, my food. But how do I get more sustainability from my water?
Super question, Sam, and the answer is an always-on drinking water system from Culligan, which helps eliminate the equivalent of 15 billion single-use plastic bottles a year.
Whoa, that's a ton of sustainability.
416,000 tons, Sam, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with the local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
Asthma symptoms can attack anywhere, like on a city street. Now you can get fast relief anywhere with new improved Primatene Mist, the only FDA-approved asthma inhaler available over the counter. So whether you need relief of symptoms at the park or at your kitchen table, Primatene Mist starts working quickly, opening up your airways to restore free breathing. For temporary relief of mild symptoms of intermittent asthma, use Primatene Mist and breathe easy again. Available at CVS, Rite Aid, and Walgreens. Use as directed.
Research shows listeners don't like it when ads interrupt their music. So to help you remember that Liberty Mutual customizes home insurance, we made this ad optional. If you want to skip this ad, remove your left earphone. Liberty Mutual customizes home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
If you're missing this informative ad, you must love wasting your cash.
It's the easy and smart way to save.
Now it's all been said, so if that earphone was out, put it back in your head.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
I think we're in a time loop.
Because we get white hot ranch nacho fries every day at Taco Bell?
Yeah, every day is the same. Watch this. Bite, yell, honk.
We're living in a time loop.
Feast on the new White Hot Ranch Nacho Fries day after day. Grilled steak loaded on seasoned fries topped with warm nacho cheese sauce and the new White Hot Ranch.
Same bite.
Different day. Here comes the bong sound.
At participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only. Contact local store for prices, hours, and participation which vary.
Guys, anyone listening tired of those bald spots? Did you know 2 out of 3 guys experience hair loss before they're 35? Do you really want to gamble with your hair? Well, you can flip the odds in your favor and save your hair with our friends at Keeps. Keeps has clinically proven FDA-approved hair treatments available online. Whether you're looking to prevent hair loss, stimulate hair growth, or take care of the hair you have, your Keeps physician will help you select the right products and develop a personalized hair-saving routine that works for you. It's easy with no waiting rooms or pharmacy visits. Keeps is delivered straight to your door at about half the cost, too, guys. And if you have questions, you can message your Keeps doctor 24/7. So, guys, if those balding jokes are wearing thin, join thousands of other guys who saved their hair. Visit Keeps.com/Bubba for 50% off your first order. That's Keeps.com/Bubba, KEEPS.com/Bubba.
Terry was away for the weekend for her daughter's wedding. The morning of the big day, she got a call from Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring center. Simply Safe had detected water in her basement just moments after the leak started. In moments like this, time is critical because even an inch of flooding can cause more than $25,000 in damages. After talking to Simply Safe, Terry called her neighbor, who quickly turned the water off before the flooding got bad. Protecting against floods is just one of the reasons more than 4 million people trust their home protection to Simply Safe. With a comprehensive Simply Safe system and 24/7 professional monitoring, you can have someone always looking out for you. Plans cost under $1 a day with no long-term contracts or hidden fees ever. You can customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off with interactive monitoring at simplysafebubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba.
All right, we're back. We got about 11 minutes until top of the hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour, and Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour break. Everybody's here, though. Adler has got TV rolling. He's getting prepared for the day, and I'm Speedy to my left, Greg to my right, Helmsy. So yesterday afternoon, Terry texted me and said, hey, how you feel about grilling some burgers tonight? Now, you know, we haven't done that in a while. And I don't know about you guys. Do y'all like to make the patties, or do y'all like to make the patties? I mean, the pre-made patties. I guess they come already packed.
I like cooking
made.
the pre-made patties.
Just for simplicity.
Yep.
I don't know. Now, I haven't had these y'all were talking about, but to me, now you got pre-made where they take ground beef and the machine makes them.
That's what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Or you got them frozen ones in a box.
Yeah, I'm not talking about those. I think we eat those and they're good.
Some
but I think
meat places, you know, they have a little machine that makes the patties.
Yeah,
right.
Then that's what I'm talking about.
And they're basically hand patties. They just
I prefer that if I'm going into a
if I can get it like that. Now them old soybean frozen ones, maybe not.
Yeah. Now Terry had brought some home. I guess it was Costco's. I don't know where she got them, but they were frozen, pre-made. That's
Costco.
But
I know some. They're good, by the way.
Yeah, but their big specialty is that you can start grilling them while frozen.
Yeah,
they're designed for that.
Angus beef too. They're good.
Yeah,
they're really good.
And those were very good. I got to tell you, they didn't shrink up or anything like that.
I consider those frozen burgers.
Yeah.
But
okay.
how long cooking that? I mean, if I got to get used to it.
It wasn't that bad. I mean, you definitely want to slow cook them. You know what I mean? But
outside, inside still good.
Yeah, you don't want that. But yesterday, she said, "Well, I tell you, I got to grab something, and there's a grocery store that's in between her work and home. It was real easy. She jumps in there every now and then and brings some stuff home, and so she said, I'm going in to get something. I think I'm gonna grab some, and so she said, just because of how busy we all are, I'm getting the pre-made ones, and I'm like, okay, and so man, her selection.
Well, it's not that much difference as far as price goes.
Now, if it's them that are pre-made and still packaged there and still fresh, I like that.
Yeah, and that's what those were.
The only way you would make it up yourself, to me, is if you've got some kind of marinade you're working with, or you're wanting to do that.
Right.
But look, when it comes to burger, I'm salt and pepper, put a little butter. That's it.
You ever put the ranch powder in the meat and mix
yes,
it up?
that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That is good if you like that.
But these here, and I did say, I said, could you just let's just make sure they don't shrink up the size of your palm. And then
those are
we don't like.
I will
that.
flatten them a little bit.
Guys,
I had that yesterday. I actually grilled some
I got to
burgers.
tell you, the ones that she chose, they didn't shrink, and they were thick.
Usually those
gosh, they were good. That's a good old burger right there.
I had burgers.
But let me ask y'all how you feel about this. I had a little garlic powder and onion powder.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just sprinkle a little bit on each one of them.
That ain't a bad idea.
Huh? And then slow cook it and let it seal, and all the juices are in the patty, and it was a home run. And she said, how about this sausage right here too? We got a little sausage. Let's throw that on there.
Oh, I like to eat that while I'm cooking.
Oh yeah, You don't think the dogs love that?
Oh yeah, I say every time I grill, I have a pack of Angus hot dogs, and I feed them to Buddy because he stares at me the whole time. So I got to do something.
One of my neighbors was in the backyard, and I was smelling up the cove because when somebody's making a good burger and some sausage on the grill, you'll smell it.
I like a good grill smell.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They said, "Hey, what you got over there?" And I was showing out a little
not
bit.
Enough for you.
Not enough for you, my friend.
So leave.
Out.
Shut it.
But anyway, so it was very, very good. She called burgers, and I'm glad she did. That was a very good night.
I'm gonna tell y'all something. It's gonna be. It's been over a month since I've had a burger.
Oh
man, it was good.
Had one last night. Put some mustard cheese on it.
Okay.
Onion.
I can't remember.
Barbecue sauce.
Yeah. It started. The family text started with "Raise your hand if you're tired of chicken and rice." We seem to have chicken and rice a lot at the
I grilled
house.
some chicken yesterday, too.
Did you really? Look at you. You out there on the grill all the time, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Is that y'all's go-to? I guess with just the two of you, it's easier because it doesn't dirty the kitchen up.
Absolutely.
Easy
I love
clean up.
anything on the grill.
I was very proud of myself because I have a backup propane tank. Now, for some of you that have it built into the house, I'm not talking to y'all.
Straight pipe for me.
And y'all are special. But for me, I have the little tanks. And I have a backup that I needed because halfway through grilling out, it was empty. And I was like, are the flames out? What's going on here? It didn't seem like it was. So I got to get down in there. I'm like, oh, my gosh, we're out of gas.
Have you ever done this?
Or propane.
Here's I've done this. And they have a tank that's got a good bit in it, but you go to the burn-off stage, when you're through and you're going to let it burn off and you forget all night and it runs all the gas out and burns it up. And of course, your grill's in good shape, too.
Yeah. But you want to burn all that off, but you do need to remember.
Not all night.
No. The other night I had.
I've done that. I go, now my tank's empty. My grill's took a beat.
How long do you do the burn off?
It just depends if I think about it. Usually longer than I should because I always forget.
I'll tell you how. Last night, because I did it. It was while I was eating.
That's what I do.
And then after I eat, I go back.
That's why I asked.
So
that's what I do.
By the way.
Speaking of forgetting something, so I turned the little sprinkler on the backyard the other day before the yard had been treated or whatever, and so it needed to be watered, and so I put the sprinkler on in the back, and I forgot about it.
Oh,
guys, it was hours. I walk out there. Hey. Water everywhere. Water
flooded the neighborhood.
And I was so out of it. I haven't at one point from the kitchen, I was like, what's that noise?
Yeah.
And I step out there.
Forgot.
Hey, nothing.
Okay, a little wet.
It was a flood in the
swamp.
back. You won't need to water it for a while.
Yeah,
plus we get
good.
rain coming in, I'll be fine, I think.
Yeah, you might want.
But I hate when I forget that. But I've done what you said. I've left the burners on, closed it up, want to burn everything off,
and run all the gas out of it.
So what do y'all do as far as the fat? Are y'all 80-20, or what do y'all as far as ground or chuck, or what do y'all do?
I don't give it as much thought as I probably should.
Yeah.
Ground chuck a little bit. I won't go to the chopped sirloin. I mean, that's real lean. Sometimes I will.
Yeah.
I won't go the cheapest route. No. You fight that dang bonfire.
Yes. Yeah. And I had a little bit of that. The only thing, because this was last minute, the only thing available was 80-20. Yeah. And so that came with just a little bit of fire.
Yeah.
That I had to kind of watch.
Flavor,
yeah, it is. But literally had to keep it on low the entire time, or the fire would have been unbelievable.
Yeah, when it starts blowing that flame at you.
How about when the flame's so big you're like, well, I don't know what to really do here.
Yeah. Years ago, and I'm not gonna call a name, we had a family gathering. I was cooking, but there was one of the family members said, "Well, I'll bring the hamburger meat." They brought that mess, and it was the most miserable. I started going, look, I'll pay a little more if you want to get the better meat.
Yeah.
My goodness, because it was miserable.
Yeah, if you've got a cup of water
and it was flaming.
You better have a cup of water.
Yeah, if you've got a cup of water, you're in the handle.
Oh yeah, yeah, exactly. Spray.
Yeah, or the spray. You're in a really bad.
And that was
situation.
a long time ago, so my family members ain't got to try to figure out who it was. It was a long time ago, but yeah, I remember thinking, my gosh.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. What's a few more bucks for a little better situation? And then, like you say, they end up like a piece of sausage.
Yeah, you don't want that. Who wants that?
It's worth the extra.
Yeah,
Pay the extra,
and I know how you do they showed us, just by how firm the patty is, if it's, if it's medium well, whatever, rare. But it's still tough for me to figure out. It's just kind of a little guessing game. But I just go slow heat and just let it, not get burnt on the outside. And yet last night it was
once
pretty
it
good.
puddles up on the top, I flip it.
Yeah, that's it. And I want us to be able to sit down a little bit longer before having to get back up, but you got to constantly flip. Yeah. But last night was a lot of fun. We enjoyed the evening together and had some good burgers. I took a picture. Reese didn't get off till 7. I took a picture. I said, "This is what's waiting on you." And yesterday he said they had a huge truckload of pine straw that came in. So they were unloading pine straw all afternoon. He came home with a snotty mess.
And then Hales went and bought all of it.
And
I do need some.
He said, "Dad, when you sent me that text at 5 of here's what's waiting on you," he goes, "That's all I could think about."
Oh, I bet.
Till I got home.
He got hungry thinking about it.
And then, of course, Tyler was like, "Hey, thanks. I'm nowhere near y'all. Won't be home anytime soon, and you're sending me that. That's not even fair."
I'm really envious of y'all's dinners last night. We had Chick-fil-A.
Did you?
Well, we do Chick-fil-A.
Well, there's Chick-fil-A nights for us.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, we do it too much. I think I'm paying their power bill.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You want to know what else is kind of strange? JC is sushi from Publix guy.
Oh, we do that too now. Amanda does that.
Yeah,
I like that. They have a good sushi lineup there.
Oh, he was.
Good.
What are you gonna buy from a gas station next?
Once he found that Terry was at Publix grabbing this, he's like, "Can you get sushi?" Yeah. I'm like, "Wow." I don't know if he said it like that.
That's been the same. My goodness.
Can you get sushi, please? Get some sushi. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. He tore it up. Loves it.
Good.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
.com. Strange, Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey. We had just yesterday, we were talking on the program about the security guard at the Mandalay Bay who was shot, timelines and all this kind of stuff. And he was supposed to be interviewed by multiple news sources. He got up, he vanished. Then nobody's seen him as of yesterday for like 4 or 5 days.
Right.
And now the announcement that he will come forward. He and also the maintenance guy at the building or something.
Yeah, he's I guess the
manages the building or whatever.
Yeah, he was in the operations staff.
So the security guard says, "I will finally tell my side of it, not on 60 Minutes, not on CNN, not on Fox News, not on ABC, CBS, or NBC. I'm going to tell everyone what happened on Ellen." Do I have that right?
Yep.
Yeah. Ellen, the security guard, is going to tell everybody what happened in the massacre in Vegas. The guy we're waiting to interview that left interviews set up and vanished will now come clean.
To go on to Hannity. He was supposed to go on all this.
His disappearance fueled conspiracy theories. And as you said, when there's a big newsmaker, a lot of times they go to 60 Minutes. Sometimes they'll go to even Barbara Walters type special.
Diane Sawyer.
Sawyer. You have these different things that they show up on when they're that person everybody wants to talk to. And he chose Ellen.
It just doesn't fit the format of the show. I mean, we're happy.
Greg,
we're dancing,
we normally
we're giving away stuff. We play little silly games with celebrities and all this stuff. And we're going to sit down and talk to the witness from the largest mass
they said
they
after
actually
this.
taped it yesterday, right? But it'll be shown today.
Yes.
Right.
Well, and this may not be true. This part may not be true. He also said, and maybe this is why he's doing it on Ellen, that he's originally there to be on Marvy Povich to find out if he's the father of his girlfriend's baby.
No.
So maybe
you are not the father.
Maybe he's going to do that and drop by Ellen on the way. So I don't know what's
that's
going.
That's bizarre.
That's weird. That's a strange place
it's just
for this type of story.
Exactly.
Where is Ellen taped at?
I'm sure
it's in Los Angeles, I believe it says.
L.A.?
I
don't know. There's something strange about that.
Well, that's just a strange choice.
Well, the whole thing, they said that the police let out a statement. We did the story yesterday, and in the story they were saying we don't know where he's at. Somebody said they were taking him to urgent care. They can't confirm that, but the police made a statement yesterday that the whole time they knew where he was and they knew he wasn't in any danger. That was their statement.
Okay.
Right, and they've been outspoken too, saying that look, we've interviewed him and he's cooperated, and we've got everything we need for him, so now he can go public with his interviews and all that.
Yeah, and he's going to go on Ellen.
He is.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll all be playing highlights from Ellen.
And it looks like to me that maybe that's one of the reasons why is, and we were wondering where's the money here because we just, hey, was he getting paid or whatever? It looks like maybe Ellen and them made a donation of $25,000 to the a foundation or a fund set up for the victims.
So they basically paid for the interview.
Correct. Which is what we were assuming in the kickoff hour, and that's the only reason why he would pick Ellen. But but I mean, we don't know though. I mean, we'll have to wait and see again.
Can I add now to our theories yesterday because we had all the theories on why he would bolt and would not do the interviews and would disappear. Okay, I'm ready. I mean, they've got everything set up, and now the different people, Hannity, all those are about to interview me. Can we now add to the theories of why he would bolt? Did it dawn on him that, wait a minute, I can get paid for this?
Again,
could that now be one of the new reasons?
Could be. I would have to put it in there as a possibility. The other list we ran the other day.
Just add it to that list.
Yep. Yeah. He may say, look, I'm now, by some crazy luck in a terrible tragedy, but I'm a key witness in this, and that has a value to some people.
Yeah, and in the kickoff we were talking about too, and it could be that, hey, I don't want any money out of this. I don't want to look like I'm making money out of this off this tragedy, but a donation to the fund set up is something that I would.
And the funds for what? What's the fund for?
Well, there's different funds. One is set up for the victims' families that were hit so hard, and others that are recovering. So I've seen different funds. I don't know which one. I just saw them holding a check.
I saw that too. Yeah,
and I'm assuming that was given to him.
But one of the things that's kind of strange, maybe the charity will get him away from this. Do you remember in the O.J. trial, the woman who O.J. almost ran over leaving the house? She was basically the witness that everybody needed to hear from. Her testimony was not allowed in court because she took money for the interview before the court case.
Right.
Remember that? Yeah. It was like Inside Edition or somebody paid her $5,000 to be interviewed about it, and they had her testimony thrown out of the court hearing. So would that affect this guy when trials come up or whatever?
The guy that everybody wants to talk to about the shooting is going to finally be interviewed on Ellen.
Right, right.
Am I the only one that sounds weird to?
Well, yeah, I mean, and I'm like Greg. Ellen does a funny show. It's lighthearted for the most part, and a lot of
she's still
dancing and all that going on. I mean, does he come out dancing, or is this? Will she be able to have a somber moment and interview him?
Right.
How does that work?
I know.
I don't know.
I haven't seen much of Ellen. I do know that she has done some, I guess, emotional interviews.
No doubt,
before.
She's done some heartwarming things about people going through tough things. That's not abnormal,
right?
But what's abnormal is this is the kind of thing we normally see. Bubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, brand new hour starting now. We thank you for being with us. We do have a lot to do on the Rick and Bubba Show, as is normal, and today, no exception. We start this hour, and we'll start it with the national anthem. Past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Anybody ready to go here? Let's make it happen. The number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. That's how you participate, and we encourage you to do so. All across the nation and around the world, as the Rick and Bubba Show comes to you from Sweet Home, Alabama. And we thank you for being here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, there's Adler right there. He's settling in. No Name Studio, whether you're listening to us on America's boldest radio stations. Yeah, hey, I'm a radio station, and I carry the Rick and Bubba Show. Take that! Or maybe you're watching us on YouTube. You're listening to us on the TuneIn app. And whether you're watching or listening live, we're glad you're here. You could be on the podcast archive right now. You could be on the YouTube archive. There's all kinds of ways to get the old show now. We're glad that you are here. But we do not have the whole team on the field. We are lacking one, the silver-tongued one, the man with the golden voice. Professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and a master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba!
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, and those living in a giant stadium.
Yep.
Welcome to the Rick and Bubba experience. You've got to be kidding me. This is where we're at. This far into it.
This far down the line.
You got to be kidding.
Somebody say, Greg, the judge looked down, gave me 40 days. Hey, I got 40. Couldn't pay the fine. I'm going to jail. Don't get on that midnight train to Memphis.
That's a good tune. Right?
40 days.
Wow.
The shotguns and barbed wire.
That's right.
Bubba,
40 nights, sit and listen.
Yeah, Greg,
The midnight train to Memphis.
Greg, you realize?
Wow.
Greg, look
Wow.
I want to stare at this face. This is. You know what we just happened? Greg, even you don't remember this. This is how far back it goes. Adler doesn't remember this. Helmsy doesn't remember this. Only two of us remember this. Bubba doing the show with no headphones on.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
Do you know
that's
we may return to that.
Did you know that's the way he did it in the early days?
For years. For years.
No headphone Bubba.
I didn't want
That
to hear
surprises
myself.
me.
And I still really don't want to hear myself.
Well, good news.
And now it's practically impossible.
Actually, I think
I
we
can
can
hear
sing.
myself. I just can't talk while I'm doing it.
Right, yeah.
So it's really
I got to tell you something
unbelievable.
weird for me
midnight-
over here. When I talk, it's echoey. When the two of you talk, it's not. And there's a delay from him.
Wow.
It's same here. When I
can
talk,
hear
it's
your voice coming to my ear before the electronic part gets
both
here.
of those. But now,
And then
me
when
talking in my headphones when I talk, it's horrible.
Yeah.
It's just.
What
it's
about when I talk to
unacceptable.
you? Does it echoey to you?
No, not that bad. It's a
Yeah.
little delay to it.
Yeah. That's strange.
That's what y'all get for getting on the midnight train to Memphis.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And so, now, I don't know if any of you, boy, this is a tough analogy, but I think it is appropriate, but I apologize. I'm not being insensitive because it's not a fun ride. And it's much more serious, but it is the best analogy I have. Have you ever had that person in your life, could be a family member, that's when it's really bad, and they can't get their act right? And you get to the point where your phone, you'll slide it over and just look at it kind of nervous, going, oh, boy, please tell me they got through a day without be getting in some kind of trouble or doing something stupid. And you don't even want to look at your phone because you're afraid of a 2 a.m. text or a call. And if you talk to families that have been through that, I mean, it sucks the life out of the family.
Yeah.
I mean, because you're constantly going, when is the next dramatic moment happening with this person that can't get their act together? Okay. And you start out really gracious about it in the beginning, and you want to help and you try everything. But then it gets to the point where you're like, I'm at the point now
where you just kind of like, I think now the drama has now become. I think I'm at the point now where I can just say I can't just let you suck the life out of our family anymore. You know, that kind of thing. And you just start sending the voicemail and we wish you well and all that. It feels that way dealing with the studio now. It's like I get up and I hear the kickoff hour and I just listen to see if everybody's talking about, you know, something doesn't sound right, something's not right. That's weird. I hear popping. I got echo. You know what I mean? You just turn it on and you just like. And then this morning I heard, Greg, look, and I hear him talking about some echo in his headphones. I'm like, oh, not again. And you're just riding in, going, here I go back to shotguns and barbed wire fence. You know,
it's never been right, but it was acceptable yesterday. But today it's not.
Did we make the mistake of just
no echo from Bubba?
Did we make the mistake of just going, look, we'll just the popping is got. We'll just live with the popping, because it feels like now the more we tamper with it, the weirder it gets.
Yeah. I'm trying to be nice. Okay. Right. I'm trying.
What do you think about this right here?
He's tapping the board for those of you that can't see.
Oh boy.
Wow, I feel like I'm at Protective Stadium right now.
Yeah, that's a good.
Well, look, I'm going to give you guys.
Welcome, Blazer fans.
I'm going to give you guys. I'm going to give you guys credit. I'm kind of in the Bubba world, but again, because of just the design of the show, I have to talk more. But I have a real low tolerance. If this right here is not right, then I can't. I have to.
Right.
Yeah. You have to be able to hear yourself right on the show where you talk. Everybody just stare at Bubba's face.
Yeah.
Huh?
I'm trying.
Bubba, I'd like for you to put your headphones on and see if I'm echoey to you.
Would you mind?
Would you? Yeah. Just because you're not echoey to me, only Rick, and then me talking to myself.
So I'm echoey?
Yeah.
Yes,
you're
echoey.
Speedy's not.
Yeah.
I am. You are.
Yeah.
Greg is.
Greg.
Oh wow.
Yeah, Greg's bad.
You see, but Greg's not, and you're not to me. But
check.
I am.
Let's see if Adler's
not going to be.
Two. Similar.
Good.
He's on a different mic. He's on a standalone processor. I think he's fine.
All right, so just so the engineers can hear all the different things. So I hear everything the way I always have, you know, of course, featuring a few.
Mine has changed dramatically from yesterday.
So when I talk, all of you hear me echoing, right?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do.
All right,
just a delay almost.
Right.
Talk. It's a flange.
Yeah. And then what are you hearing?
You're a delay. I'm echoey like I'm in a stadium. But Bubba and Greg are fine. They're like normal.
Yours is not great quality to me, but it doesn't, like my voice in my headphone right now sounds like I am in a echo chamber.
Yeah, see, that's me.
What about Helmsley's mic?
I don't know, Helmsley. Can you
what
come
are you
over here and say something?
Rick, it reminds me.
Look,
many years ago, Rick, and you may remember this when we were at an event with James Gregory.
Oh yes.
And there was a discussion about an audio problem he was having, and he said, "Well, good, they won't hear me when I say this."
Oh yeah.
Imagine the echo on that.
Yeah, I'm real traumatized with that moment. I remember it well. Helmsley, tell me about your world over.
Well, that's why I left, because I didn't want to
I got
participate in this.
He's not echoey to me.
He is on me.
No, it's echo to me. See, I'm at the point, and this is that's why I left, because I didn't want to participate. Now you bring me in.
I just wanted to know what your mic was. I had to let everybody just mics know.
Well, I know.
Just to break down whatever.
But at this point, I want to start tumbling tables over.
Yeah, okay. Tumbling.
Yeah.
See how mad
tumbling in.
I do. I mean, I want to throw things, break things. I mean, guys, it's May.
Yeah, it is. All right, so right then when he was angry, how'd that sound to you?
It's echoing in my ear.
Right. To me, the three of them sound the same. I feel like I'm in a stadium. There's a delay on you, but Adler sounds okay.
What has to happen in order to replace that piece of garbage?
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Tonight on 60 Minutes.
Yeah, on a hard
the security
news channel.
guard at the heart of the massacre in Las Vegas.
Correct.
And all of a sudden he pops in. He's got that look on his face, and usually the guy in the wheelchair sitting across from him now, and he's kind of wearing him out. Are trying to get it. This is not normally Ellen gets it first. You know, now you normally after he's done 60 Minutes, Hannity, whatever else would do. What's the guy 360 on CNN? What's his name?
Anderson
Cooper. Yeah. He's done all that, and then after that's over,
Today we have a security guard on Ellen. We're going to raise money for this fund. It just doesn't seem like this is where we're going to get these answers we're looking for. We're going to get them from Ellen.
Well, I have a feeling that Ellen, and again, I don't know. The story has to come out. I would have a feeling that she wouldn't make this big donation if she was fourth on the list, because now his story's been told. Why come on? She wants to be first.
Well, it just is not what I expected when this guy finally comes forward.
I mean, there they are holding a check, sitting in the chair. So
yeah,
it's obvious that happened.
Yeah, did they get money? Though is the other thing,
right?
But we do put on the list now. We add to the list. Hey, wait a minute, I'm not monetizing this situation, and I'm out.
Yeah. Well, maybe he'll tell the reason when we see it today.
All right, we'll come back. Bubba, Canada's largest school board has decided last week. Are you ready for this one? And you're going to think I'm making this up. FoxNews.com. And just soon to come here, they will remove the word chief from job titles to avoid offending indigenous people. You cannot be called chief financial officer, chief academic officer, or chief communications officer. It will be renamed. Says the word chief could be offensive to indigenous Canadians.
Unreal. There it is.
How many chiefs they got?
How many indigenous people did Canada have? Do we know?
And they're still walking around being referred to as chief.
Yeah, it's awful cold up there. I mean, you could see it in some of the continental U.S. But
I don't know how to break this to everybody. The word chief has no ethnicity. We called the guy with the big feathers chief because he was in charge. He was the highest rank. Chief doesn't have anything to do with any tribe. Chief just means this is our guy that's over that, our woman that's over this. They're the chief of that. Okay?
Rick and Bubba.
All right, a couple of things we've already discussed. First of all, and Bubba said this after we went to the break, and it was the point we were kind of making, where Canada says you can't be called chief anything anymore because it might be offensive to indigenous people of Canada. So did the Canadians come there and kick the Indians out too?
Well, I didn't know how many. I mean, Canada's only got 30 million people now, which is about the size of California, or roughly the number of people who will play tennis in one calendar year.
Right.
So
that's so good.
But if you're an indigenous population and you live outside,
right?
Because they didn't have. I mean, they had tents or teepees, but not buildings as we know it today. You probably would not settle in Canada as much as you would, say, in Alabama or Florida or
just
some other places.
If not, you got to do a lot of bear killing.
You got to get. It's just a rougher environment.
Or maybe they were Eskimos.
Maybe that. I mean, and a lot of people think that's why the Vikings didn't make it. I mean, they were too far north. If they'd have come on further south, they'd have been all right.
All right, let me go back to this because we know
they are the original Native Americans. But anyway, I won't go into that.
You know how we fall all over each other in the political correctness world, and none of it may even have any foundation whatsoever because it's all based on emotion. We're assuming now we're going to remove the word chief, because it may be offensive. We're going to take away a word that is an English word, meaning that's what we call people who oversee or the person in charge. They're the chief of this. This is my chief financial officer. Hey, this is my chief of staff. Okay, so we assume that no matter what language the tribe spoke, that they came up with the word chief. Could that have maybe been what the English people said? And I'll tell you that's the chief right there. That's the one in charge. It was never even a word of the indigenous people. And what I'm saying is, then you think about just like what the point we just made in the break, we made many times. They didn't call themselves Indians. We did, which was a big miss since we were not in India. I don't know how that ever. We've said 1,000 times how that ever was allowed to stand. That was totally misinterpreting where you are. I mean, I don't think we here in America would ever continue to go on being called Canadians. It's like, I was of the Burgess Canadian tribe. What were you talking about? You weren't in Canada. Yeah, I know, but somebody thought they were in Canada and they called us Canadians, and we just couldn't get out. We couldn't get it off of us. I mean, so first of all, that's an English word we use to identify the ethnicity of a people. That's not correct. So could it be that chief was just what you would say? Now, look, if you're going to deal with them, that guy right there is the chief. 23 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Thank you for being with us today. Biden and Joey.
Where did he go? He's hiding in the basement. Does anybody know? Basement Joe.
So President Biden found his way eventually to Troy, Alabama yesterday, where, Bubba, I don't know if I ever mentioned, I played a little ball.
Yeah.
And
You know that area pretty well.
I played a little ball. But anyway, so did any of you audience, I-92, some of you down there, listen to us in Dothan on News Talk 103.9, Andalusia 107.7, and that all down that way? Maybe all the way to the coast, Sunny 105. Any of you make your way to Troy yesterday? Anybody see? I'm not sure in Troy, Alabama, and I could be wrong. I know he went to a university, so that I guess he was around. He's at least in a town, a university town,
right?
And that sometimes features a few libs. But it seems like that Troy, Alabama, I just don't see President Biden drawing the kind of attention that Trump would.
A sitting president's going to get quite a bit of attention.
Well, sure.
Maybe not the fandom, but I know he landed at Maxwell Air Force Base in Montgomery and then went from there to Troy. So we have a lot of listeners at Maxwell. We have a lot of listeners in Troy, and I'm sure some of them work at Lockheed Martin. So I'd really like to kind of hear from them how it went yesterday. And did anybody work in a line about Topaz?
Yeah, because we instructed you to ask the president about Topaz. And now let me tell you some of his commentary yesterday. Guys, I understand all of you that are handling Biden, and but somebody help me with this, because this is kind of the conclusion I've come to. If someone is the president of the United States of America and the leader of the free world, there's only so much you can silence them on. If I'm the president, I get to talk a lot, and people ask me questions a lot, and so I know we don't like Biden, like you're going to see in some of the clips today, just out there shooting off the hip, but y'all realize there's only so much restraint you have over the president of the United States of America. He gets opportunities to make comments and talk a lot.
Yeah.
It's one thing to say, we don't want, somebody deep in the cabinet to talk a lot, that people don't ask questions to, but it's really hard to keep the president from talking.
Yeah, and
he's going to get a lot of opportunities.
Incredible job that Lockheed Martin's doing with the Javelin missile. It's been remarkably successful. It has proven itself against the Red Army, and it needs to be highlighted. It's a success story, and a lot of men and women work there and work on that. And I think it's good. It's getting the attention that it needs. Again, I don't know if we, maybe need to draw too much attention where it is, because it is giving Russia a lot of handle right now. They probably would like to see that place go away.
Well, back to the president talking, and I know you have video too. This is what I mean, Bubba. Right, listen to what he said.
I'm sorry, I can't hear it, Rick.
Okay, listen. Yeah. Well, just pick up that headphone for a minute and put it against your ear, and listen to what President Biden, which showing once again his current state. Think about what you just said, and what you just said is how we should say it. But here's how the president said it.
Before Russia attacked, we made sure Russia had javelins and other weapons to strengthen the defenses so Ukraine was ready for whatever happened.
They made sure Russia.
What is this?
Rick, is he ever going to get one right?
Is he on the design team at Telos? Does anybody know?
Right. He just said we made sure Russia had javelins. So I want you to think
Rick,
about
you just have to go with, hey, we know what he meant.
Right. Yeah. Like you have to.
Y'all have to do that with me sometimes. I understand.
Yeah. I mean, many times we're done correcting things with all of us because we all now know what each other means. I know Rick says that and that's not accurate, but I know what he means. Let's go to Caleb in Troy. Caleb, talk to me about the leader of the free world coming to Troy.
Oh, well, I mean, he ain't Trump, that's for sure. I'll tell you that
Established.
right there.
Established.
Trump would have been riding in the parade with his Secret Service. He wouldn't have had to take that little helicopter ride down from Montgomery after seeing up there at Maxwell. I mean, you got all these people, go on and be a show. But we got Basement Joe. That's what we got.
Did you see? You said you saw some Secret Service yesterday?
Yeah, I saw the Secret Service from where they went down 231 and picked him up at the airport there in Troy. It's really it's on the outskirts of Troy, though. Technically, where the airport is.
Understood.
And that's where Lockheed. That's where Lockheed is. It's actually in a little place called Orion, which is it's north of Troy. I'd say probably 8 miles north of Troy.
Is it true? Yeah. Is it true that he kept asking to meet Brad Pitt? Wow, so I'm in Troy. A lot of history here. No, that's this. It's
Achilles,
you're in
Achilles
Alabama.
had a big battle.
Yeah, you're in Alabama. No Achilles talk here, please. Yeah. You know, it was the face that launched 1,000 ships. No, that's the wrong place.
Yeah.
He just said that we equipped the Russians with javelins, so they'd be ready.
I did get pictures of people in Wetumpka and some other places around Montgomery that got pictures of Air Force One coming in, which is always cool to see.
Yeah. Wait till when we come back and you hear the statement that's out there today on what he said about abortion. Again, there's only so much you can do to keep the president from talking. You know, I mean, he's the president,
of course,
and they get to talk a lot. To Greg's point, a lot. Hey, presidents get to talk a lot.
They're trying to not let him talk, but
right? But
it's difficult.
It's very difficult. And I want to go back to what Bubba, you keep reminding us of. We have just finished year 1. We're a long way home.
Yeah, we've just got started.
I mean, this administration is just underway. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's not even a word that's indigenous to anybody. It's an English word of who's in charge.
Kind of like our president, commander-in-chief.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, Rick, I'm looking at dictionary.com, and they say it's a word from the 1300s, which meant head, leader, captain, principal, most important part. It's an old French word.
That's what I mean. Okay, so you've answered the question. That wasn't even a word they used.
Rick, even you used it for the Indians. It was not in a derogatory way.
No,
it was actually. It was a big deal if you were the chief.
Well,
it ain't like if you were calling him a chief and he was like the guy shoveling out the latrine.
It was a
You know what I mean?
position.
He was in charge.
There was nothing
so
derogatory.
what's offensive by it?
I don't know.
We can argue redskin all we want to. You know, if you think that's offensive. But chief is not offensive at all. That means you were the guy.
Right. I don't think chief should not be a word that anybody hey, if y'all want to call me chief, I'm in.
Absolutely.
Yeah. What about the big chief in Glencoe?
Oh, boy, they better not mess with the big chief. That's a staple.
Can y'all start calling me, instead of president,
Big chief.
president of Rick and Bubba Incorporated, chief?
Yeah.
I'm chief of Rick and Bubba Incorporated.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of like fire chief, police chief.
But you know what, Greg's
Rick and
point,
Bubba
what they were
chief.
saying is, what do we always say when you're in a situation? Hey, you better go to the decision maker. Are you wasting your time? Don't piddle around with these guys over here. You need to go see that guy right there as a chief.
Yeah.
It's a French word for who's in charge.
The big
it's a
TP
good
on the
thing.
left.
It's not negative.
So if you're a French Canadian, keep using it. It's your word. It's not an Indian word. That's yours.
They've run out of things to care about if they're down to that.
And it's not even derogatory.
It's not.
All right. So the other thing, this Ellen
What
thing.
you got, chief?
I like it. I like it. I'd like to be. I might even take Big Chief.
All right. Big chief.
Even though that's
Instead of
also
Big
a word.
Papa, Big Chief. You get a milkshake there too.
Somebody comes over and says, "Well, look, we don't know if for us to get this done, you got to go see the chief."
Yeah, Big Chief.
I like it.
I need to chat with the chief.
Yeah, I might even get a headdress.
He third door on right.
Now we're getting a little.
I
dicey.
wish they require all chiefs to wear headdresses.
I do too. If you made somebody the chief financial operator, they had to instantly put on the big headdress.
Yes.
And they're in there, breaking down. Let me show you the numbers we got. And they put it up on the board, and you got the big old. You know, because you know what people wouldn't say, who is that? They'll go, well, obviously it's the chief financial operator.
And when things got tough, he put on the war paint.
Yeah.
Somebody says, I want to speak to your chief of staff. Wait a minute, I'll see him. You know what I mean? Because you would know that must be chief of staff right there.
Right.
You doing the guy with the buffalo skin on his head?
Rick, David Williamson sent an email, and this is correct. It's also just a short version of the word chieftain, which is an Old English word.
Thank
so you got it coming from two different
It's
sides.
not an Indian word, and how about Indian's not an Indian word?
Take a pop,
Indian
chief.
is not an Indian word.
Chief's taking a pop
true.
off.
Red
Chief
skin.
had a point.
Yeah. So now who's? Oh, never. I'll see. I mean, that really would help, wouldn't it?
Right.
All right. So the other thing, this bizarre security guard who was shot in the mass shooting, the evil thing that took place in Vegas, maintenance guy. Hey, I'm going to do interviews.
I'm not, and then I'm bolting. I've been missing for 5 days. Now I'm going to tell my story on Ellen.
Yeah.
Of course, there's already been conspiracy theories that have started. This isn't even the guy. Some
Right.
people claim this is a Munchausen guy that's pretending he's the guy.
Yeah, they're saying he's a lot.
By the
heavier
way,
set.
if that turns out to be the truth, and I don't think it is, let me be clear.
And they got her.
Listen, if that turns out to be the truth, and this is like the guy who did sign at Mandela's funeral, how in the world's I got to get up there and fake that? If this person suckered the Ellen show, that he's the now, first of all, you're a sicko for doing that.
Yeah,
but I'm
you
talking
are.
about if you
Yeah.
pulled that off. I mean, you talk about some producers. You know what they need is the chief producer to be sure this has worked out.
Yeah.
Rick, you know who he looks like? He looks a little bit like George Zimmerman.
He does. I thought the same thing.
When I first saw him, I
Stung
thought,
by a
wow.
bee.
He's got a Zimmer look.
Yeah, he's a little swollen.
And I'll tell you,
guys-
the other guy to be a maintenance man is you don't see a lot of maintenance men with that haircut.
I think his official titles in the I don't know if he's
Only we
referred
would
to
make
as the
that
maintenance.
Oh, you don't, but
I
you
don't
don't.
think he's like the maintenance.
Hey,
Well,
guys.
he looks like he got a Tim Tebow haircut.
Hey guys,
He's a gamer.
I'm going to say
Or he's
this.
a member of the Church of the Highlands.
That's right. He could be like
They may have a campus there. I don't know.
He could be worship leader 5. You know what I mean? Let me go back to this. All I'm going to say is, listen,
Y'all know the haircut.
do y'all have a chief worship leader?
yes.
Let me go back to this because you know what? I want to be able to spot him. That's the walking dog right there. Listen, guys, straight up, look at me right here. All I'm going to say, I'm not going to say anything, and don't read anything else in this than what's said. Keep an eye on these two.
Yep, I'm with you, Rick.
The two on
this
Ellen.
whole
Hey,
scenario.
how about this? Everybody keep an eye on these two.
Something ain't
They're
right.
they're telling their story about a massacre that people are trying to find answers to on Ellen. They haven't been anywhere else yet. Keep an eye on these two.
I agree.
They're on there getting season tickets to their favorite football teams. They're getting a check to the. "35 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba, we're back. 866 We Be Big. Thank you for being with us. Relief Factor teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show. Listen to this one. We got this from Brian in Alabama. I got another email yesterday that I forwarded on to Relief Factor. Had lunch yesterday with a guy who said, look, the Relief Factor, life-changing for our family. So I'm hearing a lot about it lately. Well, Brian in Alabama joins the chorus. He said, last summer I started getting terrible pain in my right knee. I went to see an orthopedic, and he prescribed some exercises and some anti-inflammatories. A week later, I was diagnosed with a non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. So sorry to hear that. I could only battle one item at a time. 6 months and chemotherapy treatments later, the cancer was in remission. Praise God for that. But the knee pain was getting unbearable. I asked my doctor about Relief Factor. He said it was fine. After about a month of taking it, the knee pain started to subside. Now, after 2 months or so, it's completely gone. Well, Brian, we're excited about your ongoing battles and your victories there, but thankful that Relief Factor is helping with the pain too. Relief Factor is all natural, contains just 4 ingredients. You can get a 3-week supply and try it out for only $19.95. The majority of the people that do the quick start pack, they reorder because it's working. And like I say, I talked to 2 people yesterday myself. If you suffer from aches and pains and inflammation, check out ReliefFactor.com today, and hopefully you'll become pain-free all naturally. Quick start pack, $19.95, and that'll get you 3 weeks. ReliefFactor.com, and in 3 weeks you'll know whether it works for you or not, and we hope it does. Also go to rickandbubba.com, find that same link there under the sponsors. How we sounding? Testing 1, 2?
Yeah, look,
Everybody,
check
is that
one.
better?
Check.
Testing 1, 2.
Are y'all echoing still and
Test.
delay?
Test.
We've made an adjustment. Testing.
Hello.
Testing 1. Testing. Testing. Check.
I think it's
better.
better.
Rick, you're fine.
Yeah.
You don't have to keep saying testing.
That's
We're
better.
fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, did that go away? Do you still?
I can't tell. We'll just play with
yes,
it.
It's gone away.
It's
It's
better
it's
than it
gone
was. I
We've
think.
all got your mix now, Rick.
Okay.
So
yes.
it's gone
Hello,
away.
hello. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
Hello.
All right, so let's these bizarre statements continue. Now, first of all, let's update you on where we are after yesterday. Yesterday, we all were like, there's a leak at the Supreme Court. We think, is this really a document? Is all this true? Yesterday, everybody who has the authority to do so confirmed that what was leaked, and it was all real.
So now, again, this is just showing what the Supreme Court is discussing. It is not a final decision, but obviously somebody is so terrified that Roe v. Wade might be deemed unconstitutional that they wanted the world to know that the direction the Supreme Court was heading, so there could be all that we have now. Now, this person, once they're caught, everybody says they will be held accountable and they will pay a price for this. But as we've already said yesterday, they will be deemed a hero to those that believe that Roe v. Wade is settled law and should not be tampered with, and that the Constitution does offer women a right to abortion on demand. And they're not really saying that they can constitutionally prove that. They're just saying it's been tested before and it keeps staying, so we need to leave it alone. That's kind of their...
You know what's so weird about this, though, Rick? I wonder how long the left knew about this, because within a few hours they already had fundraising emails sent out. So is this something they knew beforehand that and got prepared for?
Oh, I
it
think
seems that way.
I think they can just turn that on a moment's notice.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we get, and I want to thank the people who listen to the show for always subscribing us to the far left's websites and their emails. They're trying to fundraise with it, obviously.
Oh yeah,
and I appreciate Elizabeth Warren sending me an email asking for money, and hey, good luck with that one, Pocahontas.
You're right.
And I think it's just that standard thing. Anytime any news breaks, they have a PR team. I mean, they don't even know what's going on. They shoot it out. Hey, we got to raise money. Got to raise money. Got to raise money. It's just constant. So, anything in the news, they try to take advantage.
Yeah,
of.
and the reaction yesterday of some of the women was, again, have we just lost sight of what we're talking about here? As we tried to say on yesterday's program, it's a pretty serious thing we need to all be talking about and considering as human beings. It's really a moral issue. It's not a political issue, but it's become a political issue. And like you all said correctly, once they can use this to start trying to warn you of all kinds of things that are going to happen if you don't stop the evil right. But here's Biden. This is where it gets odd. Yesterday I heard this twice. Now remember, let's just kind of update on where we are on the ongoing discussion about abortion on demand. Okay, we started out and we said first trimester. And the term that was used is this is terminating a pregnancy, and you would always refer to whatever you would say fetus. You weren't allowed to say baby or child. Okay.
Yeah.
And that they kind of hung on to that for a while. Then people would debate on where they think life begins through science or your religious convictions. And that latter one's about to get real interesting with Biden, whose religious convictions on this have been all over the road.
Yeah.
But anyway, but now when people get angry, they start saying what they really deep down know, because they want to get more and more defined about it. And yesterday there was a lot of anger and emotion after this leak, which is what the leaker wanted, right?
Yeah, you would think.
But I heard yesterday women just now openly saying, I tell you what it is, Republicans want to force us to have babies we don't want to have. Oh, wow, so it's a baby. And I really wanted wanted the interviewer to say, well, let me stop you. Did you say the Republicans are forcing you to have babies? I notice you're saying a baby. Well, you're going to hear the president right now, because the reason why they need to go ahead and say that is we now have left the first trimester. We've gone to the second trimester. We've gone to the third trimester. We've gone to partial birth. Now we've gone to fully birthed.
Yep.
By the way, in California, they're discussing a fully birthed child that the mother wanted aborted, which if it can be fully birthed, that means it's all the way to completion, okay?
Right.
And I thought we all agreed that was a baby.
Sustainable on its own.
Yeah. And now they're having a discussion on how long you let it lay there, and give her time to make the decision.
Good. No.
So you see, we never know where to stop. Okay. At one time, our discussion here was, where does life begin, and let's debate on whether we believe it begins at conception and in this very early stages of pregnancy. Now we've left that. I mean, that's over. I mean, we're so far gone now.
Anything goes.
So now you're going to hear the president, and he's going to make the most bizarre statement about major religions when it comes to aborting, and he is going to say a child.
Yeah.
So, which is the truth, but he's not supposed to say that, I don't think, or maybe they just don't care anymore. But here he is rambling around about how, now keep in mind, he claims to be Catholic. Please don't miss that. And I think the Catholic Church is pretty clear on where they say life begins.
Yeah.
Now he's going to pretend they haven't been clear on it for some reason, but here he goes, rambling around, and it is bizarro. So here's the president.
Look, think what Roe says. Roe says what all basic mainstream religions have historically concluded, that the existence of a human life and being is a question. Is it at the moment of conception? Is it 6 months? Is it 6 weeks? Is it quickening, like Aquinas argued? I mean, so the idea that we're going to make a judgment that is going to say that no one can make the judgment to choose to abort a child based on a decision by the Supreme Court, I think goes way overboard.
I don't even know what to say to that. One, again, this decision really only decides where the issue is going to be decided.
That's correct.
Will it be at the federal level or the state level?
Right.
That's all that really says. You can still debate it. You can have abortions legal or illegal, but at the state level or at the national level.
Right.
And it's, all the rhetoric yesterday was just so ridiculous.
I want to just be sure everybody understands this. Here's Joe Biden, who in the past, if you heard his clips, would cling to his...
Do we have that one, by the way?
He would cling
from
to
82?
He would cling to his Catholicism and talk about how where life begins. I look in Scripture. I mean, there's more than one place, but Psalms 139, 13 through 16, which was what God used to clarify to me on my wrong view of this in the early. I used to be a pro-choice person in the first trimester, and I thought that was terminating a pregnancy. I've never believed in the second and the third and the partial and all that, but I was corrected by that because of faith and Scripture. Now, also science now is agreeing with Scripture, but in the beginning for me, it was just, well, Scripture clearly tells me where life begins in the eyes of God, end of subject. And here's the president who's walking around claiming to be a Christian and Catholic, and he's trying to tell us that all the mainstream religions, they've never really had a problem with the aborting of a child because they don't really know where life begins either. That's not true. What is he talking? I mean, now if he wants to go back to pagan religions where you would throw your babies on a fire before the pagan gods, maybe. But I mean, we're not talking about Christianity. I mean, he's what? And I don't know where Islam sees this and Hindus and Buddhists, but I'm real familiar with where the Christian faith sees it. Now you may say I've come up with my own version of Christianity, and we certainly have all done that. But on this issue, where's this gray area what is he even talking about? And he does call it a child.
He does.
Just as clear as you possibly could.
Come quickly, Lord. Just come quickly.
Well, these are the kind of things that, like I say, what we've done here is it's something that should be discussed solemnly, reverently, and we're talking about it as if we're disagreeing on taxation. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Just watch these two. That's all I'm gonna say.
Well, the episode has been leaked, and I have it.
Okay.
All right. And this is courtesy of Ellen Tube here. Okay. And this is they've had the introductions, and they've talked to Steven, the guy that Bubba said looks like Tim Tebow haircut, and now they've gone to Jesus about what happened.
So, Jesus, you're the security officer, and you were called to check on a door that was. I guess when a door is left open for a certain amount of time, you're supposed to go check on it, right?
Yes, we get notifications, making sure that to secure them, or if they were already been secured, just making that that check on the doors.
Okay, so you were going up the fire escape to get there?
Via the stairwell. I was coming from the 31st up to the 32nd.
Right.
When I approached the door, it didn't open, and it was blocked off, so I had to reroute.
Is that a normal thing, that the door at the fire escape, the stairwell would be blocked off?
No, they're always supposed to remain open.
Right.
And so after I would drop down and then came back through the hallway, and then I approached the room, got into the door. There was a metal bracket holding the door in place.
Right. So what we're talking about here, just so everybody is clear, okay, so this is where the hotel room where the shooter was. This is the stairway, and this door here was blocked, and you didn't know that till you came up through the elevator and went through this door and saw that there was something blocking that door. And when you saw that, did you think, that's weird, why would somebody put brackets on a door?
Yeah, that's just out of the ordinary.
That was the beginning?
Yeah.
Okay, and then you walk out of this, and this just slammed?
Well, when I was in between that area, I was calling security dispatch to get transferred to engineering. They didn't know anything about it, so they dispatched an engineer to go verify what that was.
That's haircut.
That's when you got called?
Yes.
Okay.
And at that time, I heard what I assumed it was drilling sounds, and I believed that they were in the area working somehow.
So you thought the drilling, they were gunshots, but you thought it was just drilling sounds?
At first, I think it was just drilling sounds.
Right. So then at what point did you get shot? What happens here?
As that door's closing and it's so heavy, it'll slam. I'm walking down this way, and I believe that's what caught the shooter's attention. As I was walking down, I heard rapid fire, and at first I took cover. I felt a burning sensation. I went to go lift my pant leg up, and I saw the blood. That's when I called it in on my radio that shots have been fired. And I was gonna say that I was hit, but I got all over my cell phone just to clear that radio traffic for they can coordinate the rest of the call.
So he shot, you didn't even know, he shot through this door, right?
Yeah, from behind the door. I didn't know how he was shooting, but he shot out.
Right, so you didn't even know it was coming from here. So it's Stephen, at this point, so you're called up, you just think that you're coming to look at a door that's been blocked in the firewall, right?
Yeah, I didn't think anything out of the ordinary at the time. I came from a higher floor and came down a different hallway, service elevator, and I walked out and I rounded the corner for the 100 hallway, and that's when it was quiet at this time, and the doors are set back, as you can see in that, about a foot. And Jesus was towards the end of the hallway, but I didn't know at that time. I thought I saw someone like pop out of the cubby, and I kept walking. And once I got more than halfway, is when I saw Jesus, and I started to hear shooting. And I thought at the time I didn't know it was shooting. I thought it was a jackhammer. And as an engineer, I'm like, we're not working up here this late at night. We wouldn't be doing that. Right. And it was, I believe, outside. It wasn't in the hallway yet. And that's when Jesus, he leaned out and he said, take cover, and yelled at me. And within milliseconds, if he didn't say that, I would have got hit.
All right, so
courtesy of Ellen Tube, Ellen DeGeneres Show.
Yeah, so it's airing today, so they may have it out on her Ellen Tube channel already. So if you can get to that, it's there.
To the freedom of the individual for choice with regard to abortion, there's one individual who's not being considered at all. That's the one who's being aborted. And I've noticed that everybody that is for abortion has already been born.
Ronald Reagan weighing in on the topic. 866 We Be Big is the number. So there's kind of the update on where we are, and just kind of sit back, pay attention, and watch the reactions out there, and it tells you all you need to know. And we covered it yesterday, but today the update is it was an official leak, and what they leaked was real. So we'll see where that goes, and again, lost in all this is the real discussion. And there's two that are important. As human beings, we need to really realize this is a very, very important and serious thing, and it's treated very, very haphazardly when people get angry and start clinging to their political views and trying to win an argument versus let's ponder if we're doing the right thing as humanity. A fear of God would be great and all this somewhere, but the discussion from a political standpoint really isn't how you see it. It's whether the federal government offers it through the Constitution as a right that nobody can take from someone, or is it an issue that the states decide for themselves? And then if you don't like, your state's stance on it, you still have the right to go somewhere else to either live or to have this done if that's what you think is the right thing for you, or you don't have a moral opposition to it.
Yeah, I mean, if you really want to just boil it down, Rick, to a freedom issue, those of us that think that it shouldn't be happening are forced to live in a country where it's allowed.
Right.
So if you carry it back to the states, like you said, which is where it should have been all along, then you get each state can debate that, have it out. You're going to have some states that allow it, some that don't. And then you, as a person, gets to choose where you want to live, what you want to live under, just like we do now based on any other political issues, taxes or anything else. I did think one of the things was interesting, and we won't go into it because it's long and drawn out, but the document that was leaked, I did hear one commentator yesterday actually read it, not just the opening line that you heard in all the quotes yesterday, but the reasoning behind it, why it was wrong to begin with. And the reason that it even played out that once this goes to the states, that women are politically active, they have the ability to change this at their state level if they want to, and it should be hashed out there. And the whole argument from the document that was leaked from Justice Alito was that this was just not done the right way.
Right, correct.
And that this should be decided at the state level. This is not a power that was given to the federal government. I mean, that's the bottom line. And if you watched yesterday in the news clips, you think, well, we're about to start chaining people up. That was not the case. Now, the states then have the right to decide how they want to handle this, which again is kind of how the Constitution was set up. So. And I love the fact, too, when you hear about, well, this was settled law for 50 years. Hey, it was settled law 200 years before that you couldn't do this. So some of the arguments are just so ridiculous, they make my head hurt.
I saw something yesterday that before
you got to be smarter than that.
Before 1970, and I want to be sure because this might have been a step out, that we didn't have a state that had abortion on demand. It was not legal anywhere. So to say things like you said about being settled, and also go back to what the state of Alabama took on with Dred Scott. Well, it was once settled law too that minorities were lesser human than white people, and it was settled law, and so.
But some people came along and said that's not right, and they fixed it.
It said it's immoral,
right,
and it needs to be changed. And it is interesting because as the Alabama, the people who put this together and put it through said, and it's also very similar because just like the child that is in the womb, there was a time when black people, it was settled law in certain parts of this country that they were not human, that they were less human. And, what would you have done if somebody said, now, look, this is settled law.
Yeah,
they're just going to have to live that. I'm sorry that you're a person of color. You're just going to have to live as a less human the rest of your life because it's settled. No, we came in and said, no, this is immoral, and this is not what Scripture would say, and it's not what God would say, and it's not what human beings who are humane would say. This is inhumane to say that about another human being. But then we get to this topic and we act like, well, we've been through this before, so that's, to your point, it's not a good argument because we have changed things that needed to be changed that were settled in the past.
That's a goofy argument.
If what was settled was wrong.
Right.
Yeah, and so there's that. And then, I do have some questions, because I disagree with this, because I think that rightfully so that we should hold men accountable for being part of this. But what we do is we say a man needs to take responsibility for his part of this, which I agree, except if the child's going to be aborted, then he has no say. And I think that's wrong because we got to decide if he should take responsibility and have a say in this or not all the way through, which I say yes. But here's the other question. If I am a biological male, but now I live as a woman, do I have a say? Because I still don't have a womb, right. but I'm saying I'm a woman. Do I get a say then?
I don't know. Who knows?
Surely
there's bigger issues.
What if I'm a biological female, but I live as a man, but I kept all my equipment, so I actually have a child in my womb, but I say I'm a man. Am I now with a man with a say?
These are good questions.
I mean, if we're going to live in this world of chaos and confusion, we got to figure this all out. When do I have a say? Because I claim I'm a man, or do I have to really be a biological man? Then you have to almost say there are two genders. Now we get into that. Because now we got to decide whether to give you a say or not. What gender are you? I thought there were no genders.
Yeah. What does science say about that?
So we'll follow the science. Trying.
I tell you what the science says. XXXY. There's two.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
You got a test for that, Bubba.
Top of the hour.
Yep.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There it is, Cage the Elephant. A lot to do going forward. We will unpack, looking at some of the stories today. The Vegas security guard appears on Ellen after fleeing when he was scheduled to talk to some of the hard-hitting news organizations. Hey, I'm out, I've disappeared, and I've appeared on Ellen. The question today, as people worried and maybe All right, I want to talk to you a little bit about something involving your home title, and I'm going to tell you, you got to be real careful with this. If you're, you need to know that if you are covered right now under home title lock every day, you're out there. Here's what you would know. If you don't have this coverage, and you may be hearing about it for the first time, say, Rick, I don't even know what home title lock is about. Now, that concerns me because, Bubba, you know what that means? Hey, you're rolling the dice. You're rolling. You're not protected. Now, I know this sounds crazy, and, Bubba, I think you may be the first person that told me about this. I didn't know this could happen. Real estate crimes and losses, you may think they're rare. I thought, well, that doesn't happen much. Well, how about this? I was wrong. According to the FBI, this crime is growing even faster, you ready for this, than credit card fraud. This is bad. So if you're not covered by homeowners insurance or common ID theft services for something like this, here's the problem. Titles to our homes, guess where they're kept? Online. An identity thief knows his payday is easy. All he's got to do is just forge our signature stating that we sold our home, to them. Now he can take out loan after loan against the home, and how about this? We won't even know it's happening till when? A collection agency calls. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Or worse, how about this? You get evicted. So
hit the road, pal.
Home title lock is crucial, and they've earned our trust because they're going to put a barrier around your home's title, and the instant they detect someone tampering with it, they mobilize to help shut it down. Now now you got peace of mind. Whew, I know this is going on, but I'm protected. So here's what I want you to do. Number one, are you ready? Number one, Go to HomeTitleLock.com and read the testimonials from FBI agents and government officials. So do that first. Number 2, register your home address to see if you're already a victim and you don't even know it. Find out. I hope you're not. And when you register to protect your home, there'll be a little space for you to tell them that Rick and Bubba told you to do it, and we sure would appreciate you putting our name there so they know you heard about it here. So do it right now. Go to HomeTitleLock.com. That's HomeTitleLock.com. He chose that. He got a check. They got football tickets to their 2 favorite teams. Ellen never clarified the timeline. So
we left a little be desired.
Yeah. Everybody was kind of like, hey, this is the guy we need to talk to about the timeline. And Ellen never really asked about the timeline. So
that may be why Hannity would be a better interview to get the facts. Ellen would be a better show to go on and dance. Maybe.
Right. He and the other guy.
But I understand. You get what you can get. But she could have really helped out by, kind of nailing that down for us. That was the big question.
Listen, you will you will not find a bigger bunch of goodness than have been doing this show for 23 years. Okay, acknowledged.
Check.
But even we would have said, hey, what we got to get to in the 8 minutes we have.
Yeah.
We've got to get to the timeline.
Right.
Because that's what everybody is talking about and what everybody would like clarified. Hey, Jesus, so you're shot. Did you contact everybody right then, or did it take a while? Because we've had 3 different timelines. There's now 3.
But what he did say,
right?
Because I watched it again when I got home. He did say that when he walked up, he heard what he thought was drilling.
Right. Yeah,
Does he mean that was gunfire?
Right.
That he thought was drilling?
That's how I took it.
So according to that, he was saying the guy was already shooting before he shot him.
Correct.
But nobody pressed him on it. You're
right.
Exactly.
Now,
right.
Did he say that or the maintenance guy?
Both did.
Yeah, both said when they could hear.
Because the maintenance guy said the same
thing. Thought it was a jackhammer.
Yeah, he goes, I thought it was some sort of jackhammer. Like, we wouldn't be working on this floor. But Jesus had already said before that, I heard what I thought was drilling.
Rick.
And then, well, is that not the way? I mean, we all have accents. And so they both said that, which, Greg, to your point, would mean shooting had already begun.
Yeah.
But right then, I think it would have been great to say, okay.
That would have been.
Okay, so based on that, you're talking about he was shooting. Now you realize he was shooting when you got there.
Yes. Yeah, because the timeline has changed 3 times since the massacre.
Yeah, that's 3. That's a lot. That's a lot of timelines.
Yeah. Finally, being able to talk to him and the public be able to hear him probably would have been a good time to
You're
ask.
talking about the only interview you said he's going to do?
Yeah.
You got to get it all.
You do.
How about this? Why would that be the only interview you do?
It's all weird. The whole thing.
It was very scripted.
And you know what? We may be going through all this stuff, and it's kind of like what Bubba and I have said for years about Lee Harvey Oswald. It really may get down, and I know theories are interesting and they're always intriguing. It really may just get down that we had some nut job that was just consumed with evil that just decided he was going to knock out windows and shoot a bunch of people.
Oh, yeah.
It could be
absolutely
that evil and that simple.
He's not tied to anything. There's no conspiracy.
There was nobody there in the crowd he was trying to assassinate, and this was just a cover for it.
He was just an evil person that had always been kind of off, kind of lived a weird life, and in that life, it was a little more to him than I just like to be a big-time gambler.
Yeah.
He also had no compass of good and evil. He was consumed by evil. 7 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba from the No Name Studio. Thank you for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang all here for another hour. Wheel of Meat is still in play. Hadn't happened this week. Could happen any day. Be paying attention for the wonderful Wheel of Meat. Deadline on Fix Mama's Mouths coming up Friday. Need to vote for which mama you think before Mother's Day. should get the dental makeover from Dr. Dudney. And go get the vote. The 3 finalists are there in the contest button. If you have a team that would like to be Team of the Week for this weekend's USFL action in Sweet Home, Alabama, you can go register your team. You may get to do that, and they provide a great day for your team. Welcome back. There's Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. All we ask for is 5 hours each and every day.
That's all we need
That's
from
it.
you. You got it to spare. Elon Musk update.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Yeah.
Comes the money. Money, money, money.
Elon Musk.
Dollar.
Say.
Yeah.
All right, so Elon Musk, Bubba, as predicted, says he plans to take Twitter public in a few years after the buyout.
Don't I get a profit star on that
Yeah,
one?
there's another profit star right there. That's it.
And the beauty of this, he will make billions by doing it.
Here comes the money.
Good stuff. I can't get enough of that.
Just playing around here trying new things. Oh, it's going to be. Did you say billions?
Billions he will make in this.
Here comes the money.
Here we go.
How far you go?
Well, let me ask you this: if you're an investor and you look at the way that Tesla stock has gone up, you look at the way that SpaceX has appreciated in value. When you look at everything he's touched, how it goes up, would you buy in? Would you buy shares of it?
How much my answer to that is right here. I mean,
Here comes the money.
I really like what you're doing over there.
He's golden boy right now.
Oh yeah. So I just love watching.
Rick, I have to tell you this too. There's a gentleman who I have utmost respect for, who is a professional in the investing world. And about 3 years ago, we were having a discussion about Tesla. And I had just drove a Tesla. And I told him, I said, I don't know what your numbers look like on it, but I said, it's a different driving experience. And people are going to want this. And he said, well, the debt and the this and the service and the profit and blah, blah, and he was wrong. He said, there's no way it ever makes it. He said, the only way Tesla ever makes it is for one of these big car companies to buy it and then make that technology available on a bigger scale. So he wasn't really big on buying it. And so, of course, I've had to playfully remind him of that several times lately, because if you look at the numbers, he probably could have almost doubled his money that he'd put into it by now.
Well, here's what you're looking for on this technology. Now, again, I'm removing we're doing this to save the world, because I think that's the biggest bunch of hogwash.
Yeah, well, you can just forget that.
Yeah, because there's going to be problems with this, that if you believe the world's as fragile as the left does, our little world's going to not like what we're going to have to do with some of these batteries and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, and let's look at this. The people who are out promoting that idea are usually flying on private jets.
Of course.
And they don't drive Teslas themselves.
No, and that hurts.
The only one who really...
That's called integrity.
The only one who I think is really all in on this is Ed Begley Jr.
Yeah, Ed Begley Jr., he believes
He
it.
is living what he says he believes.
He's the George Whitfield of Save the Earth.
Yeah,
okay.
I give him that.
All
I
right.
give him that.
So let me go back to this. This is what you're looking for, though. And I told you this, but you've brought it up again, so I think it fits here perfectly. And his view of this is not about saving the world. It's about being a young man. You remember when we were growing up and somebody, Greg, here you go, perfect example, Smokey the Bandit.
Yeah.
Man, if I could just have one of them Trans Am.
Yes.
If I could have one of them black and gold Trans Am, my goodness. With
a T-top.
With a T-top. So you remember this? Man, so tell me about it. Man, one day I hope I can have a Camaro. People talk about this, or I hope I can have a Cadillac, or you remember all
Dodge
this.
Charger.
You remember all that.
Oh, yeah.
He'll be 21 on May 23rd. Guess what young Broderick says?
His dream.
Man, I am working to hope I can have a Tesla.
Oh, okay. That's the goal.
Yeah. Now he's not doing that to save the world. He doesn't. He's because he's not.
He's not
because it's fun to drive.
Yeah, he's not a tree hugger and he's not an earth worshiper, but he thinks that is technology and an automobile that he would like to have one day.
And see the little extra to that, and I think where the cool factor comes in with Elon a little bit is he doesn't take himself and his products too serious in that he has a little fun with it.
He's also realistic about where they are in the world.
Yeah, and I like his design ideas on designing products. But when I saw an X car in a garage, Rick, back in December, flapping its doors while playing Christmas music, I mean, you have to go, well, hey, how about that?
Yeah.
Have you seen them do that? Well, they'll play it and then the lights are flashing
I saw
and the
one,
doors are going.
I saw
up
it
and down.
live. I saw it live. I saw it in somebody's driveway over the Christmas break.
See, that's good stuff right there.
Adam-
Who else would shoot a car to circle Mars while they're testing a rocket?
Yeah.
You know, it's just those little things that they were going to have to put dead weight on there and do it anyway. Why not put a car on it, get some cool pictures, and make it a PR event?
Now he can't stay married, and he calls his kids symbols. But
Sure.
I mean, you're going to have that with the creative types.
Rick, nobody's 100%. Okay.
What's so odd is that Elon should be the poster boy for the Biden administration, their whole green effort. They're wanting to go with electric vehicles. But because he's not a union guy, they won't get behind him. Biden has been to the Ford plant to show off their electric vehicles. He won't even say the word Tesla. So it just shows it's really not about the green environment. It's who's in their pocket and who the voting blocks they can get.
Home team.
Well,
home team. They're playing home team.
Well, they had the big battery car summit at the White House. Tesla was not invited. And they're 60% of the worldwide market.
Tells you everything.
The biggest ones, they're the biggest players. Can we watch this drag strip race really quick?
Good. It leads into that perfect.
What are you talking about?
Cut six.
Yes.
Cut six.
So this is a Tesla Model S Plaid. That's the kind of the line, which is another, like you were talking about, Bubba. He doesn't take himself too seriously. Plaid is a reference to, I think, one of the Star Wars movies or something like that, in which we're going to level Plaid like that, which is kind of funny. But we're going to hear a Tesla versus a McLaren 720S. And the McLaren costs twice as much, and you can see it is struggling to keep up with this Tesla here. So there's your McLaren, there's your Tesla. They're about to drag race. Listen how easy it is for the Tesla first. And here you're on board with the Tesla here. And it just seems like it's not even trying.
It didn't even get off to a good start. And it's still...
And it's just wind, that's all you hear. And it is destroying the McLaren.
Wow.
Just easily destroying the McLaren. Now we're going to jump on board the McLaren, and you can see how hard it has to try. And it still gets swamped by that go-kart, or by the golf cart that just passed it.
That's amazing. That really is.
So there you go.
Wow. So again, it goes back to what we said. If this stuff becomes better technology,
and it's to your point, Rick, it's becoming a status symbol.
Yeah.
If you don't believe me, look around in carpool this afternoon.
Oh yeah.
You're starting to see more and more of them.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's not because they're wanting to save the planet.
yeah,
No, you're all over that.
Yeah.
yeah. But maybe it's just it becomes the new product.
Yeah.
If it works better and all that. But you're right. That's how these things work.
Yeah.
To be forced by the government to save the world doesn't work.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Have a bunch of weapons and methodically planned to find the right place where he could shoot into a big crowd of people. It could just be that. Now, because I got to get a motive beyond that. What's a motive beyond that?
Yeah.
All right, you killed a bunch of Jason Aldean fans. Okay, so what message is that?
Right.
What was so? He may be just a wicked, evil dude.
Yeah, I mean, and I hate to keep doing this, but if you compare it back, say, to one of the best-known assassinations, President Kennedy, you see pieces of why people wanted to do this. There's motive by several groups.
Right.
But this one, we don't have that. So what do?
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We were talking about this Niagara Falls thing yesterday, Bubba, and sadly, this boy is 10. The good news is he's alive. Left seriously injured
fell 100 feet into Niagara Falls. Back to this again, we always want to document where we go. He lost his balance and was just posing for a photo. He was sitting on the railing at Niagara Falls. His mom was taking pictures this past Sunday. Police said he tried to adjust himself to get a better picture, but we've heard that, haven't we? Lost his balance, and said that the boy was visiting the United States. It says from overseas. Was it Canadian? I don't know where it is. It doesn't say where he's from. But he said that at first they thought the injuries were life-threatening. You would think so. I mean, he hit his head when he fell. But they say now they think he's stable and will recover. Thank the Lord for that. He was sitting on the railing on the Canadian side of the falls, which everybody says that's the best view. And they said he fell into the falls.
Now I'm confused, Rick, and pardon me here for not fully grasping this. So he fell into like the bottom of the falls, or he fell at the top of the falls?
Well, if I don't know, because I was supposed to go back in May, and then one of our kids ended up going into a state championship game the very weekend we were supposed to go, so we had to cancel it. I could really give you some really good information right now if I would have made that trip, but we didn't make it.
See, I've never been there. I've just seen it on TV and pictures, which I'd love to see it. But if he fell 100 feet, he's got to be up high somewhere. But it doesn't say he went over the falls. Right?
No, here's what I'm picking. Now, look, this is totally a step out on my part, and those of you that have been there can now call and correct us. But here's what I'm picturing. You're at the railing, and you can see the falls off in the distance behind you.
Right. And he fell off that.
But, there, there's the fall all the way to the bottom. Then there's the fall down to the next place that might catch you.
Mm-hmm.
And it sounds like this was the latter. Like I fell over the rails. I see the falls. I'm not like up at the top of the falls, and when I fall in, I go over the falls.
Right.
He fell down into the huge chasm that the falls go down in. He dropped down 100 feet down in that gorge and hit on some rocks down there is what I'm thinking. Right?
Well, he's lucky to be alive either way.
Oh, no question.
I was just looking here at the most recent events there. We all remember Daredevil Kirk Jones, who was 53, tried to go over the falls in a 10-foot inflatable ball.
Yeah.
Didn't make it.
Inflatable ball. I mean,
and a Japanese exchange student died when he slipped and fell back in 2011.
Yeah, so
Daredevil Kirk Jones.
Yeah, that plastic ball.
Well, people used to go over it in a barrel.
Yeah,
Rick.
but Bubba, I mean,
you really just roll the dice where you're going to hit.
But we got people walk around with cobras in a little basket and tap on the top of it and let their heads come out too. But I ain't doing that. Are you?
No, me neither.
But Larry Taunton, even when he was around the world in 80 days, he was talking about how people that take pictures and selfies, they just got to keep getting closer, closer. And I don't. Hey, we're not close enough. Let's get more on the railing. Let's get even closer. It's closer. Oh, I mean, we do stories. How many stories? Unfortunately, this is sad. This 10-year-old, but adults. I mean, in California, remember the one that fell down the cliff because we got to get closer to the edge.
Yeah, you need to get a better shot.
We do these stories at least once a quarter of somebody falling because they got to get closer.
Well, and then the animal stuff. Hey, we're close enough to buffaloes. That's fine. We don't have to walk over a bite.
No.
All right, let's go to Gadsden. Here's somebody that's actually been. Brandon, do we have it pretty accurate on what this setup would look like?
Well, the Canadian side is where everybody kind of looks over toward the American side to see the water.
Yeah.
So there's a little bit of water on the Canadian side, but most of it's on the American border, and the Canadian side is just for viewing.
So the Canadian side has a better view of the American side where all the water's going over.
Yeah, that's right.
So he was on the Canadian side. So we're right. He just fell down into the chasm as he's looking at the falls, which would be back toward America, right? They love Nick Saban. 22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show.
All right, so Dave Chappelle, and I heard the kickoff hour talking about this. I mean, we're getting to the point now. There was a time when you remember how you say to people, "Hey man, what's wrong? You can't take a joke?"
Right.
Or the world famous, "I can take it, but I mean,
Can't dish it out."
I can dish it out, but I can't take it.
Right.
And it's beginning now because we just want so much, I guess, to take away people's freedom to express themselves. And that now we think it's okay if somebody's doing something you don't like just to attack them. Now, it's interesting that the people who have caused this environment are the ones that tell us they're the all-loving, let everybody be whoever they want to be. They wore the bumper sticker, that mean people. Remember that one?
Mean people suck.
Mean people suck.
Remember that?
That kind of stuff. But yet they can be some of the meanest people. And so Dave Chappelle, and I heard the guys talking about it. I haven't seen it. I know, Adler, you've had time to get some of it now. If this guy meant to do the kind of harm like knife Dave Chappelle or something like that, unfortunately, he gets him. And there's a lot of security here, but yet he still gets on the stage in the Hollywood Bowl, and I haven't seen it yet. Does he get Chappelle on the ground?
Oh, yeah.
I heard the mic hit the ground.
Well,
can I pot this up? Okay, all right. So
he puts his shoulder right in his midsection.
Oh, it's Terry Tate.
Well, now they're chasing him.
Yeah, and boy, they get him. Let me tell you.
Yeah, he pays for him.
Hey, by the way, when you see that footage, Jamie Foxx is chasing the guy.
Did you hear? Yeah, he said he thought it was Will Smith. That was a good one. Chris Rock comes out and said, "I thought that was Will Smith," which is a great one. All right, go back again. I missed it again, Adler. I'm sorry. So,
somebody wasn't paying attention.
Because now, if I'm not mistaken, you were told you couldn't have your phone out.
Right.
But somebody got it out in time to catch that. That almost looks like it's off to. No, it's way up in the top. Okay. He actually showed us a screen, didn't he? Big screen back there. Okay. But Bubba, how about this? When Dave Chappelle security does catch you, they had to call the ambulance to carry him off.
Yeah, they made him pay for it.
They beat him up.
Look,
we can't live in this world.
No, look, America. We have our feelings. We get to say what's on our mind most of the time. Sometimes.
Yeah.
We've got to cut this charging stage out. This has got to go. We can't have people on stage, no matter what they're there for or what they're saying, worried about somebody charging the stage. This is ridiculous. This looks like we're in some banana republic somewhere.
It really does. So it was.
No offense to banana republics.
Yeah, you don't want to offend them.
He was at the Netflix is a joke festival at the Hollywood Bowl in Los Angeles, as we said. All right. So this is in this story. I didn't hear you guys say this today, and I may have gotten to the office and just didn't hear you. You know that Chappelle has, and back, Greg, you said this exactly right. If you're a trans person, if you would just listen to what Dave Chappelle said, take time, like you said, Bubba, about this leak that happened from the Supreme Court. If all of us would take the time to read it and actually listen to what we're supposed to be mad about, we may find ourselves going, wait a minute, this is a little deeper than I thought. I didn't really pay attention to what was being said or what was being written by the Supreme Court that I need to consider. It says the attacker was a trans man.
Well, I think he was joking because that community is after him, and he said, "Was that he was a trans man?" Or I think he was joking.
Yeah, because they're all after him. Yeah, right. Because I will say this: if it's a trans man. That was a pretty good tackle.
He also had a quote that we can't quote.
After picking up the mic.
That he said he was going to do.
I see that. Yeah. Dave Chappelle, the only person that can get away with saying what he said in the microphone.
Yeah. Again, I got to go back to the fact that Jamie Foxx is to the left or right of the stage. I don't know which one. Wearing a sheriff's hat. And was in the pursuit of the attacker.
Yeah, he was in the pig pile when they got him on the ground.
Yeah. So right now they don't know what happened. What the motivation was, I guess we'll get that. That was the joke about being a trans man. Then, of course, Chris Rock was that Will Smith. They were having a blast with it. Of course, Dave Chappelle did tell the person what he was going to do to him, but I can't share that with you because it involves a word we're not supposed to say.
And it is kind of funny the way it all, but like we said earlier, if this person would have had a weapon, he had him.
Yeah.
I mean, he got him. He got to him.
And in the story, you know how bad reporting is.
That's
Conflicting
scary.
reports indicate the suspect may have been armed with a gun or knife, but that has not been confirmed.
Well, let me tell you, if he wanted to do harm and would have got his act together,
he would have done it. Some of the I love the shout out to Jamie Foxx. He said, "Whenever you're in trouble, Jamie Foxx will show up in a sheriff's hat." Jamie Foxx says, "I thought it was part of the show. Then finally, I'm like, wait a minute, this is real."
Yeah.
He said it a different way. And then I love Chappelle saying, "I grabbed the back of this person's head, and his hair was spongy and very absorbent."
So all this, he had just prior to this tackle talked about how much security he had at the show. Following the Will Smith deal and all this, and then this
they
guy
react
gets up.
good. They don't protect very good, but they do react good.
There's another straight-on view of the guy trying to get away, and it's like the person that charges the football field and security's trying to chase him,
right.
and he gets away to the back. Of course, they find him and get him.
But guys, we can't. To Bubba's point, we can't live in a world in a constitutional republic with the First Amendment that a person can't get up on the stage or up on a soapbox somewhere and say what they want to say, especially in comedy, without the risk of somebody storming out of the audience and attacking them because they can't take it.
Yeah, we're not talking about people booing.
Yeah.
We're not talking about people leaving.
How about not going?
We're not talking about people not going to begin with.
Yeah.
But, he's up there, and you're defenseless on stage.
Oh, yeah.
You got bright lights
on you.
in your face.
Right.
You can't see. I don't know if people have ever been on stage have noticed you can't see the audience because of the bright lights.
It's very difficult, yeah.
And you're concentrating on what you're doing. You're not in a defensive posture. I mean, it would be, you're sitting duck, really.
Yeah. And again, it looked like there was a lot of security there, but guys, I really would rather not be tackled in the first place.
Yeah. I mean, you shouldn't be able to jump on the stage.
No.
So Jamie Foxx is on the side of the stage and Chris Rock.
They
were part of
Dave Chappelle and Friends.
Okay, so they actually did a set.
Yeah, later Chris Rock did one and claimed it was Will Smith.
You knew that was going to happen.
Do you think what happened, because I know us, if you're in one of these ensembles like that, do you think everybody got over telling jokes and got the cutting up?
Sure.
And got security over with them and everybody's
paying attention?
These people love Dave.
Whoever was working the front did for sure.
All right, phone calls next. All 10 lines are available. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Whatever you want to talk about, we'll talk to you next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, it's like a man-made brick wall on the Canadian side, like where a power plant used to be or something. And there's some zip lines and tourist stuff on that side, but all the water's on the American side.
Okay, so he didn't fall down the fall. He was looking at the falls. He wasn't even on the falls side.
Yeah, it says he fell into the gorge.
The gorge. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thanks, man.
Not the gorge.
Bubba.
As God is my witness, I thought turkeys could fly.
Have any of y'all been to Yellville, Arkansas?
Well, I'm telling you, I did you know
Anybody?
about this? Did you know about
No,
this?
I had no idea. That's why when I read this, I thought, you got to be kidding
It's
me.
funny how long they've been doing it. We don't even know about it.
Yeah.
I never heard it. Look, buddy, do you see that picture?
The turkey trot in Yellville, Arkansas. Do we have any of our Arkansas friends
like a
that
party.
familiar with that?
Yeah.
The annual turkey drop, in which a turkey is flung from a low-flying plane at an Arkansas festival, has prompted, Rick, a federal investigation.
So they take this little prop plane and they just throw a turkey out of it?
That's what it looks like.
Pretty much.
The FAA announced it's looking into whether the activity complied with regulations. The annual Yellville turkey trot has included the bird drop for about 50 years.
All right, I have to say, why are we upset now?
Yeah.
Because we just changed as a society so much now. Suddenly, after 50 years, we're concerned that they drop a turkey at a festival
you know what
in
it
Arkansas.
is. The political correctness is got going now. It says, in the past, the FAA said it had not intervened because the turkeys were not considered projectiles. Well, not unless it hit you.
Well, so this turkey's alive?
Yeah,
It looks like it
throw
is.
them out. Yeah.
And does it, because they can fly a little bit, but they can't pull this off, can they? Do they careen into the ground?
This is
probably.
Rose.
Don't you kind of want to see that?
Yeah, Rose
yeah.
Hilliard, who is a local animal rights
There
activist,
we go.
claims in a formal complaint with law enforcement that the birds were terrorized by the pilot and that the state animal cruelty laws had been violated.
I knew it. See, for 50 years, we couldn't care less because we didn't think the turkeys even knew what were going on.
Right.
Okay, because they're turkeys.
Right.
They're turkeys. They're birds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, they're dinner. to most
right.
people.
Well, again, really all they're doing is there's a head and some feet on top of dinner.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's kind of like a vegetable with feet.
Yeah,
It moves around. It's a mobile vegetable.
How about a very vegetable with a chance?
Yeah,
is what I'm saying. I'm
just a chance.
I'm so savvy. I can see really good. I'm kind of difficult. Now, once we having a prop plane, we're tossing you. Once again, we're showing that we're pretty much superior now.
Right.
Because we were able to first of all build a plane.
Right.
You couldn't.
Right.
I know you can fly a little bit.
We caught you.
You're right. We caught
Stuffed you in there.
Yeah, we got you in there, and then we decided when you're going out.
Right.
So we are winning the battle on where we are on the food chain, right?
Right.
I think so.
Yeah.
But now don't miss.
If you're an evolutionist, you shouldn't have any problem with it.
Don't miss that for 50 years, y'all. That's almost as long as I've been alive.
Yeah.
For 50 years, we've dropped a turkey on this turkey festival, and it either glides in, falls in, whatever it does. For 50 years, it did not bother anybody. No one was traumatized. Turkeys seem to be moving on with their existence. None of them have held any organized protest, anything like that. And then suddenly, because of where we are now as a country, now we're worried about it. Now we think we got to intervene.
I got to give it to the organizers, though. For years, they've just ignored the complaints from the animal activists.
They just keep chunking
They
them
just
turkeys.
keep going on doing what they do.
And I think they've ignored it again this time, but now the FAA is trying to get involved.
Oh, yeah, because now we're turning them over to them.
Trust me, the festival people are still ignoring it. It's the FAA that's now feels like they're getting pressured.
Yeah.
Rick, of course, the story brings up, and we've had turkey toss ourselves, although we're not throwing live birds. We throw frozen ones.
Yeah.
The WKRP episode where Les
As God
Nessman,
is my witness, I thought turkeys could fly.
he reports a breathless first-hand account of turkeys being thrown from a helicopter.
What a great episode of WKRP.
It may be my favorite.
Matter of fact, I think Mike Leach says it's his favorite episode of WKRP. So, I mean, you talk about good.
Please, somebody hire Leach closer.
All right, so Arkansas, have anybody ever been to this festival, the Turkey Trot? Yellville Turkey Trot.
What a great name, Yellville.
Yeah, I will say it is.
Don't you know they're loud for their sports team?
Oh, yeah, for 50 years, a great prop plane flying on blue sky, cobalt blue, drops a turkey, and everybody watches it come on into the festival. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Thanks for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler, they're all here. It is 35 minutes past the hour, and it's time to chat with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG for the first time today. So dial us up, and we'll chat with you. We do have lines available. I do want to point you to HelloFresh.com/Bubba because I think you're going to appreciate this. Oh, what a great organization. Hey, if you are like us and you're an eater who loves delicious food and you like to eat, this is for you. If you want to enjoy more time in the sunshine and less time in the checkout lines, you do need to go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba. They will deliver chef-crafted recipes featuring seasonal, farm-fresh produce right to your doorstep so you can skip that trip to the grocery store. Their chefs really know how to give you some diversity. Boy, the menu, seasonal recipes. Sweet heat shrimp tempura bowls. Have you ever had that?
Oh, Rick,
man.
I love those.
Who likes ricotta ravioli? You got some garden spinach there. One pan cheesy beef tortilla. Is this beef tortilla melts? Yes. Always something new to try. They've got some great recipes with fresh fruits, vegetables, also fiber-packed whole grains too. Whatever you're trying to do with your diet or with your menu, they got it. And they deliver it right to your door. So go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba. We're going to get you 16 meals for free, plus you can get 3 free gifts using the promo code Bubba. So find the link also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. I did say 16 meals for free and 3 free gifts. That ought to get you off to a good start. All right, to the phones we go. We got it's active over here. So let's go to Luke. Luke's out of Trussville, Alabama. Luke, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. What's on your mind, buddy?
I'm actually just 12 years old, and I don't know who Dave Chappelle is, but I wanted to say may the force be with you and happy Star Wars Day.
Oh, boy. Oh, Luke. Luke, you are my son. You know this to be true. Thanks for the call, Luke. Oh, is this the Star Wars?
Yeah, I
Day?
noticed it on your little
May 4th.
On your daily prep there. You missed. You kind of just went wrong by that.
I sure did.
Was that on design?
I sure did.
Okay.
Because I sat at the cool table. We continue. John in Birmingham listening on ZZK. John, go ahead.
Hey, that guy Reed Timmer that was did the storm chasing and got that tornado.
Yeah.
He started before this, but he has a armored car, or it's like a Tahoe or something that he put an air system on, and he wrapped it in like metal and bulletproof glass that he will actually take like an F2, F3 head on with. He was on the Discovery Channel. And he does a lot of research. He had cannons put on it so he could shoot, probes up in it to get some data from the inside of it and all. So he does a lot of research also.
He's kind of a mad scientist type.
I'll tell you what he's
storm
done.
Chaser.
He's turned his automobile into Dorothy from the movie Twister.
Well, I knew he had an armored vehicle, but has it ever actually been tested in a tornado, or is this theory that it'll survive?
Well, I tell you what, we're going to have a good update story coming on him.
Oh, boy. Hey, can I tell you one other thing? Well, go ahead. We'll get back to this.
Parker out of Albertville. Parker, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing well, fellas. How y'all doing today?
Good, good.
Fantastic. Hey, I was wondering what topic or discussion holds the Rick and Bubba record for the longest discussed, continuous topic. You know what I'm saying? Like different segments, like you come back from a commercial, you're still talking about it. What do you think holds the record?
Well, if you go back to the old days, Bubba and I have talked about this before, when Fat Chat started, which is what led to what is now the format of the Rick and Bubba show when we got rid of all the music and just started talking, we would sometimes do one topic for the entire show.
Right. We would absolutely wear it out.
Yeah, so I don't really know, but it really may be the way to make your question work, because that's hard to say, is what are some topics that we can always say will get response, and that is Bigfoot, UFO, professional wrestling,
how great the 80s were.
And how great the 80s were.
That's one of them.
Yeah, those always.
Hey, speaking of professional wrestling, the song you guys are playing for Elon Musk, Here Comes the Money, that's Shane McMahon's entrance theme.
See what I mean?
Nope.
See what I mean?
There you go.
Yeah.
Looking back at topics that would take the whole show, whenever you guys were on a mission for something like Sand Mountain Sam or something like that, it would be the entire show.
Or looking for somebody.
Vicky Quest.
Yeah, Vicky Quest.
Vicky Quest went for an entire show. Greg claims it's the greatest piece of radio he's ever heard is Vicky Quest.
Yeah.
Let's go to Chris out of Huntsville listening to us on 100.3 The River. All right, go ahead, Chris.
Come up. I want to get Bubba's opinion on it.
Okay.
Down in Florida, Fort Walton Beach, there's a restaurant I went to the other day, and they have pizza and wings. It's a popular local spot, and on the wings you have all your normal flavors. And then there's peanut butter and chocolate. I asked the waiter, I said, "Are you serious? Peanut butter and chocolate flavored chicken wings?"
What?
They
No.
asked me to try it. I wouldn't. What do y'all think?
No, that's a foul. That's a food foul if I've ever heard one.
Initially, I'm kind of, I wouldn't want to wade into that, but I might try it though, just so I would have firsthand knowledge of it. But I don't. See, here's the thing: if I want peanut butter and chocolate, I go and get a Reese cup.
Or apparently a pint of ice cream.
Yeah, that too.
Right, yeah.
I want wings to taste like wings. I don't want wing flavored ice cream.
Right.
I don't want ice cream flavored wings or whatever.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Why? I don't understand why we're always trying to move a flavor to something else.
Thank
Do y'all?
you. 100% agree.
I don't get it.
That's it. But now, I know that.
Hey, don't you want potato chips that taste like ketchup? No, not really. Because I like potato chips. I like ketchup. I'll dip my potato chips in ketchup if I want that. I don't need that.
Yeah.
I know they're at a board meeting. They got to come up with something. I got it.
What you mean? You don't want French fries that taste like
popsicle
greens? Hey,
no.
Here's some French fries that taste like a popsicle.
Let's go to Matt. Matt, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Birmingham, listening to ZZK. Go ahead.
Morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
Y'all had Dinesh D'Souza on there the other day about his documentary, 2,000 Mules.
Yes.
That the Supreme Court leak, the story was released about 30 minutes after that documentary came out. Seems a little odd. Because now everybody's talking about the Supreme Court leak and nobody's talking about this documentary, which basically proves
Okay. All right, yeah,
what happened.
yeah, I see what you're saying.
I don't know that they were that concerned about Dinesh's movie, but I do think they were concerned about Biden's poll numbers and the way it is looking like it's going to be a avalanche of Republican victories in the midterm. And I do think they are trying to change that scenario.
Yeah,
I mean they're shooting half court shots.
No doubt you're right on they're trying to change the narrative. But there's no doubt about that. Mike in Alabama. Mike, go ahead.
Hey, how y'all doing?
We're good, Mike. Hope you're okay.
Hey, question was, I'm driving a gas burner, paying 25 to 36 cents a gallon tax to drive on the roads, and these electric cars are filling up, putting their charge in at the house, not paying no taxes for the road. So how are we going to take care of them driving on the roads and tearing them up, and we're paying for it?
Well, we can answer that.
Yeah, they are paying for it. They have a surcharge that they have to pay every year for that.
Yeah. See, remember, go back to what we said. If these electric cars just become the better way to travel, and the free market says we like this better, but it's not going to save the world because we're still going to have issues on batteries. Mm-hmm. It's not going to help with the grid. It's going to make it even worse. And it's not going to help you with taxes because even though you're not paying taxes for gasoline, you're going to pay what Bubba just said, the surcharge for the roads. So you're not getting away with anything. You just might be driving a better car.
Right.
But it's not going to solve the problems that some of you cling to them for solving it. Just go to it if it turns out to be a better vehicle than the gas burner.
And it will eventually have its own problems.
Oh, of course.
Like battery disposal and how we're going to deal with batteries and better, capabilities of batteries and all. I mean, it will come with its own set of problems. We may exchange, now I'm using the left's terminology here. We may exchange carbon footprint for where we're going to bury all these old batteries. I mean, it may become a landfill issue.
Sure.
So, I mean, they're going to recycle what they can, but you can't all of
Do
it.
these charging stations charge?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, they do.
You have to.
Some of them were free to begin with, but the ones I saw, I was at Buc-ee's the other day, and they got a whole row of Tesla charging stations, and they have a credit card swapper on it.
Okay.
So, see, they're going to get them. You're still going. It's not going to be less expensive. I mean, all these things. It's just, is this the next car we go to?
Right.
But it's not going. It's going to have its own problems. It's not going to solve problems that as far as expense. Certainly, you're not going to dodge taxes.
When we come back, one quick note on Tesla stock prices.
All right.
We've had a listener do a little math. I want to share with you.
We'll be back 15 minutes. Is your buddy listening? Is you told?
Probably.
15 minutes to the top. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Leroy Jordan coming up. He's got a new book. This hour, we'll talk to Leroy Jordan. Next hour, around.
How about it?
Hey, buddy.
How are you, sir?
I'm very Trump update. Trump update.
Can't always get what
Trump
you want.
update.
Really amazing. Don't be stupid. But if you try something, you might find deal or no deal. You get what you need. I don't wear a toupee. It's my hair.
President Trump claims he invented the phrase fake news. I don't know if he copyrighted it or not. But anyway, this is this, and some people are like, well, he says this, and is this all true? This is him, for lack of a better term, accusing the media that does not like him as a president. And really, in my lifetime, I don't know that I've seen it be so straightforward and so clear that the way the people act that oppose President Trump. We've all had presidents we didn't care for, but this is almost seems like it's kind of deranged at times. But anyway, he claims that the media makes up fake news, and you wondered, if that's just something he's come up with, some political strategy. Well, there's some research that has been done
asking the American people if they also have noticed and believe that there's just news that's just made up now that's completely fake.
Yeah, Rick, the new poll was done for the Politico Morning Consult, and they said that that almost half of the voters in America, 47%, agree with Trump that about his fake news claim. And there they are on the phone as we speak.
That time we even got the little watering symbol that I don't even know what it means.
That they make up news that are negative about the president. 37% say they don't think that journalists fabricate news stories. The most surprising in this, I think if you read through it, almost 20% of the people who believe that there are fake news stories about the president say they're Democrats, which is a fairly high number considering.
That is a pretty high number than any of those. Now, no surprise here, Trump voters, 80% of them believe it's true.
Right. I think even though they ask about fake news about Trump, I think on a broader scale, I think a lot of people believe that there's been fake news for many years, giving someone's political lean, and now we're just now hearing about it, and they seem to be more extreme now than they used to be. But a lot of these people who we trusted to give us the news every afternoon on the network news had agendas way back and would tilt news in one way or the other. It's just now more obvious, I think.
Well, the big question that's out there is, well, first of all, if you go way back in American politics, you find that this is actually not something new. we just thought at one point we'd become more civilized and would move away from that. We went through a period of time where we thought, maybe very naively, that news was just news. And now it looks weird, but when you look into it, because just knowing stories that have been done that we were part of, either stories about the show, stories about individuals, I can tell you firsthand that the headlines and the stories would have stuff in it that is absolutely not right. I mean, it's just not right. Now, is that agenda driven, meaning I'm out to get President Trump, I'm out to get somebody, or are we living in a time because of the click-throughs and we want to be out there first and we want to have a headline that gets us clicks so we can then tell potential advertisers, look how many click-throughs we got? Is it intentional? Is it lazy? Is it sloppy? That's the bigger question, isn't it?
I think journalists are more political now than they used to be. They have they look through a lens that meets a story that they have bought into at some point as how the world is, and then they report that something consistent with that.
Do you think that this happened, because there was a time, and it changed, and Rush Limbaugh was kind of the pioneer of this. There was a time if you did talk radio, and of course talk radio was not all that popular. It was usually local and a couple hours on a radio. And there was a time.
Wasn't much to it.
I remember when you were doing talk radio, this is what you were supposed to do. You were supposed to have no opinion. And what you did is take phone calls from people who had opinions, and you just kind of became the mediator. But you were not to give your opinion.
Right.
Well, that all changed, and then we had opinion-based talk radio, meaning I'm the host, this is my worldview, I don't hide that from you, and I'm going to show you that my worldview is correct, and I'm going to defend it. And then others can oppose me on the phone, or we can go back and forth.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. Thank you for being with us. Wednesday Bible study back today. Look for it at noon Central Time on our YouTube channel, 1 o'clock Eastern. If you can't catch it live, or you are not some of the guys that join us in the studio live, you can catch it archived soon after. It'll be on our YouTube channel and our podcast channel, and then we put out links on all of our social media platforms when it's ready. We continue the walk through the book of Genesis today. We'll be in Genesis 18. Bubba, you had an update.
Rick, this is from email from one of our listeners. Tesla stock on May the 3rd, 2019, okay, versus Tesla stock on May the 3rd, 2020. So I haven't verified this. I'm just going by what he's saying.
Okay, all right.
On May the 3rd, 2019, it was $51.01 a share, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You see Adler has the printout up here.
Oh, my.
May the 3rd, 2020, which was yesterday, $909.25 a share.
And look, that's not even the peak.
So Rick, I just
look at the peak.
I just did some rough math here. Okay,
peak was over $1,200.
On May the 3rd, 2019, if you had put $10,000 in Tesla stock.
Now, when did I need to do that? Because I know it's
on
over.
May the 3rd, 2019.
Okay.
Today or yesterday, it would have been worth over $178,000, almost $200,000.
Do you and I want to guarantee that it tanks by investing in it?
All right, let me ask you this. Just because I'm interested in what your mindset is. Mm-hmm. Let's say you did that. Do you get out now and cash that in, or let it ride?
It's a great question.
Oh, here comes that.
Okay, I can tell you what to do with that. Can I say that on live? I'm not a professional.
Look, I've got
we've proven that.
I've got like 8%, 10% of one share of Tesla in my Robinhood account. Okay. So it's nothing.
I love that you're over in Robinhood.
But I love playing with it.
Oh, I do too.
But let's just say we made this investment. I mean, it's
here's
a lot
your
of money right now. It's like a game show. You either you walk away with that, or you hang on for what's coming.
Here's what you do: you sell, take your profits, reinvest half of it back in.
Yeah,
that's the simple.
I think
safe play.
I would have got out in November at 1,200. I'd have never seen May.
Yeah.
See, that'd be that half back in there in May. I'd start it back again.
Sure.
I just wonder what y'all's mindset on those things were.
Yeah. Some people say it's a bubble, and some people say it's still going. It's on its way up and still going up.
Well, now look, there's our financial guru.
Well, and think about
Chris Apple.
Everybody knows what happens to bubbles.
Sometimes they pop.
They burst.
Well, there's, I've heard too that there's a bubble in the housing market, and there's this and that. But we have a situation in our country now that we've never had before, and this is coming from other professionals, not me.
Not us.
We have so much money, so much capital out there in the market, in the world.
Of course, it doesn't have much value.
That there is enough support that it's not a bubble. In other words, there's enough cash behind it that it can't go belly up like it did before. And I base that on the amount of money sitting in banks right now. Mm-hmm. So many of them are up 20, 30 or more % than they've had on deposit ever. And they have to loan that money out to make money. And so that's kind of like extra concrete around the foundation. It's hard to have a bubble when you have that big of a support under it.
Well, the problem we have is a
bubble by definition is the prices are not supported by realistic things.
Right.
But the money is behind these high prices now because we printed so much of it.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
And that's what they don't get.
The printing part is what where we're out of control on adding to the debt and printing money. We'll just declare that we need to give $33 trillion to this. All right, where's that come from? We're just going to print it. Okay, well, yeah, but that's not really real.
So,
I mean,
Rick, at one time,
that's not really real. I mean, if that's the case, let's print a bunch and pay it all off. I mean,
at one time there was a lot of concern about the debt getting up over $10 trillion. Mm-hmm. Okay, when it was 9. Mm-hmm. Well, we're north of 20 now.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we've blown by all that.
Yeah.
And the problem is the Fed, like with the economy right now. Mm-hmm. I don't know. We weren't going to go into economics lesson here.
Did the Fed raise the interest rate yesterday? They were talking about it. 0.5%.
I did not hear, but they have indicated they want to do that. That's probably what they should have done to cool the economy down. But here's the problem. We owe so much on the national debt. When they raise that, it also means the government has to pay more in interest. So there's pressure on that side not to raise it too much.
Right. You raise it on yourself.
So what the government has done, they've taken the tools that they have to keep the economy running, and they have handcuffed themselves.
Correct.
Which is very government-like.
Very government-like. I used the words right out of my mouth. That's the way. I can't wait to give them health care.
And look, I'm an 8th grade civics guy.
Right.
That's my depth of understanding, and I see that.
But I did have the same conversation you did, and again, it wasn't me. I have no idea. You don't want to ask me about anything. But I was talking with someone who works in the housing market, and he says, I don't think we're going to have another 2008. He said, it's not going to be like that. He said, for what you just said, he said, what you're seeing right now, these are much more stable.
Well, the banks have money on deposit, and that's how they make money is loaning it out. And they're just looking for something to invest in. Now they don't want something that's going to go upside down on them, but there's nothing technically more safer than property.
Yeah, well, you just said it. He said the 2008 problem was based on bad loans.
Right.
What we have right now are good loans.
Yeah.
And a lot of money that needs to be loaned out.
And people are looking for a safe place for their money because inflation's so bad. After 10 years, it's worth half as much at this rate of inflation.
So they're looking for a return.
Money is safe nowhere, guys. In the last 6 months, everything's down. The tech stocks are down.
Yeah.
Bitcoin's down. Anywhere you look, it's down, down, down.
Down. Thank you, administration.
Right. Yeah. It's and keep in mind, I hate to be this person because I want to shut myself up. That is we are early in the Biden administration. It's early.
That's right.
Yeah, we are.
How about
that's it.
Hey, listen.
Rick, we just finished the first quarter.
Hey, listen.
We ain't even to halftime.
Listen, guys. Listen. We gotta. This midterm thing is big.
It sure is.
This midterm thing is big. I mean, we're going. We like you were talking about Adler about protection. We got to have some political protection against this administration. You got to at least throw more obstacles in their way by turning that majority in the Congress a different way, just so we can limit what this administration can do, which is the design of the Founding Fathers, that checks and balances. But where nobody can get too tyrannical, even when you want your guy to be tyrannical, you get kind of frustrated with it. But now you're kind of glad it's that way.
Yeah.
Some of that was kind of on display yesterday.
Yeah.
With this leaked document from the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is an equal branch of government to the Congress, and you hear them making all kind of, well, we're going to do this and they can't do that. They're even with you guys,
right? Yeah.
I mean, they got their role, you got yours.
Yeah, I'm afraid Congress is making that mistake. You ever been at a company and you look at the hierarchy and you go, I don't think you have any authority over me. Now, you might want to send somebody who does, but you don't. So I don't believe you're going to tell me what to do. In the military, your rank is not high enough, All right, we'll be back. Top of the hour. If you're leaving us, don't go. No. I mean, come on now. Find some way to stay with us. But top of the hour, more of the Rick and Bubba show is coming your way. And if you're leaving us, all kidding aside, have a great day.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, I can't believe that we were just talking about this on the show, and that is real estate. So we want to introduce you to something because do you ever wonder? Let's look at this scenario, okay? If you may be like us on the show, or you have aging parents. We just had to move our mom and dad, okay, and Greg and I. So think about this. You live in San Antonio because for some reason Adler always wants me to use that city. And your parents live in Birmingham, okay? And you need to move your parents, and you're trying to get them settled in a place, but you've never been to Birmingham. You don't know anything about it. You know nothing about the real estate agents there. Well, there's anxiety with that. Or maybe your job has got you moving to a new place, and you don't know anybody there. Well, I want to recommend something to you, okay? And if you think about the investment that your home is, and we just talked about this, and the responsibility, you need an agent that can take you seriously. And that's why we want to recommend today something called Real Estate Agents I Trust. Now, look, we work with only the best agents in every market and do the homework, talking to every agent before inviting them to join the network. And here's a big one. we only work with full-time professionals, so no part-time or inexperienced agents are here. So the team makes the introduction, then follows you through the buying or selling process to make sure that you're satisfied. And always check in to be sure the agents live up to the standard. The agents that we work with have long track records, and they are the best sellers in their field. And they're also part of this audience all over the country. So they're going to share the same values. And almost anywhere you want to go, we can point you to one. There might be an exception, but I would say almost anywhere. So here's the process. It's very simple. Do this. Go to realestateagentsitrust.com and provide us with some basic info, and then our team will contact you and make an introduction to our preferred agent in your town, wherever that may be. So here it is again, simple, realestateagentsitrust.com. Do you think what happened with journalists, that this kind of talk radio became so popular that they all of a sudden they dropped their disguise? They were doing it anyway, but they weren't as open, to your point, as they are now. Do you think now they get caught up in it and go, I'm here doing journalism, I'm putting quotes around it, but I'm very open and clear about what my worldview is?
Well, I think they got jealous at commentators.
Right.
And there's two different things.
That's
a
true.
journalist and a commentator. A commentator is there to give their opinion, to comment on things.
Like the editorial page of a newspaper.
And then you can either agree with that or you can chime in against that and get into all that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. And the journalists were supposed to give you the facts, the what, when, where, how type of the story. And I think they were a little jealous that the commentators been able to inject their point of view, and the two kind of started getting closer together than they used to be. The fairness doctrine changed under Ronald Reagan. That allowed us to have talk radio with commentators. Before then, you couldn't do it. They called it the fairness doctrine, but really it was the unfairness doctrine. It prevented anybody from sharing their opinion on something.
Right.
Because of the you had to have opposing views and equal time. And it turned into a big lawsuit frenzy, so nobody would do it. And it really just had a real chilling effect on what you could say and not say. So good riddance to that.
Yeah,
Glad it left.
Well,
we couldn't do this show.
More than ever, the citizens of this country have to do your own homework. You cannot trust those that give you. And a lot of times we report stories that are handed to us that turn out not to be right. So we're not all that trustworthy at times either, because we have bad information. But I think we're now, it seems so obvious. Let's say that I'm a quote journalist, and I'm of political party A. I'm just going to use letters.
Yeah.
And then the other party is political party B. Okay. So political party A, my guy or my woman is serving the government, and we're at war. Well, if it's my bunch, then the war is justified, and we all need to get behind it. And this is part of what's in the Constitution. Let's all band together. But if candidate B wins, which is not my party, and I'm a journalist, then the war is unfounded. It's wrong. We shouldn't be there. You know what I mean? We're getting to that point now, as we've said 1,000 times, and I don't want to relive it. The playing golf thing. If my president, in political party A plays golf, it's justified. What's the big deal? He doesn't need to be. He's got to have time to himself too. But now, if president from President B, from that one that I don't like, if they play golf, then I talk about how horrible it is in the American people. Right. Then we go back to this other one. If my president is 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. No Name Studio. Thanks for being with us today. Much to cover as we go forward. Will a meet still in play? Could happen at any time. And welcome back for a brand new hour, Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us at Rick and Bubba.
Put your robe on. We the choir. All right, so a wacky world. Now, earlier in the program, I certainly want to tell people to calm the violence, but this. Ooh, baby, it's making me crazy.
It's making me crazy.
Every time.
My look around that wagon wild.
Yep.
Around.
I feel good. Bubba, I know earlier we were talking about people should not. We can't live in a world of mobs. The new thing is you can be attacked on stage as a comedian. You can be attacked if someone doesn't like your service. You can be attacked, and I want to certainly stay with that. I don't think that's a good road for us to be on.
Yep.
But this one I may understand. And this headline says it all. Krispy Kreme customers attack South Carolina workers over being out of stock on a certain donut.
Well, who hadn't done that?
Well, I'm just saying. I'm not saying this is what they should have done.
Well,
but
which donut?
Yeah, we got to know which donut.
I wonder what it was.
So
Enough
here's
to fight for.
It happened a Sunday, May 1st, inside the donut shop, North Church Street, Spartanburg, South Carolina. A man and a woman allegedly argued with employees about learning the donuts they wanted were not in stock. There was an exchanging of words, and then they got out and came in the lobby. And a woman who was waiting in line said they came in arguing. They'd been to the drive-thru, and they were arguing with the person who was running the drive-thru. And it got ugly in there, and they said that there were people trying to stop the violence that got injured. The person working the drive-thru wasn't injured, and the suspects eventually left. But I'm still looking for what we all want to know. Mm-hmm. We do have a bruising on the right side of a chin, a left eye, and some knee pain.
Yep.
But I'm looking, and
it says here,
is it the original? Is it glazed?
So we're at the drive-thru.
The people at the drive-thru tried to order something they didn't have.
That's what it says.
The drive-thru attendant told them
Out of
they
stock.
didn't have it, so they get in an argument and finally tells them, order something we got or don't order at all and move on.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Well, that made them mad, so then they come inside.
Yeah.
And then they started
park and
pushing
get
each
out.
other.
Yeah, that's funny.
I'd like to know
But
what.
they don't tell us what donut.
No, it just
was.
says they tried to order a type of donut that
What
the store
type?
did not have.
What type?
So, I don't know if it was something they don't have.
Look,
like,
if it's a
on the
cruller, I say
menu or
overreaction.
just out of stock.
I like a good cruller, but
I mean, but
you know,
but
Is
I'm
that
looking
the one
at it
that looks
hot
like
now.
a mud tire.
uh-huh.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
But
we have a Fox Carolina here did a story on it, and I haven't. Adler can play some of it. I think
I
a family
know what
member
kind it
of one of the employees that was attacked could help us, maybe.
Courtesy Fox.
I do want to say this: if it's hot now glaze, and you promoted hot now, you ain't got them.
That's a fight.
We
But
can't be
surely
responsible for how we
that
react.
wouldn't be.
I
what
bet
they're
I know
out
what it
of.
was. You know, they had these limited time only. I think they're glazed, and they had cream inside the glaze. They still had the hole in it, and then you had chocolate flavor and you had vanilla flavor.
Wait a minute, all the way around the circle?
Yeah,
all the way
inside
in there.
circle. Yes,
Bubba. All
I
right,
bet that's what it was.
let's hear.
Out assault at an upstate Krispy Kreme leaves two elderly employees hurt, one of them facing a serious recovery. Tonight, we're hearing from that employee's family who says they can't believe the reason behind the attack.
Don't be too
We're told
judgmental.
it was all over an argument that started in the drive-thru about a certain donut.
Fox
What
Carolina's
donut?
Jarvis Robertson live in our newsroom tonight.
Give it, Jarvis.
Jarvis, how are the employees doing after all of this?
Yeah, Cody and Tori, the Nissan coworker that I spoke with says today that the two that were hurt, they're in their 70s now. One of them was discharged from the hospital, the other still going under observation. I'm told this all started because Krispy Kreme was out of raspberry donuts.
Oh, you don't fight over
Who fights over raspberry?
A fight at Krispy Kreme in Spartanburg sending two employees to the hospital.
And they pushed Lester down. He hit his head. Betty came running out. One of them hit her in the back of the head, and she fell. She was knocked unconscious.
Courtney says she got the call from her aunt while she was in the ambulance.
She has bleeding on her brain still. She has a lot of bruises, a black eye, bruise on her cheek.
Another employee says it all started in the drive-thru, that a man and his girlfriend were upset they didn't have any more raspberry donuts, and then going inside to argue with the staff before things turned physical.
to hurt another human being over a donut. That's wild to me.
Well, you don't
Family,
understand.
friends, and coworkers are pulling for Betty. Her niece says she's one of a kind.
Everybody loves Betty. She's the nicest woman you'll ever meet in your life. And, for something like that to happen to her, it was breaking everybody's heart. You never know what the other person's going through, You got to try to be, kind to each other on both sides, and try to be a little understanding, because if you're a customer, we run out of stuff.
Right now, doctors are keeping a close eye on Betty.
Y'all.
Let me ask you this: nobody care about Lester?
Not really. Not like
Lester got his eye dotted.
Well, he's out though.
Yeah.
Betty's in trouble.
But I don't.
When she said she was pulling for Betty,
she's
I
in
thought,
that.
didn't you just say she's okay? I mean,
Well,
that sounded
they're in
like
their
she was-
70 now. They kept one overnight.
I think Lester's going to be all right, but I think Betty is still.
Betty got the rough end.
I see ICU in this story. Is that
How
true?
do you get?
Did she say we're pulling for Betty like she's not going to make it?
I don't know. It says it's still in ICU. It's
Oh
what
no,
it
that's
says here.
bad. Hey, guys, listen. There's strawberry donuts on top of that. but-
Raspberry. That's even worse.
Let me ask you this. So I'm to the point where I'm assaulting elderly people. Well, why, Greg? What made you so mad? Well, they didn't have raspberry donuts.
In all fairness, I've never had one.
I have not. But here's my point.
Nah,
Even if they're out of them, they can't help they're out of them.
Well-
Especially raspberry. That's not something you keep a large stock of.
Yeah.
Well, he's just
if you
saying-
run out of glazed, I get it.
Well, he's probably saying, Greg, look, he's probably saying, get off the menu.
Yeah.
And don't get us all hopped up in the drive-thru. Like we think we're going to have a raspberry donut and it's not here.
I'm to the point. I'm going to pull my car up and I'm going to park it. I'm
will.
going to get out and I'm going to fire Lester's head up when I come in. And Betty tried to help him and she got caught up in the punching.
Y'all,
Don't forget they're in their
Betty's
70s.
in
Yeah, they're in
ICU.
their 70s.
Betty is in ICU over a raspberry donut.
Yeah, basically.
Guys, we're
Not
getting-
even a hot now glazed.
I know.
What's up? There's attacks everywhere.
I didn't know they had raspberry
Dave
donuts.
Chappelle on stage. We got this. There's all
World's
kinds of
gone.
drive-through
Why
attacks and
are we so
people
violent, man?
now.
We're a
You get
violent
pushed
bunch
in front
now.
of subways. Has in it New always York? been like this, and we just know about it now because
No,
of the coverage?
no.
I'm just
I don't
asking.
think so.
Hey, I'm just
Violence
asking.
is
Calm
up.
down. What are you gonna do? Hit me over a donut?
I think donut fights.
You want me to grab my
have probably
raspberry
been
down your
around.
throat?
You know what, Rick? Donut fights have probably been around. We just didn't know it.
Well, yeah, but there's this running theme that
Anger's
people seem to.
It's been around for a while.
It has.
Yeah. I mean,
But
But
when
the
you
effort to now, if I'm
but a
standing there
raspberry
and,
donut,
and me and
a
Rick,
comedian.
Rick Lester gets in my face, and I just had a reaction. But I had time to go park the car, make sure, put it in park, get out, and then go in, and I'm still ready to fight. At any
And you
time
still
during
in it.
that, did you not get past
And
it?
you're still not going to get a raspberry donut.
No, you're not.
Still eating
and then I don't realize once I'm in there, wow, they're in their 70s. I probably don't need to beat up an elderly couple.
I don't
Yeah,
even
that's
like
a
it.
whole nother thing.
I mean, it seemed like you were Helmsy, to your point. It seems like at the store or in
on, Joe.
situations you would get angry, but then there'd be a level where you would go, okay, I'm back into. It's like now there's no boundaries. People are getting beat up over the stupidest stuff.
What if Betty doesn't come through
Rick,
over a raspberry
over a
donut?
donut.
Don't forget in New York, they're just pushing people in front of subways. You could be going down the steps, somebody just power pushing you, roll down the steps for no reason.
Locally, we had a story last week of the fight at the drive-through, but the manager inside, I can forget what fast food it was, took hot grease and dumped it on the driver.
Wow.
This was local.
How about this?
Hey,
I was ready.
Hot grease on you hurt you.
I was ready to try to be understanding if it was hot and now glazed, but I can't defend this on raspberry.
I didn't even know they had raspberry.
I'm with you on that.
I know one thing. I'd like to have a donut right now.
Oh, I would too.
A raspberry donut
Hot
doesn't even
now.
garner passion.
No.
No.
Uh-uh.
How about there's no scenario that I would order a raspberry donut? None.
No.
No.
None.
None.
None. How
I'm with
many
you on
donuts
that.
can you eat
Greg,
in one sitting?
Can I eat
6?
if I just let myself 12?
12?
Yeah, how many come in a box?
That's 12. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Doing lewd sexual things in the Oval Office, then that's who cares as long as it gets the job done. But if I report a story on President B, who's got some things in his past about being lewd, then he's unfit to be president.
Right.
You see what I'm talking about? That's when I think that's where the American people are like, well, okay, all y'all do is just you're propagandists. You're not journalists. You try to get positive propaganda for the party you like and negative propaganda for the party you don't like.
Yeah, because it
And-
used
and-
to be that these political commentators like Sean Hannity or others, which they're there to give their opinion,
they would throw it out to, let's say, the White House correspondent or somebody like that that's a journalist that's just supposed to go, here's what's going on, here's the facts, back to you.
Right.
But now they're going to spin it and give their opinion. So now they're not a journalist; they're a commentator too at the White House,
and that's
which
new.
Which is new.
Yeah, now it's just a team of people who do propaganda, and on the rarest of occasions, you'll find somebody that you may still know their political leanings, because I think no one hides that anymore.
Right.
That still says, but I still report the stuff as it is, even if it's negative against what I support.
Mm-hmm.
I still call it like it is. I'm kind of consistent no matter which party it is. Now, those people are extremely difficult to find.
That's right.
They're almost like spotting a unicorn.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Well,
very,
I know back when Reagan was in, when I first, became of age to pay attention to that kind of stuff, the people who were journalists were not even telling the story right. They didn't have their facts right. And so there still was some degree then you kind of didn't trust them.
See, I think the way human beings are and how flawed everyone is anyway, I think if you'll just report the news, regardless of your political leanings, you'll be given positive and negative stories on everybody. You know what I mean? There's got to be some things that we as people say, this is the truth and this is not the truth. And a starting point, I think, would be understanding the Constitution. This is what the Constitution says to any political party, and here's what it says. I mean, it doesn't change. The Constitution does not have a political leaning.
Well, tell that to some Supreme Court justices we've had.
I know, and that's the point. We'll be right back. Well, visiting with us as promised today, NFL great and college great Leroy Jordan, played for Coach Paul Bear Bryant at Alabama, went on to have a great career with the Dallas Cowboys, has been in Super Bowls, has won national championships, and now has a book out, Leroy, My Story of Faith, Family, and Football. We'll give you some signings, also a forward in this by Joe Namath, who was also a teammate of Leroy Jordan, and welcome to the program.
Thank you. Great to be here.
Well, I'm going to tell you, we have been excited about this. My brother and I were talking about this. We grew up in Oxford, Alabama, and we two twin beds, the two brothers in one room, and on our wall, it almost covered the entire wall, was a poster of the Cowboys and the Packers lined up nose to nose, the front seven of the Cowboys defense against the offensive line, and Bart Starr of the Packers, and there you stood over our room, standing there at linebacker, ready to go, and we looked at that most of our childhood.
Yeah. Well, part of that wasn't good because Bart Starr scored, about that time, and the rest of us were just looking on,
But we've talked to Bart Starr about that,
about that play,
about that play, and about that time. And could you even describe how cold y'all were?
No, unbelievable. One of the referees took his whistle out of his mouth and tore his lips off, and so he bled the rest of the game. And,
my gosh!
Right after that, they went to plastic whistles after that particular game.
The metal ones didn't work.
It didn't work in that temperature or anything. So, but it was a horrible. I looked over, and Coach Landry was so involved in the game, and he had icicles hanging out of his nose about 3 or 4 inches long.
Wow.
He didn't take time to wipe his nose. He was so busy with the game plan.
Yeah, well, that was Bart Starr said he was trying to tell Lombardi that the offensive line couldn't get any traction. I guess defensive line couldn't either.
Yeah.
And he said, I think if I'll just fall in behind the guard, that's our best. If we hand it off, the back's never going to be able to get going. And he said, all Lombardi says, well, all right, we'll do that and score, and let's get the blank out of here.
I think everybody was about wanting to get it over with right then. We didn't want to go into a tie game and play overtime or anything.
But before we leave that play, what were you guys expecting on the other side of the ball?
Well, we were expecting running back. You had to expect all of it, but
Right.
2 running backs in the backfield at that time, and so we had to be.
The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Our very own Helmsy is out this weekend, Mobile, Alabama, West Mobile Baptist Church. They're doing the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com, and Helmsy will be there for Man Church. We're going to have it, their last one they had on a Saturday morning. with Blake Prime. So Helmsy's going. And there's car show going on, a lot going on down there.
Yeah.
And,
Hot rods.
Hot rods. And so Helmsy will be speaking. Grab a friend, invite some guests, go hear Helmsy, and then you'll have the message, and then they'll find their way into
some food going on.
Some food going on.
Yep.
West Mobile Baptist coming up this Saturday morning. Get details at rickandbubba.com.
They have a raspberry donut.
No, well, we'll see.
Rick, on that same note, I need to mention that I'll be at Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall this Friday, 11 to 1.
Are you again this Friday?
We had 2 in a row. We moved.
thought it was last
we
Friday.
bumped one because it was race week.
Okay.
Rotating it hot.
You didn't do it last Friday?
Yeah, I did because I'm making up for one when we.
So Birmingham, you can go see Greg 11 to 1 at Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall.
Pizza. I ate too much of it last week.
Did you? Are you saving anything for anybody else?
Yeah, I did. Between me and the people that sell the vehicles, we eat all of it.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that's always been the case.
I think they're welcome to it though. We got plenty.
Yeah, wanted to mention
Kevin's got us covered.
so Greg in Birmingham, Helmsy in Mobile coming up this week. And so you can find those details. Greg won't give us the details.
Speedy's going to be at Joe's Lou Rack.
Greg, could you please maybe let Helmsy know when you're going to be somewhere so we can put it in upcoming events?
I was like surprised.
Look at Helmsy's face. You are
Everybody
so
knows
done
every
with
other
it.
week.
They don't know. They don't, Greg.
Jim, the crazy sign man, called during the break, and he went the week of the race was, and we weren't there. Yeah, and he said he want to know what was up.
Don't let Jim down.
Upcoming events, then he'd have been able to go.
Thank you.
Jim,
Well, you walked right
Jim
into that one,
wouldn't have
Greg.
wasted his time.
You walked right into that one.
Yeah, but Jim comes to the events and he gets his signs. He gets right on the edge of the road. I'm a little worried about traffic. I hope nobody's texting and takes him out. But
no,
he gets on the edge with his
Jim's
signs.
very, very responsible with his signs. He's very responsible.
He does a
with
good
his signs.
job.
Do you feel like he should be getting paid?
Anytime a new person walks up, he's going to show him that flip Auburn, Alabama.
Well, you know
flip
why?
one
Because
he
it's cool. If you've never seen it before, don't you want to see it?
Absolutely. It's a hit.
So Greg in Birmingham, Helmsy in Mobile. You can find Helmsy's details at rickandbubba.com.
Rick, where's Helmsley at, though?
Helmsley.
I get that a lot, by the way, and I never correct.
No,
Yeah.
I got to tell you.
I've even had people introduce me as
So
Helmsley,
what?
and I'm like,
Let it
what?
ride.
Just run with it.
Let it ride.
This is about Jesus. This ain't about you, Helms.
Yeah, let it ride.
Right.
Let it ride.
Guy I know really thought there was an L in it.
Yeah.
He really did.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
like
like
Helmsley. Yeah.
That's what I'm
I hear it a
talking
lot.
Janie is
People
standing-
that I know, like close to, play tennis with, hang out with. Hey, now, do you like to be called Mike, Michael, or Helmsley?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, well, first of all, it's not Helmsley.
Either one.
It's
but-
Helmsy.
Yeah.
So I usually just avoid that conversation and just go, just call me Mike.
Whatever.
Or Helms.
Yeah.
Speaking of names,
You can thank Leona for that.
You know, and I've told y'all this has happened to me numerous times, and it must be the way I say my name. Somebody asked my name, I say Greg, they go, okay, Gary. So it happened to me again at Chick-fil-A. I went to pull around, they said, is this order for Gary? I said, no. What is in it? And they told us, well, that is my order, but that's not Gary. I must say it weird. That's happened to me a lot.
Yeah, I get called Stevie
a lot of people call me Greg.
But I get Gary. I must be the way I say Greg.
Yeah, well, you'll mumble.
So what's your name?
You will mumble.
Greg. Okay, good to see you, Gary.
Greg, you'll mumble.
Well,
Hey,
I'm
go
humble
back
too.
to you rushing that Caltron commercial.
Well, hey.
You when you say Caltron, it's just it was
Everybody
And the
knows.
whole time, I thought Gary was doing it.
Well, it wasn't Greg, it was Gary.
Hey, let me tell you something. I take it before I go to bed.
Keep on, Rick. At least I didn't have to recut one yesterday like you. That's
There it
fine.
was. I walked right into it. Sensitive. Look, I'm just.
Ain't hurt. Ain't nobody yelled recut.
I love it. Janie is standing by. Hey, Janie, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you, fellas?
Fantastic. Great.
You guys were commenting on how things don't really go together, like the chocolate peanut butter flavored wings, which sounds really gross.
That is gross.
But I do have one thing, especially in the South, that's a staple that makes everything better,
What's that?
and that is bacon.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Now,
You ever heard Jim Gaffigan's comedy bit on that, where he claims if you'll just throw bacon on anything, he basically says none of us eat salad for salad. We eat it because they gave us bacon bits to put on it.
that's a good one.
He said bacon will turn anything around. And him saying the only food that sounds like applause when it's cooking.
That is a good one.
Yay,
Of course, the
bacon.
microwave bacon ruined that. But the only thing I will say this, and people gave us tons of them, I'm not big on the bacon donuts.
No,
I'm not
well,
either.
again, that's
Remember, people kept bringing them to us?
It doesn't belong.
you got to stay in your lane with food.
Yeah.
Don't make
you don't put it
food-
with a pastry.
Don't make food weird. But let me ask you this question, because we're pondering, we're all thinking about it. We were ready to not say that
Betty should have got hurt. Okay, not Bubba's Betty, but this other Betty. In case you're just
Donut
joining us.
Betty.
Donut Betty,
Donut
who's in her 70s and unfortunately is in ICU over rude customers.
Lester, he came out a little better.
Yeah, Lester just got his eye dotted. But and by the way, they're both in their 70s. What are these people thinking?
They're in a brawl.
But are there certain foods that you would almost fight for? Of course, because they mean so much to you.
You don't. I'm not picturing myself punching Betty, but
No, we're not. We're never.
But could lead to an altercation.
We're never going to assault the senior citizens. Okay,
No, but could lead to an altercation.
Well, y'all did. I'm sure
would you-
y'all fought each other for food when you growing up.
Yeah,
we did.
Got a fight over a piece of cornbread one time.
Yep.
He did that where he points and I look off and he grabbed it, shoved it in his mouth.
Mm-hmm.
So it was on right in the kitchen floor.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. Because Greg, you said it when we talked about it in the break. You almost didn't even hesitate and said lasagna.
Lasagna, absolutely.
Greg, you,
homemade lasagna.
Yeah,
I love
Mamas
it.
or
Moms, yes, moms.
Yeah.
Remember, I get her to make it on my birthday and I
Oh,
ate
yeah.
too much. And I
So
lay in there and
you'd fight
complained.
over lasagna.
I would.
Yeah.
I would push Betty out of the way if she was somehow.
Greg, don't push Betty. No, just don't even bring her
you
into
said
it.
what,
Right, yeah.
what we beat an old woman over.
No, I didn't say that.
Hey, worded it, Gary.
Right, you're beating old women up now.
That's what Rick said.
Cornbread.
He said, what food would you beat an old woman up?
I didn't say that because there is no food that important. But I'm talking about
Cornbread's a good one.
cornbread, absolutely. If it's the right kind of
I
cornbread.
like all kinds of cornbread.
Yeah, that. If you took my cornbread, I mean, we could have a real issue on it. kind of. I mean,
Well, me and you got in a fight over a piece, Rick.
we did.
He'd do
And,
that. He'd do that when we got down low. He'd take it off my plate when I wasn't looking. Golly.
Yeah.
Well, see, this explains a lot with him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the way he obsessed over Peeps, I let him have mine.
You got mad too. Mom be in the grocery store and you remember them little bite-sized Butterfingers that came in a box?
Oh yeah.
And I ate all of them and he got mad.
Yeah, but I remember when those would
The
come.
same day she brought them home.
Right? Yeah, he ate every one of them. He didn't save one. Look, them little bite-sized Butterfingers, and not a white box.
Yeah,
man, they were good.
Yeah, they weren't wrapped or anything. They were
No,
just dumped in a box.
Yeah, you just get in there and take them out. Yeah, so there's, I mean, but a raspberry donut. I'm sorry.
No, that's not even close.
Yeah, and I think we
Like
I think we just disappointed people by saying honestly, if you want to know this, we're not really big fans of weird donuts.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah,
The simpler the donut, the more we like
And,
it.
and
There
I
it
can't
is. There it is,
believe
Rick.
I can't believe that they're gigantic sellers either. I mean, there's some people like them, obviously, and will fight for them. But
Right.
I can't believe they get anywhere close to the other donuts.
Have you ever had that donut and they put rib meat on top of it?
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, I don't want to do that. I just like a good, simple donut.
Yeah.
You know?
It's kind of like when they take them cupcakes and they put too much on them that you can't even bite them.
Oh, and these milkshake places
Yeah.
that build the milkshakes where how do people even eat
yeah,
those?
that's all.
With all that stuff stacked on top, and there's a propeller on the end of it.
Yeah.
I mean, just give me a chocolate milkshake.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Keying on all of those guys as well as Bart, and all he had to do was lie down, and
Right.
he scored.
If he didn't slip and go backwards, he was going to score.
Yeah,
wasn't he?
and they got a good block on Jethro Pugh. Jethro, they double teamed him and got him up a little bit, and no traction there. He didn't have a chance when they double teamed him and got a little push, and all they needed was a foot, and so they got that,
Yeah.
and Bart got over the line.
Right. Now, when you started, of course, you go back to college ball. You played for Coach Bear Bryant. This was not long after you got there, the early '60s. You guys won a championship in '61. Excuse me. And I guess I'm still back at the Ice Bowl. My mouth seems to be frozen. So tell me about what it was like to play for Bear Bryant, and really when he was a young man, just you getting the dynasty started.
It was an unbelievable experience. We were the second class he recruited, and guys like Bill Battle, Butch Wilson, Jimmy Sharp, and just had a great number of players on the team, and we several of them went on to be head coaches at major colleges, and a lot of them went on into the pros and were coaches into the pros. The teammates there. So it was a great experience, and Coach Bryant was teaching the game of life, is what he was always tell us. I'm teaching you the game of life, not the game of football, and if you apply these rules with your life, you'll be successful in no matter what business you get in. So,
do you think, because I talk about this a lot, do you think the coaches of the era that you played, and really a lot of the coaches that even the era when we played, which wasn't that long ago, probably 30 years ago or so, do you think those type of coaches would have a chance today with the way that they were dictators? They demanded that things be done the way they were going to be done.
Yeah.
You didn't question the authority. And you see that's changed a lot today. Could these kind of coaches, you think, survive in the environment today?
Yeah. I think one coach, Nick Saban, does survive real good. He's been very successful doing it that way, and I think he teaches the same thing: the responsibility, integrity, and teamwork. He makes you accountable and teaches you the guys the game of life from his point of view and how they have to perform to be successful, and he gets his point across most of the time.
Well,
I'll tell you that.
You make a good point. There might be an assumption that type of format wouldn't work with today's athlete, but apparently it still will.
Yeah.
Because if you find a successful program that has any longevity, you seem to find that kind of man at the top of it.
Yeah, you do, and it's great that he is impressing on those young men to become citizens of our country and work hard and play hard, and he's teaching them the real things of life right now.
Mr. Jordan, let me ask you, your last college game was maybe one of the most famous college games ever, the Orange Bowl, that you had Joe Namath as your quarterback, and President Kennedy was at the game, and you defeated Oklahoma, correct?
Yes.
17-0?
Yeah, 17-0.
And that when people talk about big college games, that one's always brought up. And not only, what was your reflections on playing in that game?
Well, it was a great experience for us, and Coach Bryant used it motivationally for us because President Kennedy went by the Oklahoma dressing room before the game and patted them on the back, and he was hooked up with the coach, and so he used that to motivate us a little bit. He shunned you guys. And
was it Wilkerson? Bud Wilkerson?
Bud Wilkerson was his sports authority back then, and he was on his board and so forth. And so we just used that for motivation for each other, and we had one of the best games, the best game I've ever had in my life. I am credited with 31 tackles. I'm sure I got quite a few that my teammates made. But,
well, you were the MVP of the bowl game, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a pretty interesting deal for a defensive guy to get the MVP.
Did you say 31? How many offensive plays do they even have? For the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. As we make our way back, we thank you for being with us. Yeah, it was Saturday night. The moon was bright shine. Keeps.com/Bubba. Hey, would you like to keep the hair you got? Well, get aggressive and use Keeps.com/Bubba. So if you're wondering whether it's time for you to make the move, if the first thing you see when you look in the mirror is the balding spots or the thinning, then it's time. You need to make the move now. And look, it's part of life. Find answers to male pattern baldness. You'll find your answers at Keeps.com/Bubba. They have more 5-star reviews than any of the competitors. Hundreds of thousands of guys that trust them for their hair loss prevention. Keeps, KEEPS.com/Bubba. They offer doctor-recommended, FDA-approved hair treatment. And because they're the generic versions, you pay about half the cost. And you do everything online. It's very simple. Answer a few easy questions, take a couple of pics of the hair, and a licensed doctor reviews your info, recommends the right hair loss treatment for you. Then it's discreetly shipped right to the door, and you should maybe get the number. Yeah, you got that. No problem. You got any questions? Doctor's available for you 24/7. You can track your progress with their progress tracking tool.
So why don't you get started and stop putting this off? This could be, the answer for you. And we got a special discount. Anybody fired up about 50% off. 50% off. Go to keeps.com/Bubba for 50% off that first order of hair loss treatment. You'll also find that link you need at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Hair today, hair tomorrow from keeps.com/Bubba. All right, so we got an update. Dave Chappelle update on the story we already brought
It's
you.
a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
Rick, Isaiah Lee, 23, was carrying a replica gun with a knife blade inside when he attacked Dave Chappelle on stage at the Hollywood Bowl. So he has been charged with assault with a deadly weapon.
So when he tackled Dave Chappelle at the Hollywood Bowl,
he had a knife on him.
He had a knife on him that was that looked like a gun, but a blade would come out of it. So he had that with him. I mean, so I guess, and I know we saw that shot too. Speedy had one that was further off that was looking right at it. You see here. I guess if he can get Chappelle secure, does that mean he would have knifed him? He just couldn't get him secure.
I don't know,
because Chappelle doesn't. By the time he. Chappelle does a good job of using his leg strength not to go straight down.
You're right.
But he is getting him down. He does drop the mic, but now security's here, and the guy starts running, and then it goes into a chase. But, I guess the guy can come back and say, I had this on me, but I wasn't going to stab Dave Chappelle. But, still,
well, Rick,
if you attack him.
Rick, you're on stage. How do we know? You did attack Dave Chappelle.
Correct.
How do we know that wasn't the finishing act of this?
Right.
So charge him, and I hope they put him away.
Yeah, so there it is. The weapon is going to make that a much more serious situation.
Yep. Yeah, for sure.
Much more.
Here's the audio only from my laptop of what it sounded like when it happened.
Make some noise for hip-hop history.
You hear the mic hitting the...
And then now they're chasing him backstage.
Yeah, well, it's again, you go on stage and tackle somebody that's telling funny stories, and that you got a knife on you. Your life just got a lot.
Yeah. You've
Was he
violated a lot of laws. 23.
23.
Yeah.
So another thing that I've been meaning to cover over the last few days is so you and I, Bubba, we're aging. We're getting older.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You know it.
And I think we've all been there, right? Where you haven't seen someone for a long time. and the people who see us every day, I think it's gradual. Like I don't really notice it that much because now I see pictures of us, and from say 15 years ago, then I go, oh, okay.
Yeah,
So we
startling.
right. So we really don't know how people see us, right?
True.
And our, like I say, the everyday people. So I had an incident that was concerning because I realized I'm aging, and the gray is getting more and more.
Rick, you've
prominent.
been very lucky.
Yeah, well, but it's not. You're not going to fight it forever, but you're never really sure how you look, and I keep thinking, well, 57, this kind of stuff. So, again, the people that are around you all the time, you don't have as much of this. But I had an incident happen on Monday that I meant to share with you guys. So, I try to do a little better a couple times a week and do a little working out. And it's old man version, surely, but I've never had this happen. Because I remember when I first started, I guess I've been doing it now, I know 3 years. I may be in my fourth year, maybe this because I started this time of year. So maybe the fourth year that I've been at it. And I remember when I first got in there were people like our friend Lucky Bailey, and all that. And, and these were men that were in their 70s, okay, and they were remarkable what they could still do.
Great shape.
And all this, but you saw them in the class, and you thought, well, there's the older guys, and then you see the younger people, and there's not as many of them at the time that I work out, but there's a few that trickle in from time to time, younger guys, and then I kind of saw myself as being somewhere in between, and so, but then it happened. I went in Monday, and I'm kind of the mascot of the 3 o'clock class, and that's fine. But I didn't have this happen. So a new trainer was there, and he's a new person on the staff, very knowledgeable, and he played a little ball, and he was from somewhere. He was from Colorado, and he was new in all this. The guy had never been coaching me ever, our class, and so he starts laying out what we're going to do, and all of a sudden he begins to approach me, and I think, well, probably since he's come to Bama, he's probably started listening to the show, and probably wants to come on over and talk about the show or something like that, because he's living here now, and sure somebody's introduced him to the show and probably has a little word for me, wants to get to know me a little bit. He's probably heard that, about the 3 o'clock class, and I'm kind of the mascot here, and I have my own little place back here. He's coming over because he wants to engage me, because he wants to connect. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
And then he gets close to me and he goes, "So now let's talk about what you're going to do." And I said, "I'm sorry."
After he's already told everybody.
Yeah, and I said, "I'm sorry." He goes, "Well, I mean, what are we going to do to kind of exercise you today?" And I said, "What are you talking about?" And
hey, Codger.
And he goes,
That's it right there.
He goes, "Well, because I need to come up with what we're going to do to get you moving a little bit."
Dumb it down a little bit.
And I was like, I can do a snatch. You know what I mean? And he's like, and he looks at me like, "Really? You're just going to do them straight up?" And I was like, "Yeah." Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought I might have to maybe let you do what Richard's doing. And I look over at Richard on the far end of the class, and I'm like, he sees me as Richard.
Richard might be listening.
Well, no, Richard knows. Richard's been. I mean, God love Richard. And
any chance Richard put him up to this?
Well,
that's a good. Yeah,
Rick, you get over there with Richard.
Yeah, and I'm like,
Rick and Richard.
Yeah, and I'm like, I can do that. He goes, well, I just want to check on you, you ain't no need to get hurt. And I'm like, what? And I'm like, wait a minute. I thought to myself, what does he think he's going to like? Somebody pat him on the back today and say, "It was good to see you. How about that old guy?" And I mean, is he trying to earn treasure in heaven?
I'll tell you this: it may be his way of motivating you. It could be that.
Is he playing some kind of mind game with me?
That's exactly.
Because let me tell you something, I snatched like a maniac.
That's what I'm saying.
May have been every time I catch him looking at me, I'd say, "Huh?" And then look at the squat.
He said every chance he was looking at me,
right,
showing off.
Every time he looked over, I just do a massive snatch. And
that may have been his way of
clanging them weights.
Yeah, but I thought to myself, he sees me. I'm now the old guy in the class.
I don't know. I think he's using motivation, kind of like I did with Maddie the other day with going to get milk from the refrigerator downstairs. And nobody wanted to go get milk. No, nobody wanted to get milk. Yeah. And I said, Maddie, no, you don't go get that. There's no way you can bring that upstairs.
Oh, okay.
She sprinted down there and got it.
Yeah.
Showed Daddy.
I had to prove you wrong.
Manipulation. I think he's manipulating you.
Could be.
Yeah. So he got word about me?
Yes. I think that's what's going on.
Hey, watch the back platform all the way to the right.
The saying that you must not know about me. I think he does know about you. And
they don't send you in there without a heads up. They don't send him in there without a heads up about you.
That's I didn't even think about that.
Hey, just
thank y'all. This helps.
He's Rick. He's a bearded guy. Now, don't get on his little mat because that's his area.
Right.
He's going to try to hide and get away with some things.
And I have found the best way.
Be careful, or you'll be the 7 o'clock story.
That's right.
And I have found the best way to motivate him is act as if he can't do it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's going on.
It's probably the best snacks I've ever done.
That's what I'm saying. Hey, it worked.
Right. Tell you what, my
well
form,
done, Colorado man.
My form, buddy. I was showing him my form too. He think I could do the full squat. He think I could get it up there and come on down. I'll do a power snatch. I ain't got no problem with it. Full snatch, no problem. You get down there and check on Richard.
How'd you feel the next day?
Bad, real bad. Real bad.
He got you.
Probably I should have modified it like you suggested.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Dad,
I got tired of seeing it.
About 60.
I was about to say, so you made half the tackle.
So did the president come by after the game to your locker room?
No, he didn't. But I got to go up and see him in the stands because I got to call the coin toss.
Okay.
I went up and he flipped the coin and I won the coin toss, and so I got the silver dollar.
Cool.
And I still keep that thing as a
you still got it?
keepsake.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
when you look at how things have changed, because you've mentioned a lot of this, and you know you had just as good a career in the professional ranks. When you see the national anthem thing today, and how the professional game has changed, would that happen in your era?
No, it would not, and I'm so disappointed in the guys using that platform. That's not a platform you use to exhibit your feelings about things. It affects your career and your livelihood, and your business, your job, and I don't think that's ties in very well. And I think they're seeing the results of it in the people that are disregarding the games and not going to the games and not watching them on TV and everything. I think they are seeing that people don't like their disrespect for our country, and I'm certainly behind that.
Would it happen if you were playing for a team that wanted to do that?
No, I don't think so. I think we would have some fights about that. And, I think I would be with the bigger boys and we'd win. We'd win that fight.
Around the wacky, crazy, wacky, crazy. Here we go. Every time I look around that wacky world,
I feel good. Bubba, we have a problem. We have a problem. Long Beach, a restaurant has been caught buying Popeye's chicken and then serving it in their restaurant for $13.
Well, what a compliment.
It is
What a
good chicken.
compliment.
It is good chicken.
So
It
they
is.
bought it at one price, sold it at a higher price, claiming it was their recipe.
Didn't they catch them bringing the boxes in the back? Is that how they saw 'em?
Yes, that was.
So basically, they're using churches as a.
No, it'd be Popeyes.
I mean,
That'd be
Popeyes
Popeyes.
as a distributor. Then.
Yes.
Yeah, the person writing the story is having some fun, saying, "Look, I guess they went by the old adage: if you can't beat them, join them."
Yeah.
But they had it's Long Beach, California. They
get the name of it.
Is it Sweet
Dixie Kitchen.
Now, can it be called?
Yeah.
Whoa! Can it be called Sweet Dixie Chicken?
No, not for long.
They really messed up.
Bayou Billy's.
I know.
Sweet Dixie tea.
And they call it a comfort food restaurant. And by the way, that's just a term that means come on in, fatties, eat whatever you want.
Comfort food. That means it's got good stuff.
That means
right?
it's great food,
great food.
And don't even look. We don't even do a calorie count because we don't want to make you feel as bad. So what? And this to Greg's point, they saw employees of Sweet Dixie Kitchen walking boxes of Popeye's chicken
Nice.
right through the front door, taking them back to the kitchen. One guy who busted them said he ordered the chicken and waffles to see whether or not they were serving Popeyes to the customers. He said, I realized that it was Popeye's chicken on this $13 dish. He said, I asked the waiter, how y'all cook this chicken? And the waiter admitted to me that they used Popeye's chicken. And then
Well, you know they were buying it at retail. It's got to be cutting in the profit.
Well, here's what's stupid. So they comp him the meal, hoping he'll keep his mouth shut. And he goes right on to Yelp and let the world know.
Tops it up.
night.
And
So Gooden said, yeah.
right. So then they
What
said
happened, Greg?
the restaurant owner,
Don't
Kim
tell
Sanchez, said, we proudly serve Popeye's spicy tenders, the best fried chicken anywhere and from New Orleans, which are delivered twice a day. We also, in case you need to know, buy our gumbo from a friend who sells it at a local's farmer's market. That's not the same, by the way. We promote usually small batch local producers on our menu. The exception is Popeyes. We can't fry at our location, and we love their fried chicken so much that we eat a ton of it in Atlanta. So I serve it. The only problem is, Kim, you can't. Can you go over and buy Popeye's chicken and then resell it?
I don't know why you can't.
Can you? I
Can you?
guess you can. Can you?
They work a good deal with Popeyes for buying so much. You know,
Do you
hey,
not
we'll buy a lot.
think Popeyes noticed somebody that came and bought chicken twice a day in large quantities?
Well, I
They
guess.
just sell a lot of chicken.
All right, let's go back to this. And
New Orleans Spice.
This is a little bit different. As long as they're not stealing the Popeyes chicken, then selling it.
Yeah, that
They're-
would be against the
They're
law.
paying for it. Let's say that. Is this any?
We're back. It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG's our number. Thinking about some graduation gifts coming up? Go to themanchurch.com, click on the store there. We actually have these 40-day devotionals. We got a lot of resources there, but that would be great. But we do have these specific 40-day devotionals in the How to Be a Man series, and we do have student editions of those, meaning the examples inside that 40-day devotional are targeted for a single young man who is coming right out of high school or right out of college. And you can get those for gifts by going to themanchurch.com, and you can click right there on the store and see some of those resources. It'd be a good idea investing into that young man as he takes that next big step in his life. All right, so, Bubba, we talked about a couple of these. You showed me one of these yesterday on our video options today. America kind of showing about a new weapon that we have. The Air Force has tested the 2,000-pound air-launched quick sink bomb. We're going to see them blast a cargo ship. You showed me this yesterday.
Rick, a cargo ship is huge.
Right.
I mean, think about those you see out on the ocean, how big they are.
Yeah.
And this missile is called the quick sink.
Yeah.
And you're going to see why, because it's a single missile launched from an aircraft, and it makes this boat, which is enormous in size, disappear in about 30 seconds, like it never existed.
Please watch this. Watch this thing go. I mean, wow. So there is the bomb hitting it, and as you just said, Bubba, it sinks. I mean, this is a cargo ship.
I mean, by the time that the
splash
smoke clears, so to speak,
yeah.
I mean, half the ship's gone and the other half is going down. You see part of the bow sticking up in the front.
Yeah.
And it's going to disappear here real quick.
You don't want that thing to drop on you if you're out there.
No.
So take a look at that world. Little maritime muscle.
See it going under now, the front of it?
Yeah, there it goes. So that's a cargo ship, and it was gone that quick.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
There it is again.
Yeah. Look, boom.
You see the bomb going in and hitting it.
Yeah, you do. I mean, that is
amazing.
That's amazing.
One
right
shot, cargo ship gone. That's a lot of destruction right there.
It really is. And now our next video is, when do you call 911 if you're out on the highway and you see something?
Don't ask Helmsy that.
Is this a Nissan Altima with wood out the windows?
Rick, this video looks like somebody went to Home Depot or Lowe's but just didn't have a truck.
Right.
So they tried to put the boards through the back window on both sides and leave it sticking out, which
like
when you
it's got
see it,
wings?
Yeah, and you go, what were you thinking? Because you're going to hit a lot of stuff going down the road, and they do, and they never stop.
All right, so this is inside a car that sees it. All right, and Adler says we can stay with that. Please look.
I definitely call 911.
Look at this idiot. Look at this absolute idiot.
I got a video of it too.
Oh my goodness.
Still just driving.
What in the world? This has got to be some kind of prank or joke or something. This can't be real.
All right, back on the road.
Why? What in the world?
Hang on.
I love the kid.
What?
911.
Yeah, I called 911 on that
Oh my
one.
gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh.
I know. Look going down. Look at this. He's just
Oh, he dropped planks.
It looks like somebody.
People are going to run
Somebody's
over.
chasing him.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, I think people are after now. Now cars are like trying to run him down.
It is a 911 case. Yeah.
Why hadn't you called already?
Yeah, I think that's not.
It's a great video, Dave.
Yeah, it is. We're getting to ride a long time with this family.
They stopped at the line.
Half the wood they bought broke.
Look,
I know.
he's trying. He
might
made
as
an
well
illegal turn right there.
Well, I think now he's running from people that are after him.
Yeah.
Because
There's a whole lot of wood left either.
Yeah, now. Yeah.
Not
what did that
go back and let's see the very beginning of it. 'cause
What is that even accomplished?
You know what you're looking for now.
Yeah.
Look on the right.
Oh no.
Sign. Car.
How about that car?
Is that car the
I
one
got
that
a
was
video.
following?
That might have been Helmsy.
I think it is.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. And they just kept driving.
Why?
Still driving.
We there yet?
Oh my goodness.
Holy moly.
Go on, Daddy.
What is it? Hit and run. Run.
What?
So now he's hit a car with it, and he's just trying to
Why?
look. What about this? So that's the car that he
is the
hit.
car.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the car he hit.
Yeah, they got mad now.
And
They're
that
after
car's
him.
after him. And he's trying. Now he's just hitting more people.
Oh no, he dropped planks.
Yes.
People are gonna run over him.
People are going to run.
And this guy decides he's involved, or he just started the traffic. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think he wants to see what's going to happen.
So do we have any idea how this ends? Did they ever?
Why?
Don't you think that should have already called 911? Are we all calling 911 on this one?
I don't call
Or Star
them
HP?
Oh, I do.
Surely
I
the
call
car
him.
that got hit that's following him is calling him.
Because that guy's going to do more damage before he's off the road.
Oh, yeah.
It had to damage the inside of
How
the
did-
person's
I
car,
just
too.
witnessed a hit and run, and they're going down Airport Road, down west towards the airport. They have some big giant lumber pieces sticking through their window.
Call 911.
That's
Hey, you 911 operators, I can't imagine what you hear,
Oh,
but that
yeah.
one has to be probably side. So you're gonna hang it out like wings and not out?
Look, guys,
what are you doing?
I told you we're living in a world now that
It's incredible, isn't
You cannot, but it explains a lot.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, when you see that our society's become so stupid that you would try this, it explains a lot.
It does.
I mean,
we're de-evolving before our very eyes.
There's no question.
Nobody would even try that in 1985.
I think we're going to find out there's some processed food we're eating that is full of stupid pills, and it's just making us dumber by the day.
Yeah,
and we just can't wait for another spoon of it. I mean, because this kind of stuff just violates.
But think about this.
Just walking around sins.
You know how sometimes we'll see somebody in like some bizarre outfit, and you're like, so they looked in the mirror and said, like, this is the way. Yeah. So when they packed all that into the car at wherever they were, they drove off going, all right, this will do it.
This will work.
This will be good.
Was there no one at the lumberyard that says, I don't know about this?
Yeah, I don't know if we should go out like wings.
Sure about that. I mean, where's the person you bought the lumber for? You're not going to do that, are you?
Right. Let us help
That's not
load the car. What are you doing?
You're going to have to go get something else.
Yeah. Hey, go get a truck.
Yeah.
Go get a truck.
Yeah, or does the
Problem
back seat
solved.
not lay down and you can go through the trunk into the back seat and do something that way?
So what do you think
I
about
don't know.
turning
Something ain't right.
what do you think about turning our Ultima into a small airplane? No, I don't think that's.
I think it'll ride.
I don't think that's going to work. I don't.
That'll ride.
Where was the person that said, "I just don't feel good about this at all"?
No.
Where's the?
And if let's say you're gonna do that, maybe drive slow and be very careful. That person was just flying.
They really
with
were.
total disregard of anything around them.
It's cool. I got the wood buckled to my body.
Yeah,
Through the window. We're good.
That's fine. Put some flags on it. It's fine. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Different than buying something wholesale and selling it retail. Now they're buying it retail and selling it retail.
Right.
You know, they're just saying I bought it at retail at a price and I sold it again at retail at a higher price.
We make our money off the waffle.
Right. And to whatever, because what do we see? You go to restaurants now and they'll say things like proudly serving, you know, somebody's brand. Like for instance, when you do a dessert, it has Bud's Best cookies in it.
Right.
Meaning,
but you
we're
feel
letting
like,
you know we went and bought some cookies, and then we make our dessert with them, and we use this brand of cookie, this brand of ice cream. Is this any different?
But I think the people who are doing that know they're doing it, probably have an agreement.
Probably so.
Yeah, I would agree. I would think misleading the public, saying that it's your recipe is. I mean, I remember Candy and Gum with Adler. He would get the candy and then sell it outside the convenience store at a higher price.
That may be an exception there.
May be.
Right, but he didn't claim that he was the one that made the candy.
So if this place had a
is saying
sign
that
up
it's
that
their
said we proudly sell Popeye's chicken, I mean, would that make a difference?
Well, that's what they're saying. They're saying kind of what we're saying. Hey, Kim, you went and tried these different kinds, and you like Popeye's the best. That's fine, but they need to know about it. Yeah. You could, and you know what she said? Well, I tried to call them about a partnership. They didn't call me back.
Okay.
Is that what she said?
That's what she said. Look, I got into a dilemma similar to this, and it's not the same thing, but it's similar because there was no charge. And y'all might remember this, it's been years ago when I first discovered that Dreamland Barbecue will deliver and cater to your house.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
Yeah.
Well, you know how you get caught up in it because, well, we all like to be celebrated as someone who can smoke great meats or
great
grill.
cooker.
Do you remember this? And you know, a lot when they bring it with you, it doesn't have logos or anything on it. And so we took it out of the 10 deal and had the ribs out there as part of our presentation that day.
You claimed them.
Now, I was grilling other things and all that, and people just started raving about my ribs. and they just kept going on about it. And I wanted so much to say that they weren't my ribs, but I started kind of digging it.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I started kind of saying that everybody really thinks, hey, Burgess has got these ribs, dog.
It's almost as good as Dreamland.
I mean, he's got this. I'll tell you one thing. This reminds me a lot of Dreamland.
You're giving them a run for their money.
Yeah, I tell you one thing. I've never had anybody get them so close. And then finally, I just, I realized that what I was doing, but I wish I had admitted it quicker than I did. You know what I mean? I kind of rode that way for a minute, and it felt good to think that I was Big Daddy. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Just for a minute, just kind of felt good. To think that people would think I could do ribs that way.
People love my ribs.
Yeah.
And you start believing it. That's when it really gets weird. When you think, I really.
At one point,
good.
I nearly crossed that line until Sherry, did that deal. Can I see you for a minute?
Right.
Which she's done a lot in the last 23 years. And she said, "Are you not going to tell them that this
You're
Dreamland?"
claiming the rib,
right?
Yeah, I think that's.
Please tell me you're not claiming those ribs. And I was like, I'm going to come clean in a minute, but let me enjoy it a minute.
Let me get to the
It's like when I was.
Now, I wish some couples had not left, before I admitted it. But I mean,
yeah, I remember when I was young.
Anybody hurt?
I claimed I sang my girlfriend a song and gave it to her on a cassette, and it was Michael English.
Did you do that?
Are you sure? You said it was you.
Well, she had never heard you sing before.
Right.
What if she asked you to sing it again?
Huh? Well, no, I
mean,
remember that when I was young.
You could have picked somebody that just kind of sang good.
I think I even crossed it out on Sharpie on the cassette. Like,
Here's a little song I sang for you.
I also wrote this song.
Yeah. Right. When I wrote this, I was thinking about you. Why would you do that?
Well, we're talking about.
I got nothing to say. What am I saying? I'm not calling anybody out.
If they hadn't found a Dreamland bib, you'd never been busted.
Isn't that well? Again, that's on Dreamland for not having enough logo out there.
If you logo it enough, it's hard to pass it.
Yeah. Greg, and one that's very similar, and I don't know that we ever came clean about this. If you remember, very similar, and I laugh about this because you rarely ever hear it unless you're on the Bruce Springsteen channel.
Yeah.
We did an obscure Bruce Springsteen song when Greg and I were in a band called Trapped.
Yeah.
We played it once on the show because we were talking about trap music.
Original.
I don't believe we had that on the list of former bands.
No, it wasn't the name of it. It was a song.
Oh, okay.
Who am I? So it only appeared.
I thought you said a member.
No. It appeared. The reason why we played it on the air the other day, or I'm sorry, months ago, was that Adler brought up there's a type of music called trap music or whatever.
Right.
Yeah. I remember we made a joke and said, "Oh, you talking about this?" And it was a Bruce Springsteen song. Well, all it was a song that Springsteen did that appeared on the soundtrack.
Yeah.
So it was never a well-known Springsteen song. And we would do it, and the crowd would go nuts. And we did some originals, too, and they started saying things like, I really like that original y'all have Trapped. It's really good.
And I would act like I didn't hear them.
And, again, it just felt so good for a minute, to say.
Yeah, I wrote that one.
Yeah.
Glad y'all enjoyed it.
Yeah, glad y'all enjoyed it. Here's a reel. And you ain't heard anything. You already hear my friend Calvin Wilburn.
You already hear him. Sounds just like mine.
He's going to open up for us next week. He's got
I think I even dropped it off at her house.
You're awful. Wow. But anyway, by the way, there's people right now that used to come hear us play that said, that wasn't y'all song?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I never said it was. I just never did credit.
Said it wasn't.
Yeah. We'll be back. As we come back, another story that you said, did you say that Betty saw this yesterday? Is that what you told me?
Oh, the big cattle turnover.
The big
she was the one telling me about it. Yeah.
Now, you said that we had how many head of cattle? Over 100?
Well, Rick, this is what's strange. The story that I've got here from AL.com is a little confusing because there's a real sharp turn in Birmingham on the interstate called Dead Man's Curve, and a truck that was carrying a bunch of cattle overturned there. Now, in
somebody
part of
coming
this,
in a little hot.
Yep.
in part of this, it says I guess they're quoting the truck driver here. It's the rescue captain, fire and rescue captain Harold Watson. They said Harold Watson said that the truck was carrying between 45 and 145 heads of cattle.
Six minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, No Name Studio, packed out with Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler. 28 years, Team Rick and Bubba been here. Wednesday Bible study back today on our YouTube channel live at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, be archived soon after. Grab that today. Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us on the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Oh, look out. Watch out.
What energy moment.
Oh, light it up. Light it up. Go, Willamette.
Come on, give it a try.
It is the wonderful wheel of meat, found only here at the Rick and Bubba Show. Yes, we dare to illuminate and spin a wheel with meat on it.
Yep.
Now, it doesn't just have meat. It's got other things as well.
And some pitfalls.
Yeah, and some pitfalls. Meat's there. That's from harryanddavid.com. Flowers are there. That's from 1-800-Flowers.com. We also have for you a Moultrie. The mobile Delta-based camera is on the wheel. Cord Buddy is on the wheel. Rick and Bubba prizes from the Rick and Bubba store on the wheel. BuzzBox Coffee on the wheel. Blaze TV on the wheel. Rock and Roll City is set up and ready to go.
Apparently they're energized, Rick.
You could be eaten by Jaws. You could can't have nothing. You could have Henry the Horse. That could happen. Potential pitfalls there, Bubba. But let's see where we go. We'll get started. It looks like Brian is going to get Aniana, Alabama ready to go. Speedy will be spinning the wheel today.
What about it, Brian?
So, Brian, welcome to Rick and Bubba. What do you say to Speedy to get him to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
All right, Brian, let it eat.
Let her spin.
Let's see if we can get a winner. We might get a winner right out of the gate. Let's see here, Brian. Pulling for you, buddy. Not as hard as Rock and Roll City, apparently, but I am pulling for you.
High energy in there, Rick.
There it is. We're getting it back.
Come on.
Yeah! Flowers, flowers, flowers. Smell it! Brian, congratulations. 1-800-Flowers.com offers you 24 red roses. We have assorted roses. Which one would you rather have?
The assorted roses.
Assorted roses. He likes a little variety.
A little variety. The spice of life, they say.
We'll give you one go for this. Greg, how about one go? Go! All right,
What happened there? You didn't get it. What was that? What did?
The one. I told him let's just do one. Look, he's having to get his rhythm back by playing Quickly Traveling Man by Bob Seger. All right, let me put you on hold. Brian, thanks for listening to Rick and Bubba. Appreciate it very much. 1-800-Flowers.com for him. Melanie, we've got Birmingham, Alabama, 1047 WZZK. Melanie, what do you say to Speedy over there?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Melanie. All right, let's see.
Speedy with a bit of a change-up.
Yeah. Melanie.
Oh, Speedy.
Jaws. Melanie, I'm so sorry. It's you can't even have a wheel of meat without being eaten. Thank you.
Did you hear you echo in there?
Oh, sure I did. I like it's like a little Rock and Roll City blanket on
You ever had a pen through your hands?
Speedy. Oh, is he messing with you?
Oh, yeah.
What's
He always
doing?
does that. He's up there touching me and
Oh,
stuff.
he's not pinching, is he?
No.
Okay.
It's more of a fondle.
Okay. If you'd like to talk to HR, just let me know. Ricky with an IE. Ricky, don't lose my number. So, Ricky, what do you say to Speedy?
I'm going to say, wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Speedy. Rock and Roll City, Speedy. Look at those lights. Don't you love them? I never grow tired of the lights. Oh yeah, baby, yeah! Spatula, flip it! Let me tell you, Greg, that's 3 goes.
Bippity bip bip.
That's 3 That's 3 for Ricky.
Go! Go! Go, go, go!
full-blown go on a spatula. You know, it's a real sought-after item, and the numbers are dwindling at rickandbubba.com, but not for you, Ricky. You have it. So we'll put you on hold. You don't have a spatula yet, do you?
Not yet.
Well, you do now. All right, putting you on hold.
That's going to change next grill out.
Did you see the guy that sent us another video over the weekend of him grilling out with the big old Rick and Bubba spatula?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
That was
I love
good.
getting those.
I had a little bit of an issue with the prefab, patty, but I tell you, it looked good.
Sometimes you got to do that, right, Speedy?
Yeah,
That's right.
Yeah, every
I
now
did
and
that last night.
Did you go prefab?
Yeah.
I did.
I don't know what to say to you. Florence, well, I'll tell you one thing. If you can get yourself a girlfriend, somebody will let you out of jail. Michael, listening on WLAY. Michael, what do you say to Speedy?
Wow, wow.
Let it rip, Speedy. Yeah! Speedy, don't you lose that big will. Let's see what happens.
Or get too close to those pegs flying by.
Oh, you better not.
He ain't got hung yet, but it's been close.
What a day that'll be. All right, let's see what happened. Yeah! Chord buddy, strum it! Michael, you've got yourself a chord buddy. That'll be sent to you. Listen what's going to come with it. The Chord Buddy, an instruction book, free app, lesson plan videos, Chord Buddy song book with over 100 songs. Do you know how to play guitar, Michael?
Yes.
You do? Okay, good. You can put that Chord Buddy and teach it somebody.
I can use it.
Yeah. You can. You got somebody to use it. Sure. All right. What do you want, a left or a right-handed strum?
Give me a right.
Right-handed strum it is. Look for the Chord Buddy coming to you, and then you can teach someone else to play guitar. All right, we'll put you on hold. Do you know that song, by the way, Rock and Roll City, Play Guitar by John Cougar Mellencamp?
We can learn it. We can learn it right now.
No, well,
We can try it right now. Here we go. 3, 4, play guitar.
I like 3, 4, play guitar. All right, let's go to Jason in Coleman, Alabama. Jason, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
We're dandy.
Yeah, what do you say to Speedy?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let her rip.
Speedy with a change up. It was a stomp change.
A little stomp change. See what happens. Let's see. Come on. You get. Oh! Flowers. Smell it. Smell that thing. Jason, you got 24 red roses, my friend, from 1-800-Flowers.com. Let me put you on hold, and you can talk about where you want those sent. And thank you so much for listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, man. All right, one more. Let's go. We got one more. It's the last one. Chip is in Chattanooga. Chip, welcome to Rick and Bubba. What do you say to Speedy?
Hey, guys. Wow, what a wheel.
Let's go. What's going on over there? All right, so let's see. All right, Chip.
I had to back him off.
He's still after you. All right, here we go. Let's see what happens. Chip. Chip. Oh, man.
Oh, not ending on a pipit.
Ends on a pipit. How about that? That shark just bit right into Chattanooga, Tennessee. So we end on a pipit. Doggone it. But good winners today. If you're watching us on YouTube, Rock and Roll City is ready to a little set for you there in the break. Helmsy, thank you for organizing them phones. Speedy, great job on the wheel. Bubba, nice defense of yourself against Speedy.
Always.
Yeah, and congratulations to our winners today. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up. You're home for the Wheel of Meat.
All right, Greg. Check. Greg, you got me, bud? You rocking? All right, here we go. If you think we're not gonna rock, you're stupid. If you think we're not gonna rock, you are so very stupid. If you think Greg Burgess is not gonna rock, you are a stupid person. Drum solo.
rock and roll city.
It's a big gap.
It is a big gap. It was flipped over
How
on
many?
its side and said they could see the cattle in between, through the slats in the truck.
Don't you know that was a mess?
But they couldn't. They couldn't start taking them off because they thought they would be crushed.
Get me out.
So they were just stacked up in there.
Stacked up now.
Did it kill him?
Oh, yeah.
Apparently so, Rick. Apparently so.
Didn't they
I hope that guy that was worried about the turkeys doesn't call.
Didn't they set
said
up a temporary pen to put them in right there on the interstate until
Well,
they got
they
them
were
all
having
out?
trouble. They didn't know really how to clear the wreck, so they put a call out for any cowboys to come and help get the cows
Wait a minute.
out.
There was a cowboy call out?
Let me give you the headline of the story. Cowboys call to rescue after cattle truck overturns in Birmingham's Dead Man Curve.
I want you to picture this. Hey, guys. We down at Dead Man's Curve, we got cattle everywhere. We need a cowboy call out. They're on the way, buddy. Do you have cowboys standing by in Metro Birmingham?
They said cowboys came in from the Jemison area
Of
to
course
help
they
unload
did.
the cattle.
Got that right.
They set up a makeshift corral on the interstate to contain the livestock as they unloaded them one by one. Rick,
Listen,
a lot of them didn't make it.
The day before, I got caught in a traffic jam over here, one of them complete stops. It's been a bad day for traffic around Birmingham. This was going on for hours. I mean, people, if you got caught up in this, you were there for a while.
It shut down a major east-west interstate for a long time.
Because they wouldn't let nobody through till they got them cows.
Hey, they called down here. Hey, they called down here to Jemison. We sent some of them cowboys up there. They got it. I mean, hey, you can't even have nothing. You can't even have a cow.
Imagine opening that door, trying to get them out as they're trying to get out because they're panicking
and they're suffocating.
I will say one
what
thing.
a mess.
Oh, they said Chick-fil-A has actually closed.
Okay, Rick.
Well, just for one day.
That curve, it never ends. There, that on that ramp, but it
That's a
never
tough one. But
ever
guys,
ends. You
it
think,
tells
okay, I'm
you-
about to straighten up. No,
the guys.
45 miles an hour. It gives you a sign.
It does.
all the
Well,
way in.
that-
and
that-
it even gives you some of these where you get to brum, 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 brum. You know, you run over them.
Yeah.
It even gives you some of them.
Well, look, whoever was laying it out to begin with, you talking about missing it. When they had to connect both ends, that
I
was
know.
tough to get it to go.
They said, "We
I
gotta
guess
make
they
a
didn't
curve."
realize there was a cemetery there they couldn't go through.
Right. Yeah, that's where my grandparents, one side of my grandparents are buried there.
yeah.
That's why we always saw it. We would always go stop by the cemetery. Because that turn is called Dead Man's Curve because it turns, and I mean, I'm talking about it's a hairpin turn, and as you look over the wall, it's a cemetery.
Yeah.
I've seen many a truck smashed in there.
But guys, do we not talk about that when you're coming to Birmingham? Hey, be careful.
Well, Rick,
you know we have the very well-known Dead Man Curve and all the blinking and the
There's
slow
enough
down.
signs you could land an airplane there.
Ka-tonk. We got all that. I mean, slow down. What are you doing, man?
Okay, if I could tell you this
Hit them
story,
Jake brakes.
this story
No
here,
Jake brakes.
yeah, is a little bit better. It says between 120 and 140 cattle.
A lot of
So
cows,
that's a
yeah.
little. That's a
Yeah,
little
that
better.
jump from 45 to
Yeah,
145 is a
that's
big
a
jump.
lot. That is.
Y'all, that's a lot of cows to be on one truck.
How many?
On one truck.
Guys, by the way, with that many, there were some killed, right?
It just says some of the cows inside were deceased. I mean, it's not like they were laying on the interstate.
But what I'm saying is this,
Rick,
though.
some of the reports we were getting on social media, it was not painting a pretty picture.
And they were letting them out, and they were putting them in a temporary corral, the ones that could
And
make it.
the ones that wasn't, they had them in another stack.
Yeah.
Well, I
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't.
21 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. All right. By the way, I just found out from one of our new friends here at the new building, and they're really enjoying us being here now because we draw so much good stuff. So with every day we throw lacrosse balls and shoot arrows in the parking lot. If you'll dilute those with all the food that gets brought here and all the fun and all the gifts, we really are pretty good neighbors.
Oh, the good outweighs the bad.
Yeah, so I just talked to one of our buddies over there, and he says, Apparently, y'all been talking about donuts, and I said we did. There was a fight about them. He goes, somebody's brought donuts there in the kitchen. They're in the kitchen. Yeah,
Our listeners are the best.
Our listeners are the best. Yeah. One guy said he left his out there on some abandoned red Jeep.
Look right here.
But, there it is.
Oh, Speedy, what we got there, buddy?
There they are.
Raspberry.
What if they are? Yeah, would you eat a raspberry donut?
I don't think I would.
You would now.
I probably would.
Hey, Bubba.
Bubba, it looks like
The box is talking.
Let
to
me see what's in there.
Oh, it's a variety.
It's a variety, Bubba. It's a variety box.
Voice was saying.
All right, Bubba, let me tell you what's all in here.
Okay.
Oh, Bubba.
I see traditional.
There's a cruller in there.
Ooh, can I have the cruller?
Yeah, and Bubba,
Is that the mud tire?
Yeah, I love the mud.
Bubba, you got glaze, you got chocolate glaze, you got cream-filled glaze.
Well, I'm not
cream-filled glaze with chocolate on top.
That's good.
And then cream-filled glaze with some sort of yellow something on top with sprinkles.
Boy, that cream-filled glaze with chocolate on top.
I'm good. I don't want one, Speedy. Thank you. I'm good right now.
I know you like a book. This is where Betty hears this part of it. She goes, "That was really good on your part." Then all of a sudden you go off in that closet and shut that door.
Rick, don't we have some more stories we got to
We do.
here?
All right, so a couple things. All right, so everybody talking about midterm elections coming up. Bubba, could Ohio...
We have done that? I thought we did.
No, we talked about that. I went to the bathroom and said, we'll talk about that when I get back. And that's where I saw Brian, who told me about the donuts. That's how you got them right now. Move those donuts where he can concentrate on his story.
They don't smell good at all.
Yeah.
Hey, I feel sorry for Brian, too, Rick.
Did he not get one?
Well, no, he did. And I said, "Did you get one?" He goes, "Yeah, man, I'm going to go tell everybody about it."
No, he did
And then I
not.
just took the
Well, you
box.
shouldn't have taken the whole box.
Well, I was doing what Daddy wanted.
Well, no, he just said bring him a couple. I heard
being
it.
a good caddy.
This is that thing where he brings you that big piece of cake.
Look, Bubba, I'm just going to get the whole bag and walk it over here. I'm not running back and forth.
Right. All right. So
110 Club, Speedy. Check your list.
Just check your
'Cause
list.
I don't remember.
He did give me a list last year.
I will.
Did he really?
This year,
Okay.
too. I may give you an arm pad.
All right. So here's. So we look to Ohio. Now Ohio is not exactly a red state. It's always in play, and it can go all kinds of ways. Is this any indication about the midterm elections coming up? Two stories about we've got one in Ohio, one in Indiana.
Well, I know in Ohio, Rick, the primaries were last night, and a Trump-backed guy came out of the pack, J.D. Vance, who at one time was a never-Trumper, and changed his mind along the way, got the endorsement of Trump, and won the primary last night when he was down in the pack to start with.
Now let's look over. So Trump.
So they're saying, is this a sign of Trump, the kingmaker, in the coming election?
And then in the Republican primary in Indiana, the first congressional district, now for the first time, we have the only black woman Republican to ever win the primary in Indiana has won. And if she can win the general election, she'd be the first African American Republican woman to ever win in Indiana.
Yeah, I think you're seeing the emergence of a what's going to be a much larger part of the Republican Party, and that is the black conservative. We've already seen some of that. It used to be you never saw that,
right?
But I think you're seeing more and more of that now, and I think that's good for everybody.
Jennifer Ruth Green, and she's an Air Force veteran.
Yep.
And she won the Republican primary. So here, of course, now in bad news for her, the Democratic Party just released a statement. She is not officially black.
Right.
Because
she had to give that up.
Because once she became a Republican, she's no longer black. Yeah. So they're saying they don't see the history here at all. and then so there we go. So is that any indication? These are early little sprinkles of
I think the more interesting one as far as what's going on. I mean, these were primaries, so you're going to have a Republican winner, obviously.
Yeah, but you're talking about
the Democratic winner. But I think that the fact that Trump came in and endorsed a guy, and at one time he may have been third or fourth out of four candidates, and carried him to a win. It was a close win, but brought him up to a win. Still shows how much pull a Donald Trump endorsement holds in a race, and I think that also speaks to Donald Trump that the Republicans still love him.
So these are both historic because you said it was. Now we're getting when you were talking about the other historic thing, which is what I talked about in Indiana. there was a time where, it was a big deal just to be a black conservative. Now that's becoming more and more common, but to show where things are really changing is I'm not just a black Republican, I'm a black Republican who can win races.
Right.
And now I'm a black female Republican who has won a primary. So this is all, new stuff. So,
it's some of the demographics are very interesting. I tell you another one that came out. There was some polling data that came out earlier this week. We really didn't get to it, but it listed Hispanic Latino voters preferred Republicans about 60-something% to Democrats, which is a change.
Yeah.
What we've seen in the past. But I think so many of them, like so many of us, are just looking for some common sense in some of this stuff. And some of it's got so weird and wacky, you just can't follow it.
I'm hoping the left is making the mistake they always make, and they're overplaying their hand.
Yeah, they usually do.
Another indicator out of Ohio that the AOC-backed Nina Turner loses the Democratic primary challenge. So the Democrats did not go with the AOC-backed candidate.
Isn't it funny to me, or is it funny to you like it is to me, that AOC – now Trump's been president, so – he's been around. You figure that he would have some coattails, so to speak.
Yeah.
AOC is a congresswoman who has been in politics less than 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
And she's out endorsing candidates in other states. Do you find that a little odd?
Yes, I do.
Of course. Speaking of overplaying your hand,
you
you think people in Ohio were just begging, hey, please send AOC out here to talk to us.
Has anybody heard back from AOC? Is she endorsing me or not?
Maybe a little early for that, I mean.
Well, that's that. I don't.
I know.
I think
I'm progressive, smarter than everybody else. Hear me roar. I get it.
Just because your district's enamored with you doesn't mean the rest of the country will be.
Yeah, and look what she's done for her district. She ran off an Amazon warehouse. She's really worked wonders there.
Yeah, and how many jobs was that?
Hey, she stuck it to the man on that one.
Right. Huh? Had a way of show them they took their jobs and went right out of here.
Yeah. It was going to run housing costs up, so your constituents could have sold their house and made money on a place they couldn't give away before. Okay, good. That's great. Thank you, government.
Thanks for chasing that economic impact right out of here.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll come back. Your phone calls are next. Whatever you want to talk about. We'll go phone trolling. We haven't done a phone troll today. So we'll phone troll next. We've done some phone segments, but not a troll. The troll means we get a bunch of you in here, and we'll do it quickly. All 10 lines are available, so if you move now, you'll get in. And then we'll start rolling through them, and we'll hit that buzzer at every 30 seconds, unless you get a timeout, and we'll roll through a lot of opinions next.
Rick and Bubba.
Actually seen
with the tow motor.
I've actually I was just wondering because I just got an alert on my phone. Ribeyes are an extremely low price right now.
Right.
I was just wondering.
Yeah. That meat's gonna be tough, though. All that adrenaline.
You're right, Greg. Well said.
Oh, I know.
Thanks, man. When that thing got to tipping.
Well said.
Don't you know the first one they let him out? He's like,
I know.
Good Lord.
How about this one?
Think y'all ever let
when you're toting livestock, it takes the wreck to another place.
I think everybody on the interstate's got to go somewhere. They got somewhere they got to be. How many people were missing somebody yesterday because
How about this? I've never gotten on the interstate that I said, you know what? Really doesn't matter when I get where I'm going.
I'm just going to sightsee today. Let me go up here and see what's on this road.
I'm not lying. I saw the pictures, and if you look above the cab, there's a sign that says T-Bone. I don't know if that's the driver's nickname or is that. But
hey, is he okay? We didn't talk about
I'm not making a joke.
Driver was carried to the hospital.
Pull the picture up. It says T-Bone right above the cab. Let me find it.
It is sad that our first reaction is always, how's the cows?
As a matter of fact, Rick, they said firefighters had stretched out nearly a mile of hose spraying mist on the cattle, trying to keep the ones still alive cool.
I got you.
Till the Cowboys got there.
See T-Bone?
I got you. Look, bud, right there, T-Bone. It does say it.
Where at?
It does.
Over the top.
It sure does.
T-Bone came in a little high.
He did.
T-Bone did the signs and the breaker. I mean,
he may have lost his brake.
Yeah, his brakes might have gone bad. I got it because if I'm an experienced truck driver, I know about dead man's curve. You think his brakes went out?
Well, I don't know.
Slow down.
There's enough lights and signs over there. You could land an airplane. I mean, good night.
Right. You could.
T-Bone laid her down.
I mean, you can see it from miles away.
Guys, picture the inside that trailer. They were cows piled up.
Imagine how many.
Like
I mean,
90 going north.
Cows are pretty big animals.
They're big.
To have 100 some of them crammed into a trailer.
I know. That's a big, big thing.
I bet that was a dandy smell when they were all upright.
Imagine a pile
Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
of dung fell out of that.
Watch it.
Hey, they just just heard something down here at Howard Jemison. Y'all head up there. I can't go up there. I can't do nothing. I'm just dealing with these idiots down here. Burgess done locked herself out again. So yeah, that's a lot of cows.
If you need a bunch of cowboys, who do you call? I mean, is there a number? Is
Apparently,
there a cowboy
Jemison.
hotline?
Apparently, Jemison.
Well, I know they came from Jemison, but how do you start that process?
Who is the one person in Jemison they contact said, I need a bunch of cowboys?
If you're with fire and rescue, do you have on your phone, let's see, plumbers, we got cowboys right here. Let me call them.
Do you think what they do, they take
There's
a giant cowboy hat and they took that light and shoot it up in the sky? And it's a giant cowboy hat.
Here they come.
Guys, look, there's a sign.
Yeah, here they come. Hey, they're riding. They're riding on 65.
Yeah, here they come. Here they come.
They're just getting it.
Hold the hat on, Smith.
He rides hard, he's got to hold his hat.
That's a long way on the horse.
The face.
Greg, that's a long way on the horse. That's a 30-minute car drive.
Hey, Greg.
Really about 40 minutes to that location. We'll be back. Remedy. Bubba, how are you?
I am better than I should be, Rick. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, well, Bubba was commenting, and we'll do the story today because I'm trying to figure this thing all out.
Good luck.
Well, it never anymore can I say, well, that's not, people won't do that. That's not appropriate. We have completely lost. Yeah, I've heard about that.
What was about to happen? For later.
Yeah, the Marshawn Lynch thing.
Oh yeah,
yeah, we have that, and you do love that the Raiders are watching the Raiders thing where Marshawn Lynch was tossed from the game for grabbing a referee.
Right, there was a mistake.
Yeah, but when you look, it's funny. I will say this on a much lighter note: they were back in the silver numbers where there and all that, so that was good.
It was those alternate uniforms. Where they went with the white pants. Now, when they do the silver pants, silver numbers, that's when
the Raiders will be going back in the 70s. But anyway, that's more NFL stuff today. Now Marshawn Lynch has been ejected for putting his hands on a referee.
Shoved him and had hold of his whistle while he was shoving him. It was kind of a
$30,000 fine.
$30,000 fine also
and we'll talk about it more, but he left the bench to do that, which it could total up a game check, which would be about $80,000 for him.
Ouch.
He was immediately ejected from the game.
Yeah, I heard that was the next point. The offense was actually he wasn't even on the field, so he ran off the sidelines.
Yep,
like a madman into the. It's 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number, and we're going phone trolling now. If you want to get in, lines are available. Bring it in, and let's start it. 30 seconds a pop. At the end of 30 seconds, buzzer sounds. Your time on the program will close. Someone else will get their opportunity unless you are given a timeout, and we got 2 of those. But once those are gone, those are gone. Do want to point you to carshield.com/Bubba because your car breaking down seems to be one of those things that it's not if it's going to happen, it's when. Boy. It's a when thing. When is it going to happen? Be sure that you're protected. If your car does not have any more warranty, if that car breaks down, you're going to pay it. Unless you go to carshield.com/Bubba and pick a protection plan. And if it's covered under that protection plan, they're going to pay the ASE certified mechanic of your choice directly. You'll have 24/7 roadside assistance nationwide. You'll also have rental car options, trip reimbursement, all at no extra cost. So get the protection you need today and lock in your price because as a listener of this show, it's never going to go up. So they're not going to come back and, now it costs this if you listen to this show. So go to carshield.com/Bubba for a free quote. That's carshield.com/Bubba. You can call them to 1-800-391-8888, and we'll save you 10% on the protection plan that you select. So this is just common sense. So get it done. Also, the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, let's go to Asa out of Jackson, Alabama. Asa, you got 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba show. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, Asa.
The other day I had to go to the hospital and have a small procedure done.
Okay,
Well,
hope you're
I went
okay.
in to get registered, and I was sitting in there signing the thing, and I looked down at the digital signer, and it said Topaz on it. Now, me having rude Tourette's, somehow or another I managed to overcome it, but I wanted to scream, "Me little Topaz!"
We've got so many pictures of those things sent to us.
Let's go to matter of fact, somebody said they were watching Family Feud the other day, and the question was involved. You see that one?
Yes, yeah, about birthstones or something.
Yeah, we're making stuff up.
No, I tell you what it was. It was.
Oh, I know what it was. Stripper names.
Yeah, they're
that's
named
it.
after gemstones.
Yeah.
Somebody
I saw
said,
that.
How about
Somebody,
Topaz?
Yeah. Yep.
Isn't
that funny?
Let's go to Brittany Montgomery. Listen to us on I-92. Brittany, go ahead.
Hey guys, I just wanted to tell Gary that Dunkin' Donuts currently has cornbread donuts.
Cornbread donut.
Cornbread.
That's worth a try.
Whoa, wait a minute. So
They're gritty, just like cornbread.
That's worth a try.
they're what? They're what? Just like cornbread? Gritty. Okay.
They're gritty.
But is it?
So
Tell me, it's
my
just like
Yankee
eating cornbread.
husband likes no, it's not. It's like eating those sweet, juicy cornbreads. My husband loves them because he's a Yankee.
Oh yeah. I'm not a huge sweet cornbread guy, but I still am in on that though. I think I'll still try.
it, but I'm like you. Your cornbread shouldn't be too sweet.
Yeah. So let's go to Rhonda, Trenton, Tennessee. Rhonda, 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba Troll. Go ahead.
Hey, how are y'all?
We're good. We're good.
I was calling because, sorry, a caller stated earlier about having peanut butter, I think, and chocolate wings.
Yes.
I was wondering if y'all had seen the Reese's cups that are now out that are supposed to taste like potato chip Lay's.
Yeah, I
don't even understand.
I don't even know why we're
know
tampering
why. I
with
would
these
eat potato
things.
chips if that's what I wanted to taste.
But-
I want to taste a Reese cup.
But now I've had several people email that said the peanut butter wings were very good. But
I'm not.
Again, and I'm not saying I wouldn't like them, but on the surface, I just want my food groups to say something.
We've seen the peanut butter hamburger.
Yep.
Same thing.
Well, it's kind of what you were just talking about, Bubba. Like, let's take this caller right here. If I want to have potato chips and I want to have a Reese cup, those are two completely different experiences.
Yeah.
And I don't have any desire.
They don't have to be together.
Yeah, I have potato chips and I have Reese cups.
Yeah,
I'll wad them up. I'll wad them up.
Right.
Huh?
Put them in one after the
All
other.
of you hear me.
Let's go to Renee, Birmingham, Alabama, 1047 WZZK. Renee, go ahead.
Hey, on the topic earlier of abortion, I found out through someone who does know Greek and Hebrew that the word the Bible uses for when someone is with child is the same word as when they speak of a child that's already been born. So that, in other words, the Bible doesn't know anything other than it's the child.
Sure.
And I think that's fascinating.
Yeah.
Well, we even
yeah.
see that in
Absolutely.
Japanese culture where they count your age from the year where you got pregnant.
I don't
Because
know.
they count the year you were in the womb as
yeah.
one of your years. We had a story about that. It had to do with Little League players.
Yeah.
And they were older
Oh,
than
that's
their
right.
counterparts in the U.S., but they really wasn't,
No, I remember that.
But
You're
they were,
right.
their number was a year
Maybe
older.
it was Korean.
Yeah, it was either the Japanese or the Korean. Somebody was doing it.
I don't remember. Let's go to.
So it's somebody cheating in baseball that came up with it. Let's just tell them we count from birth.
Johnny and Selma. Johnny, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. How are y'all?
Good.
We're great.
Y'all may have seen it. Newt Gingrich has claimed that the House will gain 25 to 70 seats in November and gain 4 seats in the Senate. Now, unless they start counting votes after 11 p.m., I just don't see that happening either.
You don't think they'll pick up that many gains?
I would like to, but you just know how they are. They're going to.
He thinks that there's
that the cheating will prevent that from happening.
Right.
Well, I think your chances of picking up seats are as high as they've ever been if it is legitimate.
Right.
I haven't seen 2,000 Mules yet, so I'll get back with you.
Larry out of Rainbow City, listening to Z93. Larry, go ahead.
Hey guys, I was just y'all talked about stress last week. I meet with a bunch of retired firemen in Gaston every month. I get my relief from Mac Helms.
Oh, yeah.
He's a level out of plum, so it helps a lot.
Yeah, I bet if you get to talk to Mac Daddy, that'll
that'll do it.
A lot of stress release there.
Michael tells us he's quite a sight.
Yeah.
Let's get
Helms is wanting he's requesting a mic be potted up.
Let's see which one is
Pride.
it right here. There we go.
He actually has the opposite effect on me.
I knew you were going to say that. Jim in Louisiana. Jim, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
I'm all right. How y'all?
Okay, great. Good.
I'm a Democratic candidate from Louisiana.
Yeah.
And I had AOC's office contact me about an endorsement, and my response to her was, keep my name out of your mouth.
I thought you might say Topaz.
I did too. Know. We all thought Topaz.
We can't believe anything now.
Yeah. Erica out of Harvest. Erica, 30 seconds, go.
Harvest.
Hi, guys. I know you're going to be up here for the Gridiron Man conference coming up here soon. And I'm pretty basic when it comes to, like, donut flavors and things and milkshakes and all of that. But there's a place here called Bigfoot's Little Donuts, and their logo is Sasquatch. And each little donut is like a little mini bite. I sent the link to Speedy. And when you guys come up here, you guys should check it out because it's really good.
Bigfoot's what?
Little Donuts. Bigfoot's Little Donuts.
Bigfoot's Little Donuts.com.
Where's this at?
In Huntsville. Wow. Bigfoot's Little Donuts. She said if you're coming up for the Gridiron
Conference. Up there all the time.
Hey, I am.
Yeah, you're all out there.
My dad tear that up.
We get stuff.
Taken by there.
Yeah. Crockett in North Carolina. Crockett, go ahead.
Yeah, I was wanting to know if y'all ever tried a cheeseburger with hot pepper jelly and goat cheese.
No, I ain't. I don't want to, Crockett. Sorry.
I'm not a.
But see, this is like
I'm not a food daredevil.
Well, here's what you. Thank you. Here's what we're talking about, Crockett. You're acting as if the cheeseburger needs some sort of help.
Yeah.
I mean, like there's something
Pretty good
wrong
like
with
it is.
I'll tell you one thing. If you really want that cheeseburger to taste good, it already does. I love a cheeseburger.
That is something they add a little bacon too.
No,
You're talking about stuff
that right there goes together.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. Do you ever eat them anymore without bacon? I don't.
I don't.
Yeah, at home I would.
If at home, I'll throw microwave bacon in there and be all over it.
See, I need to do that more.
Yeah.
Now, if I'm
too hungry to wait on that.
If I'm on the road and I'm coming to your place, and you should offer,
got a bacon burger,
you got me a bacon option, I'll go to the bacon cheeseburger so fast it'll make your head
every
spin.
time.
The Jacks, they don't even. I won't even order anything other than the three. They know that's not. They know that's what I'm coming.
They're gonna roll three.
Let's go to Jordan. Let's see, and is
Jordan?
Those are one of those things. When I see the word Tallahassee and Tallahassee on the board, I think it's just Tallahassee.
It's Tallahassee.
Yeah. Let's go to Jordan.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
Tallahassee. Go ahead, Jordan.
Good morning, fellas. We fired up today.
Good. Yeah. Let's go.
I'm wondering, this Krispy Kreme thing. What if Betty doesn't make it, and they send they arrest this fella and send him to the pen for murder, and he's sitting next to his first day at lunch, sitting next to some sinister guy who's in for triple homicide, and he asks him what he's in for.
Yeah.
Kill an old lady selling donuts.
Yeah, they didn't have
pushed a donut worker.
Yeah, they didn't
in her
have
70s.
They didn't have raspberry donuts, so I took her out.
Yeah.
That's,
I'm a hardened criminal.
Yeah, that's gonna be a tough day. Is that Jopla? Jackson and Jopla? 30 seconds. Go ahead.
It's Joppa.
Joppa. Let's go.
Joppa.
Hey, y'all ever had an apple sandwich with mayonnaise?
Just straight up apple. I've just sliced some apples and put them on bread.
You said apple sandwich.
Yeah.
White bread, sliced apples, mayonnaise. Try it; it's delicious.
Oh my God!
I don't want anything.
Well, at least he's not trying to tamper with the already established food.
That's true, but I have no desire to eat that. He just said.
No.
Sliced apples on bread with mayonnaise.
No, I don't. There's certain things bread don't need to touch.
Is that one of them?
Yes.
Let's go to David in Prattville, I-92. David, go ahead.
David.
I got two things real quick. Have y'all ever tried Kaneka burgers? You get some Kaneka sausage.
It's Kaneka.
Cut it up or grind it, and you mix it with your burger. Your burger meat.
Ooh, I like it.
And I'm telling you, it's kind of good, especially when you put some cheese on top of it.
And also, do y'all think y'all can add a new feature to the Wheel of Meat? You can yell, "Wow, what a booty!"
No.
What is that? Hey, you heard him. You heard it.
No, that'd be like bringing back the Lucky Butt contest.
That was
Dun, dun, dun.
Speedy tries to knock it out of gear when he's spinning it.
Yeah, he did.
Show it off a little bit.
Boom. Throw my hip at it.
Yeah.
All right, 14 minutes to the top. We'll come back. 866 We Be Big. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Right. You can't do that and then shove the referee when you get there.
No.
Right.
Might be out of control.
He said that when he saw how big the fine may be, he's claimed this could be the early stages of CTE.
Yeah.
So anyway, we'll see how that goes. Anyway, so we'll talk about that. But Bubba was talking about the cowboy hat because this is the Florida. Is she a representative?
Yes, Congresswoman
out of Florida, and who's for some reason wears a cowboy hat all the time. I haven't seen that, like I said, since we had the the Senate race in Alabama. But
I think she's wearing the exact same hat that I saw Ted Nugent wear one time on stage.
Right. Oh, yeah. But I thought this was just a one-time thing. Now I've noticed her in various cowboy hats.
That's her deal.
Mm-hmm. So does she ride in on a horse named Sandy?
No, not that I'm aware of. No.
Okay,
Strange. That whole thing has got really strange. It's just constant. I thought General Kelly made an unbelievable speech about it yesterday. I don't know that it solved any of the problems or accusations, but boy, he gave a heartfelt speech about it.
Well, and a lot of people telling that. We'll play that here in a minute. We'll come back and go ahead and do that story. But I was just, I'm getting to the point now, and I said this the other day, and we've said it. We've all said it. You really can kind of sum up our country right now as we just don't have any class. I mean, we just, I mean, we just, I mean, one time you said, well, there were pockets of places where you still people say, well, in this setting right here, we're all going to act a certain way.
Yeah, we're not talking about snobbery.
No, what we're talking
about. We just mean general acting like you got common sense again. I hate to keep going back to that.
Yeah, my mama called it couth.
Right.
And what I'm talking about is that is for you saying you have the ability to look at a situation and say, in this situation, in general, we as human beings with civility say, in this situation, there's certain things you just don't do.
Right.
You don't have that doesn't mean that you've lost your country spirit, or I've lost my culture, or
No.
this is what we do. There were certain things we all got in society and said, in this particular situation, there's appropriate behavior that we have all agreed on. And so I'm trying to figure out, I understand Trump's, people hate him and upset and all that, but there's just certain things you just have to think, well, I've said it 1,000 times. There's plenty of things about Donald Trump. There's plenty of things about Rick Burgess, okay, that if you don't want to like, you can like it, not like me for this reason, not like him for this reason, that are legitimate.
Right.
Hey, I can give you a narrative that's absolutely true. What I don't understand is when people start going after Trump just because they hate him, and now they're going to create things that are not what they say they are. It's all becoming propaganda and fake. And that part is just hard to deal with.
Well, that's the resist movement, Rick. You have it every day. I mean, there's a goal today. We need a story pointing to Donald Trump's crazy.
So General Kelly weighs in on the congresswoman out of Florida that claims she was in the automobile with a woman whose husband was killed in the line of duty, and that President Trump's call to console her is offensive because of what he said, and General Kelly weighs in on that.
Yes, it's probably too long to play the whole thing, but hopefully we'll find some highlights.
We'll be back. All right, so Bubba, you were the one who worked a crowd into a frenzy with Build That Wall not too long ago. So we've got some wall prototypes out there now?
Yeah, they're actually building, and President Trump addressed this when he was in Huntsville a few weeks ago at the now infamous get-together.
Yes.
And he said, hey, we're fixing to build some test walls, for lack of a better term.
Right.
And they have erected 5 of what will be 8, and it's just a little segment of wall.
Right.
And it's on the Mexican border down close to San Diego right now. And there's amazing drone footage of this. Have you seen them already?
I haven't seen it. I'm looking at the pictures now, though.
And there'll be 8 when they're completed. And Donald Trump himself will go to those walls and pick out which one he likes best that will be used to build his wall.
Will you go down there and chant in front of it, build that wall?
I'd like to.
So
I'd like to.
I'm looking at the 5 we can see in the drone footage. Which one you like the best?
Well, there's several companies in this, and did you know 2 of the walls or 2 of the segments are built by a company out of Montgomery, Alabama?
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Well, you knew.
One of them is built by an Israeli company who has already some prior experience putting up walls.
Yes.
So it'll be an interesting. Don't you know it will be a circus the day that Trump goes down to pick out the winner?
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be like a social studies fair. He's going to walk around, look at it, kick them a little bit, and go, I think this is the one I want.
I like that. I look forward to that footage.
And here, let me give you the specs.
Hey,
here. Let me find.
Hey, maybe we can get our new Bleeding Heart Pope to go down there and bring his wall builders down there to see which one they like.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me
8 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866. We be big. All right, so a couple of things that we can hit on before we wrap up this hour. Bubba, there is the repairman who revealed Hunter Biden's laptop is now going to sue House Intelligence Committee head Adam Schiff. You know, I always love to see Shifty get in a little bind here. He's also going to sue CNN, Politico, and the Daily Beast for defamation worth at least $1 million, because just like those of us that started thinking about gain of function might be an issue in Wuhan, you know, we were told, no, you will not bring that theory here. You are a conspiracy theorist. Go back to where you came from. So now we have this guy. He says that he was falsely accused of spreading Russian disinformation. He said that cost him his job at the repair shop. Remember this? Remember, this is all trying to protect Hunter. You know, so they just destroyed him trying to protect little Hunter. Little Hunter, he just, he's got all kinds of stuff tied to him apparently.
He's a
So
handful.
what he's saying is, I think I've been proven to be right, and y'all trash me. So I'd like to have $1 million, please.
Yeah, if he's been damaged, he at least will have a case. Now I don't know if he'll ever collect on it or not, but sounds like he's got a little something to work with. You know, Adam Schiff, he's been some work, isn't he?
No, okay.
You know, of course, somebody's put us on his mailing list too. You have to. Who are you people doing this?
Right.
Rick, his letterhead just has Adam with a period behind it in big words, and then it has his full name, and his logo is the word Adam with a period behind it. I thought, what?
You think little Adam's full of himself? But he, but you know, this is another one of those things. Remember, we were told we were not allowed to believe that Hunter Biden's laptop was in, and now it comes out that it's true, and then they just act like it never happened. Right. I mean, yeah, everybody just moves on. You know, if you ever accuse the left of anything and they keep saying it's a lie, when it's proven to be true, they just act like it was never said. I mean, it was like, well, no, we never said that. What are you talking about? Hunter who? WNBA star Brittany, is it Griner?
Griner.
So,
Griner. She's being held in Russia, Rick. We've covered that story.
Yep.
But the State Department has now changed her status. They think that she is being falsely held, or what is the term?
Wrongfully
held. Yeah.
Wrongfully detained.
Yeah.
So what was it before that? What
Reclassified.
was it before that?
Well, I don't know if it was. I don't know what the classifications of citizens who are held abroad. I don't know what the scale is, but whatever it was, they have now changed it to wrongfully detained, and that will make a difference in how they pursue getting her home.
Okay.
They said the welfare and safety of U.S. citizens abroad is one of the highest priorities of the U.S. government.
Unless they left you in Afghanistan.
Right. Except for those poor people.
Except for those people that are still there, by the way.
Right.
It just continues.
Do y'all remember Bill Richardson?
Yes.
United Nations. Bill Richardson. Did
He
y'all
was,
know that he's been privately for years, been an international hostage negotiator, and he's in on this to try to get her back?
Now,
I did not
are we
know
talking about the guy that was in the Clinton administration?
Yes.
And then he was like governor of Arizona or somewhere, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know he was.
Talking about Bill Richardson.
I didn't know he was a negotiator on that.
Old man Richardson's boy.
You're right.
Now,
you love him.
Now they're saying that they think she's one step closer to getting home. Is this some big deal that it's been reclassified, or?
Yeah, it must be.
Well, it changes how
little
they
more
go
pressure.
about trying to get her out and has a higher priority, I guess.
Right.
Because if you're wrongfully held, I mean, if you go to a foreign country and commit a crime, there's only so much they can do. But if they think you got the heave-ho on it, they probably have another level of turning it up.
Yeah.
you know?
Okay. I guess she will eventually get home. 75 days now.
Ooh.
We'll see. So, Rick, you're not big on the May the 4th be with you day to day, right?
No. Again,
I've heard you make a few comments about
I don't
during
like
the break.
I don't like any of these little cute things.
I started to wear a Star Wars shirt today.
Yeah, this is one of those things where you'll realize that Greg and I really are brothers. You know what I mean? And look, speaking to the Force, when we come together on something, good luck turning us on that one.
May the 4th be with you.
Yeah.
You know who loves Star Wars? That's the one, Todd Jones.
Well,
did you see for his birthday he got a Star Wars cake?
I did not see that.
He loves him some Star Wars.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't.
Can't cross him. You can't cross him about Star Wars now.
I like to see him with the lightsaber.
I did not know that. Wish I did know it.
Yeah.
I wish you'd have kept
that
it. Wish you'd have kept that from me.
We need to evaluate the man church speaking list.
Y'all.
I'm kidding. That's a joke.
Todd,
Save the email.
that was Helmsy when y'all contact.
Todd Gregg fed it to me.
Look, let me be clear. You see, I have a certain tolerance level. Sure. Okay. Now the little kid doing it, that was kind because he's a kid.
Sweet, yeah.
A kid doing it, a kid ought to do it.
Yeah.
But if a grown man says, "May the 4th be with me today," it's going to be problematic. I mean, it's
something going on.
A kid saying that's appropriate.
Sure.
It's a child.
Yeah.
And he's enjoying the day, and he likes Star Wars, and he likes pretend. I think that's great.
Yeah.
Likes pretend.
Right.
I like it.
I liked pretend too when I was a child.
Mm-hmm.
And every now and then, on the show we'll have some fun. But the May the 4th be with you. That kind of stuff really, it's almost like how people don't like heights, don't like tight places.
Yeah.
There's a certain cuteness on this right here that just really goes the wrong way with me.
Yeah.
It just really, you'd be fine just to say, I like Star Wars and I watch all the movies. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Like you
that's
with
fine.
the
but
Marvel.
don't give me a May the 4th be with me.
You with the Marvel stuff. You don't dress up like them at the premiere.
Exactly. Good example.
Yeah.
And
now Bubba is dressing like Maverick at the Top Gun 2 premiere.
Yeah, and I'm not going to come in, Greg. I'm not going to come in and wish you a Marvel Monday.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's
What about on
Marvel.
March the 17th or a Pie Day? Are you big on that?
No, unless it's the kind of pie you eat.
Chocolate pie, maybe?
Well, that's how people celebrate it. They eat the pie.
Yeah, I don't like any of these little things.
Yeah,
these little things.
Rick, it's just a little too cute.
It's just a little, it's just a little too precious.
Yeah,
for
it's
me.
a little too.
How about, hey, Rick, May the 4th be with you.
Get it May 4th.
Hey,
It is with you.
Hey, you're grown. You're grown. Keep moving.
Yeah. How'd you know that?
Mr. Burgess, May the 4th be with you. Hey, little fella, and we'll talk about it. Because I like kids. I just don't like adults that do it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour, bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba.